Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Roland was sitting down on a bench outside a certain building. This was the fifth he had visited today, and the sun was already setting. He had gone through the city while trying to find himself a place to work. The first place wanted to make him sign a 6-year contract that felt more like a scam than anything else. He decided to continue with his search, but what he found later was quite shocking. The first contract given was on the better side, the other places wanted to keep him there for longer. The terms were similar and the pay varied. Some wanted him to make a certain number of scrolls each day. Others wanted him to work for a fixed amount of hours for the entire week. He wouldn't even have days off. I made a big mistake. He thought that a big city like this would have many opportunities. He was sure that he would find something sooner or later. The reality was different. The store owners were all in cahoots. They made it hard for any new talent to get a good start. A new scribe wouldn't be able to earn any money at all. The prices of the materials were set so that only intermediate-level spell scrolls would actually bring in profit. He didn't even know if they would buy scrolls from a third party like him or if they gave them a fair price, probably not. Roland was now thinking that a smaller town might have been a better choice. They would probably offer him a less binding contract, one without a curse. The curse was also one that lowered your mana by 60% until the contract time ran out. For a mage, something like that would be crippling. Losing more than half of your mana pool would halt your progress dramatically. His plan was to work as a scribe for a year or so. With his experience gaining trick, he had reason to believe that he could reach L25 of this class by then. He figured that getting enough money for a class change crystal wouldn't be that hard. He even had enough right now. The reality was different though. No one from the established shops would let him test his skills in their shops for free. He would need to pay up in close to slave labor. He had assumed too much. He thought that a mage class was a rare commodity. He thought that when the store owners heard that he was a mana scribe, they would spread their arms wide and invite him in, no questions asked. He had underestimated how businesses operated here and that they already had a system in place. Most of the scribes were kids from the magic academies. These academies were able to get better contracts for their students that were only working to level up and gain new skills for their future. If you were a solo act, the contracts were much harsher as they didn't really care about you as a worker. Why would they if they got cheap labor from the magic academies instead? What are my other options besides signing one of those contracts? The youth looked out into the distance. The horizon was all red as the sun was setting. He could even see some priests from the Sun Church praising the sun and doing some strange pose with their arms outstretched into the air. He could take the contract and work hard for those 5 or 6 years. He would probably gain a lot of experience through scribing and reach max level. He could hold out on using the schematics trick until he got to the blacksmith class if it showed promise. The problem was that he wouldn't really be able to focus on his smithing work. Some of the contracts even forbade part-time work at other places. He also feared that the smithing workshops could have similar agreements. Another option was leaving this city and finding one without that many scribes. Maybe in a place where his class was rare, the shop owners would be more lenient. Still, he had no idea if they wouldn't just give him similar contracts or where a city like that existed. He also considered moving to a city with a dungeon and just doing scribe work on the side. That option would probably slow his leveling down as crafting classes gained less experience by slaying monsters. Is there a place I can sell my items in here? Roland had access to his debugging skill, so he could probably upgrade those runic spell scrolls to the highest rating. He thought back to the prices those went for and they overshadowed the regular spell scrolls. The problem was that no one was willing to buy them if they could get something cheaper in bulk that wasn't that much worse. How much better were the highest versions of those runic spells? Was the biggest question. If he managed to get that fire arrow spell to be a lot more powerful than the competition's, he might be able to somehow do it. The construction materials weren't that costly, maybe if he bundled them 10 apiece he could manage to scrape by. There was another problem besides that. How would he explain that a boy of not even 11 was selling and producing runic spell scrolls at the highest rank? Would the people try to get his secrets? Would they get violent? He wasn't sure how the businessmen around here reacted to the unwanted competition. He didn't think he would affect their bottom line with some scrolls, so he mostly thought it would be safe in that regard. Was there a place that he could sell his stuff without attracting attention, while still earning enough to get by and while leveling up? He didn't think there was such a convenient place in the regular stores or shops. Should he try peddling it out in the market while hiding his face behind his robe hood? He remembered that there was one type of place that he could sell items like that. Such a place was an auction house. He could probably remain somewhat anonymous. The auction houses probably kept the seller's names secret. This was probably one of the better options out on the table. I should head back to the inn. I'll try to scribe some regular spells first. I'll think about it later. He had enough for today. He couldn't make up his mind and the sun had already gone down. He could still work for an hour or two on his scroll making, then at least this day wouldn't be a total waste. Roland hopped down from the bench he was sitting on. It was nicely made from some kind of metal, probably fashioned in place by some kind of smith or artisan. He took out an apple from his storage bag and bit into it. It was nice and sweet and worth the coin that he paid for it. He wasn't in a hurry as he just walked forward. He looked at the people going back and forth. In the middle of the road there were horse carriages passing by, some of them were even pulled by some large ox-looking creatures. The people chatted with each other and they looked to be going to the taverns for some alcohol. People in this world sure like to drink. He attributed this feature to them not having any TV or internet here. There weren't that many places for people to spend their free time. There were some theaters, but those were mostly occupied by the rich merchants and nobles, while the commoners liked louder places like casinos or the aforementioned taverns. There was also the red light district where men liked to spend their coins on the various ladies of the diverse races. Before his mind could wander to strange places, he got brought back into reality. He heard someone ringing a loud bell and this person wasn't part of the Sun Church. After glancing towards the direction of the noise he noticed quite the curvy elf lady. She wasn't the same one that he saw last time and she was even more beautiful. She was clearly dressed to show off and to pull in the attention of the crowds. She had something akin to those Chinese dresses with a lot of leg space. She was ringing that bell in front of a large gate, above it a picture of a scale. Gather up, good people of Edelgard, the Libra auction house will be opening in half an hour. Be sure to bring your purses as we will be having a grand auction today. She continued talking while Roland spaced out for a moment. He didn't realize that there was this kind of establishment in the area. He inched forward together with the small group of people that was lured in by the bouncy elven girl. Step right in, the entrance fee is only 2 small silver, practically nothing. After hearing that they actually had to pay to get in, most of the people dispersed while grumbling. Roland and a few others remained, some of them even paid the price and went in. He was hesitant as he didn't want to buy anything from there. He would rather sell his scrolls there, but he didn't even have any items to show. He was just looking for an auction house to sell his wares and one popped out. He was surprised that they were taking entrance fees. He thought that the more buyers the better. Why would you limit your earning potential? This was just a way to weed out people that were only there to window shop. If someone actually paid a small entrance fee, they would be more inclined to spend more inside. It would feel like a waste to partake in the auction, pay an entrance fee, and not get anything in return. It was also a strategy to keep the poor out and attract the rich. He pulled out the map of the area and made sure to mark it down. From what he knew of such places, they took in stock during the day and sold them later at night, just like now. He would return here another time with some items in tow. For now, he decided to return back to the inn he was staying at. He needed to test his scribing skills and in the morning go by some of those runic spell scrolls that he saw. Back in his room, he pulled out one of the special scrolls made from monster skin. It had a yellow tint to it and was rough around the edges. He placed the inkwell that he bought from the store on his small table along with a new quill. He was already a couple of large silver coins poorer after buying some of these supplies. I hope this pays off. He grumbled under his nose, hoping for the best. First, he needed to practice. He would be focusing on runic spell scrolls, but he wanted to at least go through the process of scribing a regular spell scroll. His aim was his mana arrow spell, the strongest attacking spell that he had. His basic mana scribing skill was at L1, so he wasn't expecting any grand results. He also wanted to check how much experience he would get from making one. Source of all magic, heed my call. The process of mana scribing was a bit different than the runic counterpart. The scribe had to write down the spell onto the scroll while focusing his mana on the quill and ink. There were no intricate lines or runic components to slow him down. He just needed to spell out the right incantation onto paper in the correct language while focusing. The mana arrow's incantation wasn't all that long or difficult, but putting ink to paper while focusing your mana was still difficult. After 10 minutes he managed to get his first spell scroll and he heard the notification. You have gained 20 experience points. He rubbed his chin afterward. This amount of experience wasn't all that great. It also wasn't that bad either if you took into consideration that he could do it from the safety of his home. A warrior could probably hunt down monsters faster in a shorter span of time, but a scribe wasn't put into any danger while crafting. He could also do it continuously if he had the materials and mana. He tried identifying his own spell scroll, but besides getting its name there weren't any further stats. Maybe if he leveled up his scribing skill he would be able to examine the scrolls and get their rank and damage value. How much will I get from a simple runic spell? He was now curious. He needed to compare the two. The problem was that he only had the knowledge of 3 runes and 2 of them weren't really fit to be scribed down as they were made for weapons. He decided on the fire orb rune as it was also a lot easier to scribe down. He went through the motions while remembering his class change quests. This was already the 3rd time he was drawing this rune, so he had some practice. His fingers grasped the quill and his hand moved slowly. The intricate runic symbols started to slowly appear on the yellow scroll as they connected into one complete runic spell. You have gained 50 experience points. It took him about 45 minutes to finish. This was already faster than before, but it still was a lot slower than with the regular scribing skill. He had gained more than double the experience but needed a lot more time to do it. He quickly looked at the scroll before him and ran it through his debugging skill. To no surprise, he saw some red lines. It was one thing to know where the mistakes were and another to actually bring it to paper. Even if he didn't want it, his hands weren't steady. His mana control wasn't perfect, and his concentration wavered from time to time. He just couldn't redraw the perfect diagram at his current skill level. He would need to practice before he could actually sell any of these personally made goods. He came to a conclusion: making runic scrolls wasn't optimal for gaining experience points. He could probably make 5 regular spell scrolls and gain 100 XP, while making one runic version gave him 50 XP. This wasn't a problem for him though, as he could just make some schematics to even it out. What he wanted at this time was to earn more gold, and he felt like the runic spells were the way to go. There was also another discovery that he made. His debugging skill wasn't working on the regular spell scrolls. There were no lines, he just couldn't see anything. This meant that runic spells and regular spells were different in some way or operated on different laws. How and why they were different he could only speculate. Also, these runic spells didn't seem to mind that he didn't have any elemental affinities. The fire orb spell activated just fine even with his affinity for fire being at 0%. Which made sense as the point of these scrolls was that anyone could activate them. It was a long way off, but he realized that when he achieved the runesmith class, he could very well make himself equipment with various spell effects. The only problem with those was the high mana activating cost that skyrocketed their upkeep. Okay, I have decided. Roland nodded. He would practice making runic spells and increase his scribing skill for them. He would then scribe them down in a bundle of 10 for the auction. He was putting all of his eggs into one basket, but he believed that this was the best way if he didn't want to trap himself with that contract for 6 years. Thanks to his previous party members that had gifted him some golden coins, he would be okay even for half a year with no work. He would use this opportunity that they gave him well. With a new battle plan on his mind, he was reinvigorated. He just needed to power through this period and scribe like his life depended on it. It was a normal day like any other at the Libra auction house. It was the latter part of it, and the workers were carrying some of the items into the back for appraisal. In this world, with a game-like system, it was easy to tell an object's true worth. Though that was only if the person's identification skill was high enough or if they had an enchanted item to help them out with it. Those items were costly though, and they required mana as any other runic equipment. That is why a person with a high identification skill was sought after, as he could appraise many items throughout the day without the need for mana. Percival was one of those people. He was the holder of a special non-combat analytic class that even had an appraisal skill included. His job was the identification of goods at this auction house. Not every item on the list made it to the showcase. There were rules put in place to not sell anything below a certain price. There was just not enough time for everything to be put out on stage. The Libra auction house was one of the largest ones in the city, and it had multiple stages where the items were being put up. They were all separated into ranks, so you wouldn't see a grand magic sword being auctioned before a lesser magic potion. Here, Mr. Percival, this is the last item from this batch. We still need to decide on the order of the items. A person brought in a certain item and placed it to the side at the entrance of Percival's office before leaving. There were already certain other products all separated by prices and labeled by the man's assistant, waiting for pickup. The appraiser was a busy person, so not like he had enough time to do such things himself. The assistant was a regular human by the name of Cynthia. Another one into the trash bin, in it goes. The girl shouted out in a cheerful voice while placing a metallic-looking statuette into a large tray with other various items. These were all products that were deemed unworthy for this auction house to sell them. Cynthia, how many times do I have to tell you to not be rough with those? If you break it, it will be deducted from your pay. Now bring me over that item. I want to go on my break. The man was a bit grumpy from all the long hours of appraising items and just wanted to be done with it. The girl slowly walked over to the item in question and picked it up. She was a bit confused as to what this was. It was rolled up with a couple of sheets of grey paper and tied together with string. I don't think this person is good at wrapping. She brought the item over to the grumpy old appraiser that looked at it with scorn. After he managed to get rid of the crude outer shell, he frowned even more. He had seen products like this before and knew that they weren't worth much. Even from the first glance, he could tell that the quality of the scroll parchment was the absolute lowest. Why would they make me appraise spell scrolls? They sell for almost nothing. Did this get through due to the packaging? I told them to look through the items before they bring them over here. What if there was a bundle of sticks in here? Percival the appraiser wanted to grasp the bundle of spell scrolls and toss them aside. Before he was able to do that, his lovely assistant grabbed one of them and took a look. Mr. Percival, these spell scrolls are strange. They only have a couple of large symbols on them. I thought you had to write a spell on these. The girl turned the spell scroll around to show it to the man, whose eyes bulged slightly. He looked down to see that these items weren't simple spell scrolls. No, they were all runic spell scrolls which were much harder to make. Give that back, you fool. Okay, Tilda. The girl stuck her tongue out at the old man and went to the side. She was also waiting for him to finish up so she could take a break. The auction would be starting in a couple of hours and she still had some other work to do. The appraiser fixed his glasses and placed one of the scrolls on the table so he could see it better. These are indeed runic spell scrolls. Which runesmith had enough time to make these? He was a bit baffled why anyone would make so many of these. Maybe a new runesmith was feeling bored so he or she made them. He didn't want to speculate more so he leaned up and started examining the item. His identification and appraisal skills activated and you could see a faint blue glow in the man's eyes for a fraction of the second. Runic Fire Arrow Spell Scroll, common, high. One of his eyebrows moved up after reading through the information. He thought this was some beginner runesmith's work, but it was actually of a high grade. Even accomplished smiths mostly made items at the intermediate level, while high was a sign of talent and hard work. A regular intermediate fire arrow spell went for 2 to 4 small silver coins, but this was a runic spell scroll. They worked a bit differently than the regular ones. The biggest difference was the possibility of amplifying the spell. The user had the option of adding more mana into the scroll, which would increase the output to a certain extent depending on the rank. Interesting, I'd say this scroll could even go for up to 9 small silver coins, not bad for a common spell scroll. The man almost made a mistake by crumbling up these. If the owner got wind of it he might have to even apologize in person. These scrolls even had a little logo drawn in the corner. It looked like a red shooting star or a comet. There were more of those scrolls there so he got to it going through them one by one. Highest. His eyebrow moved even higher as he saw that one of these scrolls was at the highest rating. This was something he didn't get to see often, an item with the highest rating. If the high-rated scroll could go for up to 9 small silver coins, then this one could even go for double, maybe even triple. The appraiser knew that a lot of the runesmiths were unwilling to sell spell scrolls below a certain price range. This was why they were placed in stores at exorbitant figures and never saw practical use. A highest graded spell scroll could actually go for quite the sum though. What did the highest rating mean? It meant that the spell was really close to jumping grades and going into a higher one. That would put this common spell scroll at half a step into the greater runic spell realm. By Solaria, who is this runesmith? Is he an advanced one? He mumbled to himself while finishing up with the appraisal. There were exactly 10 runic spell scrolls in this pile. 8 of them were at the high grade while 2 of them were at the highest. There wasn't even one that was at an intermediate level, which told him that the person that was making them was quite the master. The man racked his brain. He couldn't imagine this being one of the runesmiths from the city. Most of them were grizzled men with some lesser magical aptitude that barely managed to become a mana scribe. Most of them preferred working with metals and not scrolls. The only use for them was practicing their mana control. Are you finished, Mr. Percival? It's getting late. The man looked up. He had spent a bit too long inspecting these items. He coughed into his hand and then started writing down the appropriate pricing. The pricing was mostly there as a guide for the auctioneer to start off. They would use it to choose the minimum bidding price of the item. Take them and be careful, they are delicate. Also wrap them up with some high-quality string for the auction. Okay. Are we going to sell these as a bundle or separately? The assistant asked while taking out some better-looking string and rolling up the sheets of monster skin. Why are you asking me? I'm just the appraiser. They would probably sell better as a bundle. The highest graded scrolls might make the buyers bid further. He added his opinion while standing up. The scrolls that he just appraised were slightly unusual, but nothing really that extraordinary. There were items in this auction that the minimum bidding price was a gold coin. The scrolls that could fetch a couple of small or large silver coins apiece didn't really matter. The assistant girl shrugged while the old man walked out. She opened the door and 2 more male workers walked in. They removed the tray of useless items from the room first. The other goods that were going to get auctioned out were spread out on larger tables by the prices. Some other people would come in and take a look at them. They needed to decide on the order of them appearing. This was something Cynthia was also partly responsible for. While this all was happening, Roland was standing outside the Libra auction house. He had handed over his workload that he had slaved on for months. He was wearing a robe and a face mask. His eyes looked bloodshot as if he didn't sleep for a couple of days. He was reaching a boiling point. He had burned through most of his cash on crafting materials and could fill a couple of books with his low and lesser crafted runic spells now. He was quite pedantic when it came to his work ethic, unwilling to go to the auction house without at least a full clip with high-grade runic spells. He had worked tirelessly till this point. He looked at his status screen that went up a couple of levels since the last time. The skill that went up the most was his basic rune scribing skill. It was at level 5. Also, his rune mastery leveled up slightly while his understanding of making the runic scrolls continued. It was at level 2. He had procured the runic fire arrow spell scroll from that shop. He still remembered the strange look the lady elf gave him after she brought it over. She even tried telling him that it wasn't worth it and that he should just get one of the regular spell scrolls instead. He brought it back home and created a perfect schematic. It even gave him double the experience compared to the lesser rune schematics he made. He was still filled with anticipation and vigor at that point. This soon turned to despair after he noticed that scribing a common runic spell was a lot harder than the lesser variant. He failed and failed, losing more money in the progress of going through his resources. He even had to go back and practice on the fire orb rune as it was more manageable. He needed to level his scribing skill up to even be able to create his first fire arrow spell at the lowest subgrade, and this was already a full month after he obtained this item for practice. The 10 small gold coins that his party members had graciously given him started not to seem like such a big sum. He thought that it could even last him for 10 months, but he barely managed to last half a year while going through his crafting materials. He even had to dive into his adventurer savings just to scrape by. At this point in time, he was sitting on his last small silver coin. If he didn't manage to make a profit with these scrolls, he would have to go find himself a job. He was very stubborn as he got it into his head that he needed good branding with his first auction. This was why he was unwilling to sell the lower-rated scrolls and why he placed a small logo on the scroll so that people would notice his brand. He also pretended to be a servant of some posh runesmith that made these runic spells. The disguise he was wearing was also part of his paranoia that had manifested itself slowly. It was partly due to the assassination attempt and because he was worried that his father would find him and force him to go back. He had gotten a special plaque with a number. With this he could return later to get his money. Apparently his goods made it through the appraiser as he saw some other sellers picking up their items that didn't make it through. I should go in and check. They told me that the sellers can sit in the back during the auction if they wanted. He was quite nervous as a student before a big exam, waiting for his turn to enter. He felt butterflies in his stomach, but he steeled his resolve and went in. He needed to see how the auction house operated and how people reacted to his wares. He showed his plaque to the guard and was allowed to enter without paying an entrance fee. On the inside, there were a couple of corridors leading to different auction stages. There was a separate one for the more valuable items, and you had to be someone of higher status to participate in those. The one his items were being auctioned off looked like a small theater stage. There were your usual seats in the front, but there were some in the balconies for the richer people that were willing to pay a bit more. He was slightly surprised that his items were being hosted here as he expected them to be in the other auction stage, for the lesser and common items. This one was the one used for common and grand ones. He could see people coming in and sitting in the front. The auction block where the auctioneer would be standing was still empty, but you could see the large curtain wiggling a bit, which indicated that there was something being done behind it. The bidders were getting paddles handed out to them with numbers. How things worked here was that the auctioneer would call the bids and the bidders would then move those numbered paddles up if they wanted to raise it. The highest bidder then would win. The auctioneer would sometimes extend the bidding if he noticed someone being unsure. If no one continued bidding, it would end after a count of 3. The rest of the exchange would happen in the back where the buyer would pay his coin to the auction house. The actual seller wouldn't really interact with the buyer in any way. They could even show up on another day to get their money. The auction house would bill him for the service. It was at 25% for now as he was a first-timer. If he started selling more, he could get a better deal and even go down to 10%. It's starting. He leaned back against the wall and looked at the stage that finally opened. To his surprise, instead of seeing some old no-nonsense man with a mustache, he saw a beautiful woman in a red dress. She was quite stacked in all the right places and was apparently the auctioneer. He figured that they were trying to appease the male carnal side with this lady. They were probably willing to spend more on the items with the beauty involved. This was one of the oldest tricks in the book. I would like to welcome you ladies and gentlemen to the Libra auction house. I will be your hostess for tonight, Tilda. She even struck a pose and made some kind of weird duck face that Roland recalled girls doing from his university days. The male audience looked happy. Their female counterparts weren't that excited though. Soon the first item appeared on display. It wasn't much, just an accessory with a lower graded enchantment. We start the bidding at 5 small silver. He could see some people raising up those number paddles and the first auction ending in a few minutes. The experience wasn't very interesting, and the fact that he wasn't able to sleep well for the past few days was getting to him. After most of the common items were gone from the stage, Roland got concerned. Why weren't his scrolls showing up? He was sure that they should be among these common wares, but they were inching towards the greater ones by the looks of it. He was worried that he had entered the wrong auction stage and that his items were getting sold in the other one. Now for the last of the common items of the night, we have something special. Just as he was about to ask someone about it, the lovely lady spoke out. We have a couple of runic fire arrow spell scrolls from an unknown master craftsman. What's so special about these runic spell scrolls, you might ask? Well, they are all mostly of the high grade. But that's not all, dear customers. 2 of them are even of the highest grade. The people started murmuring with each other while Roland started getting nervous. His scrolls were out on display and the auctioneer lady was making quite the spectacle of it. 2 workers brought out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the stage area where the light shone. We have put them in a set of 5. In each box, there are 4 scrolls at the high grade and 1 at the highest grade. We will be starting the bid for the first box at 3 large silver coins. Roland quickly started adding things up in his head. At this price range he would be able to make a profit, and this was just the starting bid. The people started moving those paddles up. The moment Roland saw someone bid further, he felt his heart beating faster. He was finally seeing the fruit of his labor getting appreciated. It was like a large weight was lifted off his shoulders and he could finally relax. The first box went for 4 large silver and 5 small silver, and the second one went for 4 large and 7 small. On his first attempt, he had managed to earn close to 1 small gold coin. Even if he deducted the auction house's pay cut, he would be able to recuperate his losses. Roland waited all the way until the end. He saw some finely crafted magical weapons and accessories be carried onto the stage that was sold for many gold coins. He was slightly envious, but he was just glad that he managed to sell his handcrafted wares. When he finally managed to get to his desired class, he thought that he would be able to produce even greater weapons. He was still tired. His sleep-resistant skills have even leveled up once in the half-year he was stuck scribing in his tiny inn room. The people even started giving him strange looks as he only showed up for 1 meal before locking himself back in it. The auction went deep into the night and ended close to midnight. He stayed and waited. He wasn't willing to leave without getting his money. The auction house only let the sellers pick up their share after the auctions were over and not during them. There were times where the buyers changed their minds and refused to pay. They would be reported to the city guards then. The auction house was a sanctioned business and had ways of getting people to pay up. Roland made sure to keep his hood and mask on. The mask looked like one of those that ninjas wore. It only covered his mouth while leaving his eyes out in the open. The hood was covering the top of his head, so he didn't go for a full face mask and deemed it unnecessary. He gave out a sigh when he was finally allowed to pick up his loot. There was a special room for this. After entering, he saw a clerk working there. It was an older man and there were 2 guards standing beside him. There were also another 2 standing right beside the entrance. They were probably there to catch anyone that would think about grabbing more coins than they were entitled to. Seller number 64, you have earned a total of 9 large silver coins and 2 small silver coins. With a commission of 25%, you are left with 6 large silver coins and 9 small ones. The man did a fast recounting while Roland nodded. He lost 2 large silvers and 3 small ones due to the auction house's fee. He wasn't mad though, as he understood that it was worth it. He quickly took the money that was laid before him and neatly packed in a small satchel. He nodded without answering and then quickly left. Unbeknownst to him, some people in the auction house took note of him as they were curious who the new craftsman in the city was that was able to make the highest common grade spell scrolls. Roland ran all the way back to the inn with haste. There were still many people out and about in the city, drinking late into the night. He had grown a bit since half a year ago, and with the added bonuses of his running and sprinting skills, he was going fast. At the inn there weren't that many people around. Everyone was mostly in bed as they needed to get things done in the morning. Back in his room, he collapsed on his straw mattress-filled bed. He couldn't really remember much past that as he woke up at 12 p.m. the next day, awoken to the church bells that sounded in the distance. He felt revitalized after the rest and ready to earn more cash. His plan was coming to fruition and he had made the first step. Now he had to strike while the iron was hot. He needed more materials and in due time better runic spells to practice on and then sell. Roland didn't know why, but it felt really good to manage on his own. He actually preferred working for himself even though he was putting in more hours than a regular worker would. With the influx of new assets, he bought more resources, more ink, and more monster scrolls for the spells. He had redrawn this fire arrow spell so many times that he was now a master of it. It would probably take him a while to master another comparable one, so he decided to focus on the fire arrow spell for now. He had spent countless hours redrawing it, affixing the magical pathways into the correct forms. He had even used up all of his sketching paper and pencils to practice while being low on mana. This fire arrow was certainly something designed for a runesmith class. It was very draining on his mana reserves. If he wasn't blessed with a large pool of mana, he wouldn't be able to scribe more than 1 or 2 of these runic spells per day. When a person was drained of their mana, they would start feeling dizzy and sleepy. If your mana ever hit 0, you would get a splitting headache and sometimes even pass out. This had happened to him one of the days he was scribing. His devotion to the task at hand had caused him to suffer a backlash. He even received a debuff to his mana regeneration the next day, which halted his progress even further. Time passed again and things were getting more interesting at the Libra auction house. Mr. Percival the appraiser had a stack of brand new runic scrolls, all of them with the runic version of the fire arrow spell. This time around there were 3 at the highest grade, which made the man wonder if this runesmith master was improving by the day. There were always high and highest graded runic scrolls there. Word around the city spread and the magic shops were slowly beginning to look into this new person that was slowly nudging himself into their territory. But just as Roland had speculated, they didn't feel threatened just yet. The number of products going around was just too small to affect these large stores that had other items to sell than spell scrolls. He didn't know if they would act in any way, but for now, he was left alone to his devices. The more of the highest runes were added, the better the prices got. Roland was slowly regaining his lost fortune. He deposited 10 scrolls each every week while earning close to 1 small gold coin. Soon he was able to get a better quill, better paper, and was now even thinking of going to a more expensive inn that was further into the city. Things were looking quite good indeed, so good that he could now start thinking about the future once again and get back to his research. Another 3 months had passed in a flash. Roland was sitting in his tiny room with a complete stack of scrolls. 6 of them were at the highest grade while 4 of them were at the high one. I've gotten good at this one spell, but I think I need to move on from it. Roland was slightly tired of redrawing the same sequence over and over again. He felt like a person at the assembly line doing the exact same task every day. He needed some variation in his life, and he knew just the thing to spice things up. He placed his created scrolls into his spatial bag and decided to get dressed. He left the inn and headed out of the city, doing it on foot. He was sure to leave early in the morning, giving himself more time till nightfall. This city was built into a large mountain, but that didn't mean that rocks were the only thing in the area. There actually was a large forest nearby where he was headed. Within 2 hours he was at his destination. There should be some around here. There is one. Roland came to a stop and placed himself behind a tree. His stealth had leveled up from basic to the regular, but if he ever wanted to get it up to advanced he would need a rogue class. He squatted down and reached into his storage bag. From it he pulled out a crude-looking book. The pages of this book were tied together by thin string and pushed through small holes at the edges. It was barely holding together from how bad it looked. On the other side was quite the familiar creature that Roland was inching closer towards. Gigi. It was a goblin, but instead of being green, it was a lot paler. This was a variant that was called a mountain goblin. These creatures roamed the forest around the city, but they didn't venture towards it. They sometimes attacked carriages that went between cities, but that was a rare occurrence. The goblin didn't have much of a chance to react as a glowing red arrow shot right through its brain, melting it in the process. The person that produced this magical spell was Roland. He had his hand placed on the topmost page of his crude grimoire. He had made it from the lower and low-graded spell scrolls that he didn't want to sell. He had figured out one thing about his basic rune mastery skill. He could level it up by using either runic scrolls that he made or weapons that had runes engraved into them. These goblins didn't offer much in experience, but they were good enough for him to train his skills on them. The idea of using his stash of scrolls like a magic book just dawned on him once. The page that he used to activate his spell crumbled into dust soon after activation. This was the biggest weakness of this type of weapon. It had limited uses, but he could rapid fire with it without having to do any pesky incantations. Maybe if he faced that tier 2 fencer in battle again, he could actually do something about it by spamming these fire arrows his way. Even a tier 2 class would have a hard time evading so many tier 2 spells like the fire arrow spell. Roland took a glance at his stats and some of his skills that he was grinding. His most important ones were the ones concerning runes. He wasn't really using his mage class ones that much anymore. He even found these spell scrolls to be much more powerful than his regular spells. Name: Roland Arden L35. Classes: T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L10, Main. HP: 374, 374. MP: 1701, 1751. SP: 448, 448. Strength: 26. Agility: 30. Dexterity: 52. Vitality: 29. Endurance: 28. Intelligence: 90. Willpower: 67. Charisma: 13. Luck: 6. Basic Mana Scribing L2. Skill. Allows scribing of basic spells to paper. Basic rune scribing L5. Skill. Allows scribing of runes to paper. Basic rune mastery L3. Passive skill. Increases comprehension of runes and lowers MP requirement for using them by a small margin. He focused on grinding the rune scribing skill, which meant that his regular mana scribing fell behind. He didn't care for that though, as the runes were the way to go for him. His rune mastery skill was also going up now, as he was finally using it as intended, for battle. Besides his int dex and willpower, the rest of his stats weren't really going up. He even attributed the points he got to him getting older. He noticed that the common runes started being manageable after he achieved the 4th level of his scribing skill. Before he got it, he could barely create the lowest graded one. The higher the level of this skill, the less mana he burned through while crafting. Thankfully, he had a lot to spare even before that. Basic mana shaping L6. Skill. Lets the mage shape mana into spells, gives bonuses to intelligence and willpower. The higher the skill, the better the user is at forming spells. Basic mana regulation L7. Skill. Helps regulate the mana in the user's body. Increases mana regeneration by helping absorb ambient mana from the environment. The 2 skills he received from getting his mage class were also leveling up. He was constantly using his mana to shape the magic ink into the desired runic symbols. Luckily, this was enough for his mana shaping skill to level up, along with the regulation skill that hastened his regeneration. He was able to regenerate all of his mana in a couple of hours. If he stayed really still and rested, it was even faster. Taking off his clothes also improved this task, as he had more uncovered skin to absorb the mana energy. He was a level 10 scribe after more than half a year of work. He was already at the level cap of his previous class within the same time. Leveling up his second tier 1 class was proving to be more challenging. He also didn't manage to scribe down that many rune schematics, as he was without coin. This would be changing soon. He wanted to start buying out all the runic spell scrolls that he could find within the city. They were much cheaper than runic weapons, so he would focus on them first. He checked the time. He had a couple of hours for training, so he decided to go into the forest while using his old tactics. There were fewer trees for him to hide, and they were mostly of the spiky variety. He still could use them for cover while remaining still and using his stealth. He also didn't need to use those pesky incantations anymore. Using these spell scrolls in this makeshift spellbook was a lot faster. He was already dreaming about making a magical runic staff for himself. If he continued to gain levels with his rune mastery skill while gaining more mana, using runic weapons could be feasible in the foreseeable future. While daydreaming about runic weapons, he went deeper into the forest. It was the middle of the day, so he had plenty of time to let loose. The fire arrows rained down on the unsuspecting goblins that didn't have any time to react. He ended each encounter with a headshot, and he wouldn't be surprised if he got some title for it if he continued. He noticed that he wasn't getting that much experience points for these monsters, and he attributed this to him being a crafting class. He was doing this to level up his runic mastery that would give him some XP anyway, so it was a fine exchange. His hunt was brought to a halt after he heard a high-pitched sound. It was a familiar screech of a goblin. It was near his location, but still far enough away for him not to worry. These mountain goblin variants were a lot stronger than the green ones you'd find in the kingdom's warmer areas. They were slightly taller and their hides were tougher, and it was over if they managed to surround you. It was considered a bad idea to fight them unless you were at least in your second tier 1 class and in the latter parts of it. He wondered why the goblins were calling over their buddies. This was clearly a call for help, and soon a swarm of these little buggers would rush into the area. The smart thing would be to back away for now, but he was close to where the shout originated. Luck was on his side, as there was a small cliff in that direction. If the goblins decided to run towards him, they would need to climb up a steep ledge, which would give him enough time to escape or even fire some magical spells at the climbing monsters. He remained at the ledge for the time being while trying to look to where the noises were coming from. He spotted someone coming his way, and it wasn't a goblin. This was someone he recognized from the inn he was staying at. It was a small girl even shorter than him. This was the gnome girl that he bumped into the first day he came to town. She looked scared and was running away. Behind her 5 mountain goblins with some crude-looking clubs and short swords were chasing after her. She had a dagger in her hand which looked used as it was drenched in goblin blood. What the girl was doing in the woods was a mystery. She clearly wasn't strong enough to fight off these mountain goblins alone, which made things even more strange. She was coming his way, but below him was a ledge of about 20 meters. She would need to climb up all the way here to get to safety, and he didn't think the goblins would let her. He could already imagine the girl going up while getting pelted with rocks, sticks, and maybe even the short swords. He gave out a sigh while looking at his grimoire of fire arrow spells. He had enough to spare. He also had the high ground advantage. It would probably be easy to take care of these monsters, and he did come here to use up these failed products. I guess it's time to save a fair maiden in need. Wonder if I can get some kind of White Knight title for this. He thought to himself while taking aim, his hand on the makeshift spellbook. Helki had come to these woods to level up. She was someone you called a late bloomer. The gnome girl was already past 16 years in her life, but she had just recently achieved her ascension class. The girl looked similar to a gnome, but she wasn't of pure descent. Her height was above what a normal gnome reached at 140 centimeters. Her figure was also quite voluptuous in regard to other gnome girls, but she mostly hid it well under baggy clothes or armor like today. She had fine features compared to others of her kind that mostly had rounder heads with larger eyes. Her hair was long and orange, and she had put it in a ponytail so that it wouldn't get in the way of her first hunt. She was an orphan. The whereabouts of her family were unknown, as she was abandoned at a young age. She was left at one of the orphanages run by the Church of Celeria and spent most of her life there. She would do chores there, slowly learning how to cook, clean and various other tasks. Even though the church was the ones producing the class change crystals, they wouldn't just give it to the orphans. The child had to decide if they wanted to live as an acolyte or abandon the church life by the age of 14. She had chosen to leave, getting a job at a few places throughout Edelgard and finally ending up at the inn where she was now employed. She had worked for 2 years saving up for herself and finally managed to get herself one of those elusive stones. She went through her ascension. The class that she was rewarded was a scout that boasted high agility and detection skills. This might have not been her chosen profession, but she was happy nevertheless. There was a slight problem though. The city she lived in had no nearby dungeon with easy monsters to practice on. She was able to register at the Adventurers Guild, but there was not much work for Tier 1 scouts that were still at the first level and had no battle experience. The notice board for bronze adventurers was filled with tasks similar to her current job. This was something she was trying to abandon as she was fed up with that sort of lifestyle. She was someone that was stubborn. She didn't want to ask for help from other adventurers. She also couldn't trust them, mostly the male adventurers that could try to take advantage of her. She finally decided to go into the nearby forest. The walk there took her 2 hours. She had spent the rest of her savings on a dagger and on cheap leather armor. This armor consisted of a chest piece and some wrist guards. The rest of her attire was simple cloth. She had never hunted a monster before in her life, but from what she heard, the goblins were quite easy to slay. To her knowledge, they weren't stronger than 10-year-old human children, which was giving her quite the confidence boost. Helki wandered into the forest with the dagger in hand, going deeper and deeper without looking back. She was dead set on leveling up and starting her new life as an adventurer. The wind howled and the trees started rustling about, which caused her to be vigilant. Her class was a scout that gave her better vision than others. This class was also adept at hiding their presence while feeling out the area. Soon enough she spotted her first target. It was a pale-looking goblin with a large wooden club in its hand. She was a gnome hybrid, so her size was slightly larger than this small monster. This placed her at an advantage as she had the height advantage. After observing the monster for a moment, she noticed that it was quite lean and muscular. This didn't halt her advance, she was dead set on hunting this goblin. She gripped her dagger and started sneaking forward. She knew that the element of surprise was paramount. If she managed to land a backstab, she could probably deliver a killing blow. She moved forward while the monster was looking down at something. There were some large insects there that the goblin started stomping on. This gave her a chance to move forward while sneaking. The goblin was unaware of the small person sneaking up behind it. It switched to hitting the ground with its club while grinning. Suddenly it heard something snap behind it, which put it on alert. The goblin turned around with haste to see a pointy-eared girl with a dagger rushing its way. It didn't have that much time to react, and it wasn't very skilled either. The goblin just swung its wooden weapon randomly in hopes of protecting itself. This was partially successful as it managed to deliver a blow to Helki's side. This caused her dagger to go off target and plunge itself into the monster's shoulder instead of its neck. The monster screamed out loud, the pain unbearable as it jumped back to get away. The small gnome girl panted hard. She needed some time to catch her breath as the wooden club had slammed into her side, causing some damage. The small goblin was a lot stronger than anticipated. Even though her armor held, she almost had her ribs broken. She didn't realize that the monster had called for its friends, so she continued. The enemy was wounded and she just needed to finish it off. The goblin, with rage in its eyes, charged forward. It went into a berserk state and started swinging wide. The girl was slippery as an eel. The blows weren't reaching her, but she couldn't move forward either. The first blow had taken the wind out of her, and she was now hesitating. She had almost no combat experience, having only occasionally fought with the other orphans or drunkards in the city. Soon enough more goblins started appearing, which finally forced her to turn around and run. She could barely handle one of these monsters. What could she do when 4 more appeared? So started her getaway. She was panting while running towards the city. The forest was unknown to her, and she was still just a level 1 scout. Her tracking skills weren't quite there, so she found herself running in a random direction. This was a mountainous area, and luck wasn't on her side as she found herself blocked by a high rocky wall. She looked to the sides as the road forward was blocked. She could hear the angry goblins running behind her, which caused her to panic, unable to decide. Should she try climbing this or try her luck by going sideways? There could be a better climbing spot further down. Before she could decide, one of the goblins jumped out at her. It didn't get far though, as something bright and red came whizzing from somewhere. It pierced the monster's head and stopped it in its tracks. 1 monster was dead and 4 more remained. "Hey, you alive down there?" She heard a voice from above and she found it slightly familiar. She looked up and saw a person standing there. This person was wearing a black robe and it was hard to make out his clothes. By the sound of the voice, she knew that it was someone younger but still a man. "I am fine, but there are more coming," she shouted out while slightly relieved that there was another person here that was even willing to help. "I know, wait a moment, I'll clear them out." This was when the massacre began. She could see more of those red flaming arrows being shot out. They made beautiful red arches and burrowed themselves into the goblins the moment they jumped out from the bushes. 5 spells and 5 goblins were dead. She looked at the charred corpses that were missing their heads. The smell was something that she wouldn't forget for quite some time. She spaced out for a moment before that person's voice brought her back to reality. "Why are you standing there? You need to leave. More goblins will be coming soon." "Oh, you should probably get the mana stone from that goblin there, the second one on the left before that, it's to the right of its heart," the person shouted while dropping down some rope. Helki looked at the goblin in question and decided to follow the advice. To her surprise, a small mana stone was there. If she could sell it, she could probably earn a few small silvers. She didn't remain there for much longer. The girl was already scared as it was. She started climbing to get to safety. The ledge wasn't that steep, so she managed to do it in a couple of minutes. On top, she collapsed onto her knees while panting. Strength left her body due to having to run in a panic this far. "You okay there? Helki, right?" She turned her head to the person that rescued her. This was apparently someone that knew her, but she was unsure from where. What she saw was a young human male about 160 centimeters in height pulling the rope up and placing it into a bag of holding. The wind moved his hood around and she could finally make out his face. This was indeed someone that she knew, someone that lived at the inn that she worked at. Most people thought he was a weirdo. He always stayed locked in his room and would only leave to eat and rarely went outside. The innkeeper told her to not bother him as he could be some kind of a cult member. He was always seen in a black robe covering his face and never talked to anyone or made any friends. He fired off some spells, so he might have a magic class. A ritualist or a warlock was a person that made a pact with a demon or monster of some sort, so she was slightly concerned. Yes. I'm fine." She stood up, her dagger was strapped to her side. She backed off a little bit as she was unsure about this person's motives. You didn't see many people helping others for no reason. This person was also someone she didn't know that well. This made her reserved. Keeping a distance was probably the correct thing to do now. "See, there are already some new ones coming." The human in the robe pointed into the distance from where she came. More goblins started to appear, probably there to avenge their slain friends that were butchered. "We should leave. If an evolved variant appears, it won't be this easy," the youth said while turning his back to her. She was still a bit on the fence about following this unknown person. He was still someone from the city though, and the rumors were probably exaggerated. Behind her she could hear the maddened shouts of the monsters that had found their murdered friends. It was time to get out of there. Wait for me, I'm coming." She ran after the human boy that was quite fast on his feet. She was someone that was adept at running, but even then she couldn't catch up to him. It didn't take long for them to reach the paved road that led into the city. The goblins would probably not chase them any further than this, so she felt relieved. She leaned over while panting, her hands to her knees. She made it out alive in one piece. She didn't expect these monsters to be this crafty. Even when she managed to stab the creature in the shoulder, it didn't do much damage. This was a total failure on her part, and she knew it. After resting a bit, she looked up. The human boy was staring at her. She felt weird. This person had helped her, but she had a hard time expressing her gratitude. Before she could open her mouth, he spoke out first. "What were you thinking? Have you never fought a goblin before? What level are you? If I wasn't close by, you would have been getting eaten at this moment. And another thing." The human youth had removed his hood and started berating her. He crossed his arms over one another and started listing the things that she had done wrong. He even started questioning her choice of equipment. She felt like she was being scolded by one of the older nuns from back in the church days. This boy looked younger than her, which made the whole thing even more degrading. "If you weren't close by, I had everything under control." She puffed up her cheeks along with her chest, her long eyebrows angling inwards. She was mad. Her plan of being an adventurer didn't work out as intended, and now she was getting lectured by some snotty kid. He might have been some kind of magician, but he was still a child in her eyes. "That's right, I was just luring them into a trap, you idiot. Then you appeared and ruined my plan. Who needed your help? I was fine on my own." She moved her head to the side while harumphing loudly. The youth that was reprimanding her stopped talking while astonishment covered his face. He watched as Helki stubbornly turned her head to the side while biting her lower lip. While trying to act tough and not facing the person that rescued her, she started walking. She could slightly see the youth's face contorting into odd shapes. He was probably baffled by her reaction, which made her feel bad. She was never good at apologizing for her wrongdoings, and even worse at thanking people that had helped her. The two didn't talk much after her outburst, they kept a distance of a few meters from each other. The gnome girl wanted to apologize, but each time she saw the youth's face she felt indignation, as if he was looking down on her for failing. They finally separated at the city entrance and both went their own way. There was a tiny problem though. Helki had forgotten that the youth that she didn't know the name of was staying at the inn she was working at. She was also a worker that lived there, so they almost immediately bumped back into each other. She kept her distance as he was eating his supper. Both had spent most of their day walking back and forth and adventuring in the forest, so it was already close to 7. The world here also had a 24-hour day cycle, but there were 13 months on the calendar instead of 12. Helki felt a bit bad about not having thanked him yet. She made a fist with her hand and brought it to her chest while clutching it. She had made a decision. She grabbed one of the better-looking sausages from the pantry. Her plan unfolded as she used the busy hours to sneak over to the robed stranger. She placed the nicely prepared meat sausage along with a plate on his table, her mouth moving fast as she talked. Here, I found this just lying there, thought you might want one. The youth looked at the item presented to him with a raised eyebrow, then back to the smaller half-gnome girl that was presenting it to him. Another bout of uncomfortable silence unfolded, which caused the girl to have another outburst. Just take it already, what are you taking so long? Not like I brought it over to thank you for helping me or anything. Idiot. She slammed the table with both her hands, which made the whole thing shake. She then stormed off back into the kitchen. Some of the patrons noticed the exchange and even gave the half-gnome a whistle. Roland, who was still looking at the sausage that was given to him, seemingly free of charge, was quite surprised. He didn't think these types of people existed in real life. He grabbed the sausage and gave it a taste. He couldn't just waste good food. In the back of his mind, he was slightly amused by the way the girl acted. It was quite similar to how some popular characters in various works of fiction conducted themselves. He could even see her trying to sneak a peek from the corner, probably wanting to see if he was eating the gift that she prepared. He also needed to talk to the girl later. She was obviously unfit to wander into those dangerous woods. As an adult, it was hard to not worry about someone that acted this much as a little brat. He would later try talking to her again, but after she had cooled off, as it seemed that she was still slightly irritated. But this would have to wait for now, as he had a really big sausage to devour now. Roland was back in his room. The day had been a strange one. He went out to test his spell scroll slinging abilities on some goblins. But what he found there was a young girl almost getting herself killed. He didn't want to pry too much into her business, and she didn't react kindly when he started reprimanding her. The other peculiar thing was how she acted. The whole encounter made him think that he was stuck in some kind of game world, as he didn't think people like that existed. She had multiple emotional outbursts towards him, while on the other hand acted all grateful and even shy while bringing over some food. Well, she might just be bipolar. Should I stay clear of her? He thought, but maybe he was reading too much into her character traits there. There were all sorts of people in this world. He had managed to get a free sausage as a reward, so it was worth it. He was now stuffed and back in his room. He would scribe one more fire arrow spell before going to bed. Tomorrow would be the day when he would finally go on a spending spree. He needed to buy out as many runic spell scrolls as possible. He could then start creating schematics for them to quickly gain levels. The more levels and the better stats he achieved, the faster he would become at creating his wares. He was also hopeful that in the future the Libra auction house would drop their percentages. Losing 25% after they got their cut was a bit much. He wasn't sure if the regular stores charged others as much for their wares. He used his usual disguise that made him look like a little warlock in training. The place he was visiting first was the same one he got the runic fire arrow spell from. It was the store that was called Exia's Magic Emporium. He stepped forward. The doors opened by themselves with the help of some kind of enchantment. He wanted to examine this door. maybe it also operated on some runes and he would be able to add another one to his collection. There weren't that many people in here and he didn't really come here often. The general store that was closer to his inn had all the necessary items. He was also concerned that if he came here too often his disguise as the person selling the runic scrolls would fall through. The elven girl by the name Ziliana was still here acting as the main salesperson. He just moved over to the display case with the runic spells. They were all still there, even though there weren't many he could use them for research. They looked dusty as before and even though he was able to make some profit on them, the other crafters didn't seem to be able to. He had a bit of an advantage over other people. He could just take their work and improve upon it. Even if the person made the lowest of low runic spells, he could turn it into the highest one in a matter of hours. The common grade runic spells were a bit harder to correct. They used a lot more runes and even their schematics would double their size. This was also why he needed more time to scribe them down and why it took him half a year to get the crafting process down to near perfection. This was also just for one rune. If he tried completing a totally new one it could take him just as long. He looked to the elf lady, motioning her over as he wanted to buy a couple of these scrolls. She smiled at him and went over. He wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose, but her hips were swinging side to side in an alluring way. The high heels she was wearing were making clicking sounds against the wooden floor panels when she moved forward. "What will it be, dear customer? I see that you have decided, Tilda. I'd like to buy this runic orb of light spell scroll and this runic aqua ball spell scroll, also this frostbolt one." He started listing them off. He wasn't sure if he had enough money for all of them. They would be great for his future research as he was itching to start fiddling with the runic components. He had already listed down all the parts into his notes and now he just needed some time to experiment. "You want to buy the runic spell scrolls?" Wait a moment, I'll be right back." The elf replied and walked away. This was an unexpected reaction. He started wondering if there was something wrong. Normally they would just hand over the goods, take the coins and it would be over. Maybe she had more scrolls in the back and she didn't want to move these dusty ones. He remained in the store and waited. He even saw the elf go up the stairs, the same ones that he had used before. Other scrolls stored up there. He wasn't sure what this was about, but he just waited. He needed these spell scrolls as without them he wouldn't be able to progress. He needed more samples to work with. The number of rune schematics he possessed wasn't that high and only one was good for earning money. After about 5 minutes the elf finally descended from the stairs and started walking back towards him. She wasn't carrying any scrolls with her, so Roland's first assumption was wrong. "Excuse me, I've made you wait." "It's fine, can I get these scrolls then?" He asked as he didn't want to waste any more time here. He still wanted to see if he could get some better materials for his work. "I have to apologize, but that won't be possible." "Excuse me?" He was baffled by the answer. Was there something wrong with him buying these? Did someone figure out his scheme and that he could make schematics of already completed runic symbols? His mind spun into conspiracy theory territory as he started sweating. Don't worry, it's not like that. The manager would just like to speak with you." "The manager?" The image of a gnome working with some large beakers popped into his head. "Yes, he wishes to discuss some business opportunities. I'm sure he will allow the purchase of these scrolls after that, Tilda." "Business opportunities?" The elf girl just smiled without explaining herself. Roland tried deducting the answer in his mind and the only thing coming to mind was that he was found out. They didn't want to sell him the runic spells and they wanted to talk business. If this wasn't about him going to the auction house, then he would eat a shoe. He had 2 options. Leaving and trying another shop. This wasn't the only one with these unused runic spells. The other one was to head up and see what this person wanted from him. If he just left, then he would be left uninformed about this manager's motives. Roland had decided to go and see him. He didn't think that he was in any danger as this man wasn't a warrior but an alchemist. He was also a store owner, so he probably did just want to throw a business proposition his way. He could always decline and move on with his life. Leaving the city if things got complicated was also an option. Okay, lead the way. He nodded while the golden-haired elf smiled. He was soon before the same door as half a year ago. Not much had changed there, the person inside still looked the same. The alchemist equipment might have increased with a few pitchers and beakers here and there though. The door closed behind him after the elf woman had left. He was now left alone with the store's manager. If he was also the owner of it was unknown to him. He remained standing and looked around. Besides the alchemist utensils, there was also a furnace to the side. He wondered why something like that was here, right next to a bunch of chemicals and flammable books that were standing on a nearby bookshelf. Then he remembered that this world probably didn't have anyone to check the safety measures of stores. Runic fire arrows, eh? Heh. He could hear the gnome finally speak up. He had a higher-pitched voice than a human and was a lot shorter. Roland compared the man's height to the other gnomes he had seen around the city and he was a bit on the taller side, close to 120 centimeters. What about runic fire arrows? He replied, playing dumb as he didn't know if he had been really found out or just being tested. The older man stopped doing what he was and finally stepped out from behind the alchemist setup he was working on. He had a grumpy expression on his face. Roland could finally get a good look at him. The man had a full beard that was grey and was wearing some kind of turban on top of his head. His ears were pointy and long, not as long as an elf's though. He had quite a large nose with a large wart on the left nostril. His clothes consisted of a baggy robe that was tied to him with a brown leather belt. Kid, don't insult my intelligence. Did you really think no one would notice your antics? I've got to give it to YA, you have a lot of talent if you can produce spells of that quality and all at such a young age. He moved forward while talking, heading over to another desk that was in the corner. It had a large chair behind it, probably so that he could see over it as it looked to be human-sized. He sat himself down and then took out a wooden pipe. Smoke soon flowed out from his nostrils. Roland was a bit worried that he was exposed. He had disguised himself and even said that he was working for someone else when he was selling his wares. Maybe if he played dumb he could still evade suspicion. I was just hired to deliver the scrolls there. The gnome just raised his eyebrow as if he was looking at an idiot. He scuffed some while blowing out some smoke Roland's way. You sure are persistent with your little story. If you wanted to hide you shouldn't have stuck out like a vampire in the sun. Listen here, your secret is out. I could give a mollerat's ass about the reason you were using that stupid disguise. I am here to talk about money. Roland just remained in place and continued to listen. At this point, he already figured that there was no way of talking himself out of this. This gnome person probably had informants at the auction house that tipped him off. He could have even been followed by someone that was good at hiding. He as a mage class was not really good at detecting trouble, so people could easily sneak upon him. You've got talent, kid, but even more important than that is that class and work ethic. That class? The gnome smiled at him while removing the pipe from his mouth as he explained further. You are still green, kid. Do you think you can hide your special class from anyone without an enchantment to block out the identification skill? The gnome's eyes shone blue for a split second as he looked at Roland. Level 10 already. Not bad, you have a bright future ahead of you if you continue working hard. Roland took a step back while digesting this information. This person had a high identification skill and he could read him as an open book. His runic mana scribe class had been revealed to him and he couldn't even do anything about it. You saw my class back then? That's right, I have a very good memory, you know us intelligence types. Then someone started selling runic spell scrolls. Now why would any respectable runesmith sell crummy spell scrolls? Maybe it was a runic mana scribe instead, The way this man had figured him out was revealed. It was all mostly thanks to one skill. All of the work that went into his disguise had been for nothing, as he was exposed right from the beginning. What the old man wanted from him was still up to debate. That's just. He slumped a bit forward in defeat. His thought he had it all figured out, but apparently he was just deluding himself. Now, I'm not here to blackmail you or anything, so just relax and take a seat, we have a lot to talk about. Roland just sat down in defeat, there was no reason to deny it anymore. What do you want? Not much, I want you to work with me. I'm not signing one of those ludicrous contracts. Roland was quick to reply, he still wasn't willing to get himself stuck working for 6 years in one spot. He would rather leave the city and try elsewhere, he had made enough to relocate. Those contracts are for talentless hacks, you could have a future. This is how I see it. I'll supply you with the location where you can develop your craft, I'll even lower the price for the materials. The man started talking business. He wanted to sponsor Roland, he would give him his own place where he could do his runecrafting. The contract he was offering was a lot less strenuous than the one he saw half a year ago. He wouldn't need to share any of his secrets. He would only be required to continue crafting like he already did. This store would take care of the selling part, their commission was also lower than of the auction house at 15%. This contract looks a bit one-sided, why are you willing to give me so much freedom? It looked a bit fishy. The only binding thing here was that he could only sell his wares to this store. He could freely craft for himself and give them away for free if he wanted. There was even a clause that he was allowed to sell it at a cheaper price for a couple of people of his choosing, and he could also negotiate for it. The period of this contract was also shorter, just 3 years. After which he was up for renegotiating or just leaving outright. That's an easy answer, you show a lot of promise. There aren't many people at your age that have such a high level. You probably don't realize how rare unique classes like yours are. I am willing to invest in your talent, I don't think that it's a bad deal. The man smiled while already having the contract ready. Roland only needed to sign on the dotted line and it would be finalized. The punishment for breaking the contract was a slightly lesser curse that would only remove his mana by 30%. It also didn't take into effect instantly if he broke one rule and he could work it out with the boss to evade it. It was actually a good contract for someone with no backing and no influence like him. He could work and sell his items while not having to worry about the price margin. The auction house buyers were sometimes stingy with their purchases. He would also get his own place to tinker about. Probably one of the rooms in this large building. This contract could even extend to when he advanced to a blacksmith. It was easy to scribe spell scrolls, but he would need a fully equipped smithy to get anything done as a blacksmith. The contract stated that the company he was signing with was required to present him with facilities for his craft. It wasn't limited to his runic mana scribe profession either. I see that you have made your research, it would probably be unwise for me to refuse. He replied while looking at the old man that was wiggling the contract before him. The gnome also warned him about the other stores. Apparently not everyone was as lenient as he was. Others might want to crush him instead of recruiting. It would be easy to pull some strings and have him banned from the auction houses in Edelgard. In this city, there existed something like a council. Their members were the most influential businessmen in the city, merchants, store owners, owners of large smithing shops, and other various businesses. They gathered every 3 months for discussions. If an upstart appeared, they would first try to get them over to their side. If they resisted, they would be crushed. Roland was flying under the radar for now, but as soon as he tried creating his own company, the council would come on knocking. The gnome here was part of it, so he could put him under his protective umbrella and shield him from any future woes. Roland moved his head down and thought, the deal wasn't that bad and he was still young. The contract was only 3 years, so he would have a lot of leeway when he improved later on. He also didn't know how long he would have to keep this up until he would actually have enough money to buy his own workshop. Let me think about it. Could I get a copy of this contract and read it over? The old gnome didn't have a reason to refuse, and Roland left. He would read through the contract again and come up with a few modifications. Like being allowed to keep his own brand symbol of the small red comet along with having his identity hidden. In the end, he would agree to it. His life of crafting had only begun with this step. Sign here on the dotted line. Is my name enough? Yeah, that's fine. The contract mostly just reacts to your mana and not your actual name. Roland wrote his name into the contract that went through some changes. He managed to get the gnome to agree to keep his true identity a secret. He also didn't mention that he was from a noble house. The most important clause though was the one stating that the gnome couldn't undersell his work. There was a minimal price negotiated while taking into account what the scrolls were selling in the auction. Any other items he created would be negotiated further, but he didn't feel like the gnome was trying to rip him off, at least not too much. He still wanted to make a profit. He wouldn't be surprised if they knew that. How far the gnome's identification skill was able to peak was unknown. He himself could only use it on certain items, and he would mostly just get the general name. He couldn't analyze people well either. If he looked at Ziliana, the only info he got was that she was a sun elf. This was the default elven race around here. Besides sun elves, there were also moon elves that were similar looking to dark elves from most stories. For one reason or another, these two races didn't get along with each other. The woman rolled up the contract after it was finalized. He had finally accepted the offer and his life as a contract worker had begun. Luckily, he didn't really have to make that many scrolls and should be able to do his research as well. He was even going to receive a personal assistant if he did well. He was led down into the basement. He didn't occupy any of the rooms closer to the manager's room. The place he received was a bit dim and had a very dungeon-like vibe to it. He had gone through some dungeon training against goblins, so he was fine with places like this. We weren't really using this one, that's why it's a bit dirty, Ziliana said while opening the door and showing Roland in. There wasn't much inside this room. Some empty boxes in the corner along with a wooden table and some chairs. The cleaning lady would come soon and some furniture would be carried over as well. Here is the key, don't lose it. He was handed the key. He would be able to come to this place whenever he wanted and even work through the nights. The gnome manager knew that some craftsmen like to work hard. A bed would be supplied for him. Roland was thinking about moving from the inn here. He didn't need to pay for rent, but the air was kind of stale. You can start working tomorrow. Welcome to Axia's Magic Emporium staff Tilda. You can call me Big Sis from now on. The elf struck a pose by placing her hands to her hips while looking at Roland. He just looked back with narrowed eyes while replying. All right. He almost forgot that he was an 11-year-old kid. Which had its pros and cons. Roland also asked if the manager was the owner of this store and if the store was named after him. It was revealed that he was only someone akin to a regional manager of a larger company. It had a lot of chain stores strung throughout the city and the main one was in the capital city. When he asked the elf about the gnome's full name, she just smiled at him without revealing it. Roland was getting the facilities and the basic materials. He wouldn't be getting the research materials though, that was on him. He returned to the first floor and bought out every single runic spell that he could. With the contract in place, he felt like he could invest in his future more. He didn't inform his new boss about his unique skill. Even if the gnome saw his status screen, the name Debugger probably didn't ring a bell. He got some new spells that did various things. The Orb of Light spell felt similar to his Fire Orb spell as it just produced a light of a different color. He made sure to find spells that worked similarly. So if he already figured out how to produce the Fire Arrow spell, he wanted to get his hands on a Water Arrow spell or an Earth Arrow spell. He could then compare the schematics and see if the parts or runes were similar. This store had a limited variety of these spells. This forced him to search them elsewhere. Luckily, the manager had supplied him with an armband that would hide his status. He would seem like an ordinary mana scribe to everyone else. After a day of searching, he had managed to find a couple of elemental variations of the Mana Bolt spell and the Mana Arrow spells. Surprisingly, there were none of the basic lesser runes of those two spells. Probably the runesmiths creating these deemed those two spells below them. He returned to the inn after a full day of running around town. The energetic half-gnome girl was running around the inn again. He was glad that she was still alive. He was slightly worried that she might have wandered into the woods again. He hoped that she had learned her lesson, but he didn't really have the time to be her nanny. She had to make her own decisions. The next day Roland returned to the store. His office was now filled with some boxes that had blank scrolls in them. There were a couple of higher quality inkwells that were supplied and some sketching paper as well. He brought some of his own crafting utensils from the inn as he was already used to the quill he was using. He closed the door behind him and walked around the place before taking a seat at his new desk. Well, time to get to work. This was still his job, so he decided to perform his main task of scribing by recreating his staple runic fire arrow spell. He was able to scribe it down within an hour and had enough mana left to make another one. The contract stated that he was to make a minimum of 10 common grade spell scrolls a week. He was of course allowed to make more of them and would get a bonus accordingly. Roland wasn't only interested in the money though, he wanted to progress. Increase his levels and also to find out how these runes operated. The problem was that to progress he needed money and lots of it. He managed to get a temporary sponsor, but it was on him if he proved himself as a sound investment. He brought out a scroll that he had bought. It had the runic frost arrow spell on it. He also had a runic gale arrow scroll. He took out a pencil and some paper and activated his debugging skill. You have created the schematic for the common frost arrow rune, highest. You have created the schematic for the common gale arrow rune, highest. He received 2000 XP for each schematic. He had also tried making schematics of lower grades to see if he could stack more experience. He made an intermediate one of a common rune for 1000 XP. When he went for the perfected one, he was rewarded with another 1000. The trick didn't work. There was some kind of cap on gaining experience from making schematics. He had spent his first working days scribing the minimal number of runic scrolls while using the rest of his time on creating schematics of the various runic spells that he got from the other stores. They were mostly of the common grade, which caused him to level up faster. He wanted to stick all of the made schematics to a wooden notice board so that he could look at them while doing his research. He abandoned this notion as he didn't want to leave a board with multiple, highest, graded rune schematics out in the open. This would give away his secrets right from the get-go. He was sure to include a clause in the contract that there wouldn't be any spying devices or people watching over his room. Still, he didn't know if those contracts were 100% safe, so he would keep those schematics in his storage bag for now. When he needed to do some research, he would just take them out. He was doing this now. He placed all of the elemental arrow spells that he had gathered. The schematic that he was the most familiar with was in the middle, while the two others were to the sides. He could instantly see that some of the larger runic symbols were the same. That's probably the component responsible for the whole arrow part of the spell. He glanced at the other two spells. Besides the middle rune that was identical in all the other spells, there were 4 other symbols. Each of these runes was composed of smaller parts and they all connected with each other to form a complete spell schematic. He just needed to figure it out. This was easier said than done. I wonder what will happen if I rearrange some of these components. He had all the correct pathways on the schematics. What would happen if he replaced one of the fire arrow runic symbols with one from the gale arrows? Could he produce a new spell? Would it blow up? He had multiple attacking spells to work with. he could exchange the components with each other as if he was playing with Legos. Well, there is only one way to find out. He began his first test, combining the Gale Arrow with the Fire Arrow. The spells weren't that different, they both produced elemental arrows. The Gale Arrow was a lot faster than the Fire Arrow, but it lacked the added fire damage that the other spell had. Firstly, he drew a schematic while replacing the last runic symbol from the Fire Arrow spell with the one from the Gale Arrow. He only needed to place the pathways in the correct order and to make it a closed mana circuit to finish the deal. He instantly moved his head closer to examine his creation. The most glaring thing he saw was the mass of red after he connected the largest runic component at the end. His debugging skill was telling him that it wouldn't work. He didn't get a prompt that he had created a new spell either. He wasn't deterred, he started dissecting all of these spells into parts and his research continued. Thanks to his debugging skill, he was saving a lot of time. He could only imagine how many blank scrolls and magic ink he would have to burn through if he did all of this manually. You have created the schematic for the lesser smoke arrow rune, lowest. In the end, a combination pattern that worked was made. He created a lesser runic spell by combining higher grade runes with each other. He realized that combining two elements with each other wasn't such an easy thing. This might have been tier 3 territory, as he was hoping for something like a Frostfire arrow but got a glorified smokescreen instead. There were a lot of problems with this particular rune. After combining two perfect schematics, he was left with a barely working one. His debugging skill showed him red lines everywhere and even some of the components needed replacing. He had somehow managed to graft these two spells together. He shoved quite a bit of parts together while hoping for the best. His experiments showed results, but the spell he created was less than stellar. This isn't going too well. He could spend months and years doing it like this. The debugging skill was aiding him, but he was only randomly combining the runes with each other. This could allow him to get some new spells, but he wouldn't really understand how. Also, the whole process was too random and time-consuming. His main goal was to figure out the way these runes worked. He already knew that they were similar to circuits and programs. They followed some kind of binary language, and maybe there were even parts that had complex algorithms working in them that were responsible for the spell's shape or power output. He managed to produce this spell within a week after randomly combining the larger runes with each other. The detail in drawing these schematics also played a big role in everything. If he missed one important section, the debugging skill didn't activate. He then had to go through the entire thing to find the part he missed. Roland finally decided to perform some live tests. He took the lesser runes as the base for his next experiment. It was the Fire Orb rune and the Light Orb spell that were quite similar. Both produced a sphere of light that varied in brightness and the element used. He had isolated some elements that he thought were responsible. He got to work, but he wasn't aiming to create proper schematics. No, he wanted to use the supplied scrolls for his research. The way the runes started was all the same. They always had the same element there that was responsible for absorbing mana from a user. It varied in size, being larger in the common grade runic spells. A craftsman needed to close the whole circuit onto this element. You also had to fashion additional magical pathways around all the runic symbols that weren't visible to the naked eye. These pathways were a bit thicker than the rest, and their purpose was to siphon mana into this starting component. It was more or less akin to a power input or power plug, while the person inserting mana was seen as a big battery. The mana would be gathered through all of the pathways and focused through this power input. The other traces would then carry the mana into the other rune parts. Sometimes it was quite linear, while other times the mana was distributed to multiple of them at once. Just like in series and parallel circuits, the way the mana flowed changed depending on which circuit type was being used. He also made a distinction between the mana flow and the mana pressure in the whole circuit. This pressure was akin to voltage in a battery. It would push the mana energy into the traces and be responsible on how large the flow was. In a series circuit type, this mana voltage would be split between its components equally, and it also would cease to work if one of the parts was hindered in any way. In a parallel circuit, it wouldn't lose this pressure, but it would use up mana faster. This was some of the basics. Now he continued as he needed to figure out the rest of it. I think this one might be something similar to a resistor. He glanced at both the spell diagrams of the orb spells. He focused on something that he believed looked like a resistor. The fire orb one was smaller in size than from the regular orb of light. His first test would be to replace the two with each other to see if the orb of light spell dimmed. He went to scribing and completed the altered version of the orb of light spell. To his satisfaction, this little test worked. The spell activated and the light was indeed dimmer, which proved his theory to be correct. The ones he was working here were probably fixed resistor types, as he didn't think he could alter the resistance mid-spell activation. There were also variable ones, as their names stated they were in place to resist the injected energy that was mana. If he installed a variable resistor on a spell, then depending on the quality of the material he might be able to switch it on the fly to get a stronger spell effect. It could also blow up in his face if he lowered it too much though. That's one down. Now to find all the other basic ones. Inductors, capacitors, amplifiers, fusees, and more. If he managed to distinguish between all of the basic circuit components that were in these magic runes, he would be able to alter the spells. What kind of changes he could bring he wasn't sure. Removing all of the resistance from the circuit would probably make the spell unstable. If he wanted to connect the various runic spells that he needed to know this. Maybe if he knew where to remove or add the basic rune circuit components, he would be able to correct all the badly made schematics he tried to combine. The fix could be really easy. Maybe he only needed to add another resistor to make a working Firegale arrow spell. Roland needed to get the basics down first before he moved on to the real meat and potatoes of these runes. Then he might be able to figure out the inner workings of the motors. The components that were storing the spell programs inside. He gave out a sigh, understanding this would be hard. Luckily, he had a lot of time on his hands. He had signed a 3-year contract and was getting charged less for these materials. His experience was increasing at a rapid rate, but the higher his level became, the harder it became to level it up. His hand moved to his stiff neck. He had spent the whole day working. He didn't feel tired. This was more interesting than he anticipated. He was slowly discovering how this magic runic language ticked, and it was making him all giddy. He just needed to stick with it, and maybe in due time, he would finally be a proper runic scholar. Time passed and Roland was busy with his work. He had moved past his rudimentary understanding of runes. He didn't need to rely on copying his pre-drawn schematics to get his runic spells to work. He was even able to partially affect the spells, changing small things like their output, area of effect, and even some of the elemental variations. He had managed to single out some of the basic elements that were the easiest to work with. Fire, water, wind, and earth. He had compiled them into his notes and could now tell them apart from the others. This was still just a surface-level understanding, as he wasn't able to change the internal algorithm. What he could do now, for instance, was to change a water spell into a fire one while working within some restrictions. He was mostly working with the basic types of spells like the mana arrow, mana bolt, and mana shield variations of them. He could now successfully create the lesser versions and with them as a base add elemental values that boosted their power output. His mana arrow could change into one from wind, fire, or water. The same with his shield spells that could transform from a semi-transparent blue sphere into a tightly formed wall of earth. This wasn't something he had achieved in a couple of days, no. He had already been working for another 6 months, which added up. He had already been in this city for over a year and his research was showing some promise. Wish I wasn't limited to only cherry-picking these parts. Roland leaned back in his chair that had improved over this time frame. He had a new quill above his nose and he was balancing it. The magic ink didn't really leave stains like the normal kind, and it also didn't leak. He had gone through his entire stash of runic spell scrolls that he could find in the city. They were mostly similar in the way that they created a magical force that rammed itself into its target. There wasn't much variation. He wanted some that could levitate objects or ones that affected your body in some way. These were buffing spells and debuffing spells. He had managed to procure a limited variety of them. There was also a plethora of runes that were used on equipment. This would be the next stage of his research. The runesmith territory. He had one worry though. He still needed to get his blacksmith class, and without the runecraft skill he wouldn't be able to further his research. This skill supposedly only became learnable in the later stages of the blacksmith class. The scrolls he was working with were far too fragile. After the runic spell activated, it would burn away at the magic ink. The ink would then seep into the scroll and finally make it crumble into dust. He needed to constantly rescribe everything onto new spell scrolls, wasting precious time and resources. He had already tried scribing on some metal, but the magic ink had an adverse reaction to it and he wasn't able to progress with it. He had runes like the impact rune that when activated while a warrior was swinging their weapon increased the weapon's weight. He couldn't really experiment much with a spell like this. The paper scroll's weight increase was very meager and he wasn't sure what good adding weight to an attack spell would do. Maybe you can make the magic arrows increase the weight while flying down at the monsters. But there is no human element to activate the spell at the right moment. I'd have to somehow predetermine the arrow's trajectory and make it heavier during the descent. Otherwise, the added weight might make it fly slower, could just make it heavier at the beginning and just add more mana, call it a heavy magic arrow, or heavy impact arrow. It was fine to speculate, but the scrolls that he was using did cost him some coins. He could make 50 iterations and see if one stuck and burn through his whole stock in the process. The best way would be if he could create some kind of reusable item that could fire off these spells. Like a magic staff, the problem was that he would only be able to do that after he achieved the runesmith class. He took his time to look at his status screen. He had progressed through the levels and was now on the 20th. This all while scribing many runic spells and crafting various schematics that pushed him forward. Name: Roland Arden L45. Classes: T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L20, Main. HP: 390. MP: 2014. SP: 474. Strength: 27. Agility: 31. Dexterity: 65. Vitality: 30. Endurance: 30. Intelligence: 100. Willpower: 76. Charisma: 14. Luck: 7. He felt that in another half a year he would reach the threshold and become a blacksmith. The problem with that was that he would need to go through a drastic change in professions. Scribing runes and making horseshoes didn't really vibe so well together. I wonder. He took another glance at his skills. His rune mastery skill that was L4 at the moment. It stood out like a sore thumb. It wasn't useful for crafting runes, its role lied in combat. It decreased his mana expenditure while using runic equipment. It also lowered the mana requirements for boosting his scroll spells. He had a sneaking suspicion that he would regret it if he didn't get this skill up to L9 before trying to switch classes. He was inclined to believe that there might be some kind of special class waiting for him if he maxed this skill out. The biggest problem with this skill was that it required him to kill monsters. Also, using spells out of combat didn't level it up, as he tried casting the shield spell on himself and on some animals to no avail. Killing monsters didn't give him much experience and was also dangerous. He didn't really want to wander into the woods alone as he knew the risks. Even if the monsters didn't get him, he could very well be attacked by some bandits or someone from an opposing business trying to get his secrets. He turned his thoughts towards the Adventurers Guild. There was no dungeon here, but that didn't mean that the guild members didn't hunt any monsters. They did sometimes organize expeditions into monster-infested lands for various reasons. He could join one of such undertakings as a support mage. He even managed to improve on his scroll design through this time period, which would increase his utility in a party. The more his scribing skill increased, the more he could compact the runic components. With time he managed to limit the scroll surface, which let him create more scrolls with fewer materials. The difficulty of the crafting process increased several-fold though. He needed to fit the complete rune diagram on something that was half the size of the scroll paper that he had been using. His aim was to fit a common grade spell onto a surface that was the size of a regular playing card. He could then just flip through them and spam his spells. The most he could manage now is fitting them on something the size of an envelope. This was already much smaller than the scrolls he was using. Surprisingly, even though he was using less magic ink on the smaller scrolls, the runic spells didn't drop in power. It was like creating a smaller processor that, even if smaller than the original one, didn't have to be worse. There was a little drawback though: the smaller scrolls couldn't be overloaded as much as the larger ones. The user had the option to insert their mana to make the spells stronger, but the smaller scrolls just couldn't handle the increase in mana that well. This was more a problem in the materials not being able to handle it and not the rune diagram itself. Should I take a break? He had implemented a vacation period that he could begin any time and had it placed in the contract as a clause. He was allowed to take the weekends off. He also had 25 days to pick as non-working ones throughout the entire year. He could also prepare the minimum number of scrolls a few weeks early if he really needed a longer break. His aim was not to level himself up, but to level his rune mastery skill. He needed to get it up to level 9 before hitting his cap. He wasn't sure if that was achievable, but he was even willing to wait before he got it there. Luckily, he had already prepared by scribing some scrolls in his free time. His social life became even more non-existent due to this. He didn't even know what was happening outside anymore. The time to walk among the people had come. He was still a steel-grade adventurer even though he didn't do any work for a year. He would probably be able to find a spot in an expedition, but it would take him away from here for at least a week. Thanks to the increase in both his mage and scribing skills, he was a lot faster now. His high int stats showed its worth at times like this. A year ago, when he first started, he could barely produce a runic fire arrow scroll in a day. Now he could make 5 or 6 of them and even compact them onto smaller paper. This wasn't his only spell that he had. He had bought out all the possible spell scrolls in Edelgard and also asked the manager to procure him ones that were common grade or below. His scrolls were quite popular with the adventurers and were even getting shipped to other cities along with his signature. The people came up with some nicknames for his crafting persona, due to the red comet-looking mark that he stamped every scroll with. They gave him names like Crimson Comet, Red Star, or the Scarlet Runesmith. Some others just called him an idiot for making so many rune spell scrolls and not making any runic weapons instead. He was known for only making high, or highest, grade spell scrolls. The biggest factor to his popularity was that these scrolls were actually worth the coin that was spent on them. After taking into account the price of crafting materials and craftsmanship, they were deemed affordable. They were quite loved by support-type classes that had higher levels of mana compared to the warrior classes. Acolytes and priests could use them for protection and even add to the firepower against boss-level monsters. The superiority of runic scrolls against the regular spell scrolls once again came to light as finally some affordable ones were finally being made. Roland moved down from his chair and got his coat. His workroom looked kind of messy. There were piles of research material, sketches, and his scribbles everywhere. He still kept the most important stuff on himself though, as the rune schematics. He had asked the elf girl how much a schematic of a rune spell could go for. The answer made his eyes pop out. He could use them as a last-ditch effort if he really needed money, but for now, it was better to keep them to himself. He walked out. He had improved his gear slightly. He was wearing a set of fine gambeson under his robe. He spent most of his money on the spell scrolls, so he couldn't really get anything fancy like magical armor. This was quite good for a mage as it was quite light while offering a lot of protection against regular attacks. He still had the heavy rapier that he received after the battle with that fencer. Besides that, his shoes were made from leather and he was wearing matching gloves. He wished that he could get himself some spell sliding gloves, but they cost far too much. There was also a problem with those items as they broke down after some uses. Just like the scrolls, the mana would corrode the materials, which meant that if he wanted a reusable resource, he would need ones that were at least made from mithril. This silvery metal was one of the best around when it came to runic gear. It came at a huge cost. He wouldn't be able to get anything below a large golden coin made with it. The sliding doors opened up and he could see the sun being still up. Even though people were giving him nicknames involving the color red, he was still wearing black clothes. If he switched to red, he felt like he would be sticking out like a sore thumb. He walked towards the adventurer house while looking at his old adventurer card. He hadn't really been using it since coming here. He had wandered into the goblin-infested forests from time to grind his skills though. The goblins proved to not be the best training as they were far too weak. This is also the reason why he decided to take up a request from the guild. He wanted to join a larger expedition where he could kill monsters that were stronger and offered more experience. He pushed the doors of the guild open and was greeted to a familiar sight. The arrangements in this building were similar to the one in Carwen. This also made him remember his old party of misfits. He wondered what those three girls were up to after over a year had passed. He frowned slightly as thinking about the past wasn't very productive. He moved towards the notice board and started looking. There were a large plethora of quests being hung up there. Some of them even to subjugate goblins. He did always bring back the ears with him as they were worth a couple of coins. Is there anything worthwhile? There weren't many nearby monsters around the city, so the goblin forest was as far as he could go without getting into too much trouble. There were more ferocious monsters living in the uninhabited lands further into the kingdom. He reasoned that there should be some jobs that he could take and that wouldn't keep him away from his work for longer than 2 weeks. Let me see. Protect convoy from bandits while traveling to the city of Stegen. That one is a bit too far. It would take a whole week and I bet the caravan would stop between the other towns. He rejected that one. The possibility of meeting monsters or bandits was questionable and he wanted to use up his spell scrolls to level up his skill. He started going through listings. They were all mostly protection missions placed by the merchants. They were always happy to hire some extra muscle to be extra safe. There were also some jobs asking for exploration or for finding missing people or caravans. His eyes finally stopped at one job in particular. Investigate and clear out Monster's Grotto from the monster infestation. He started reading through this one. The description stated that this grotto was in fact an iron ore mine which also has some rarer metals in the deeper parts. The miners had broken through a wall and tunneled right into some kind insectoid monster nest. There had already been some casualties and the mine was now closed off. Roland rubbed his chin. There were monsters he could kill there. The only problem was that it was in some kind of mine shaft. How wide the corridors were was unknown, and if the whole thing collapsed onto him, he didn't think a rescue party would be coming. He wouldn't be going in alone though. This was a large-scale operation with more than one small team involved. He was also a mage, so he would be allowed to hang out in the back while the warriors took all the hits. The risk might have been worth the rewards and he would get bonuses by killing more monsters. He went through the other listings again but didn't find anything worthwhile. This mine wasn't that far, they could get there in a day or two. He didn't think that killing the monsters would take that long either. He nodded and went over to the guild receptionist. He presented his card and told the person that he wanted to sign up for this expedition. The mission didn't seem to have any rank requirements though. His steel rank allowed him to be accepted, but being a mage also added to his worth. He left soon afterward as they would be heading out in 2 days. He could use this time to prepare and scribe some more spell scrolls. Having more ammo was also advantageous. He was also interested in testing some of his altered spells on the monsters. The 2 days of preparation passed in a flash. He had gathered what he could. Besides his spell scrolls, he had some healing potions and some rations all nicely packed into his storage bag. When he arrived, he saw a group of tough-looking adventurers already gathering up. There were about 20 people here and they would be probably splitting into 5 or 4 parties. There was also someone he knew here, a certain small half-gnome girl that was apparently coming with them on this adventure. Before he could ask about why they allowed a low-level adventurer like her to come with them, he was spotted. The girl's eyes went wide, then they narrowed. She zoned in on him, probably recognizing him by the black robe that he was wearing. This would probably be quite an interesting expedition. He hoped that the girl could at least keep herself safe this time around. Some time had passed since Helki's first expedition into the forest. That was something she considered a big failure. She couldn't kill a single goblin and had to be rescued by some kid, and she even got berated her for it. She did manage to level up once. The goblin that she injured had chased after her and was finished off by the human mage that rescued her. She gained part of the shared experience after the kill and managed to level up. This incident made her rethink her approach. She wasn't strong enough to wander alone into the forests. She also figured out that the white goblins that were in this forest were stronger than the regular green ones. She was a scout. This was a combat class while also a utility class, so she needed to increase her combat and detection skills. She didn't receive any free weapon proficiencies as they needed to be trained by herself. She needed to increase her basic dagger proficiencies and maybe the short sword ones. She was a class relying on agility and wouldn't be good with heavier weapons. With their good eyesight, a scout made a good archer, but they mostly needed to use short bows or crossbows due to their lack of strength. Contrary to popular belief, archers relied more on strength than dexterity as they needed enough power to draw their large longbows. The dexterity and good vision then added to their aiming proficiencies. After the first level, she had received a basic trap-finding skill. Before that, she only had a passive that allowed her to see better and spot hidden enemies. It only worked on them if they weren't hiding or their skill in stealth was really low. The half-gnome girl had decided to first train a bit, increasing her passive weapon proficiencies along with doing basic strength training. While at it, she also made sure to visit the Adventurer Guild, hoping that she could get a job there. To her dismay, not many people wanted to take in a bronze class scout into their midst that was only on their first class. The other adventurers didn't want to put their faith in an inexperienced tracker. Someone that could detect the enemies before they ambushed you was a cornerstone of every party. They were sometimes even considered more valuable than mags or priests. Time continued to pass. In the day she worked at the inn while in the evening she did her training. She was quite diligent and even managed to level up thanks to increasing some of the basic combat skills. She had never trained before and had gone through her first class change. People who didn't train the basic skills beforehand would find them leveling up faster after attaining a class. After a few months of hard work, she had her break. She managed to land a spot in a party. She agreed on lower wages and was more or less a tag-along extra. Her first job was to protect a caravan that would take her on a 2-week trip back and forth. The pay wasn't great, but she still took it. This forced her to quit her job at the inn. The innkeeper wasn't happy about an abrupt leaving of his worker, but he could do nothing but shrug. The first quest unfolded with some strains. Their party was attacked by some wolf-looking monsters. They managed to clear them out with only a couple of people injured. Soon she started leveling up and her adventurer life had finally begun. She found the encounter very exciting and was hoping for more, but to her dismay, it wasn't always so action-packed. Her party spent 2 weeks walking in front of a cart and sometimes riding it. The monster attacks were rare and she felt bored. The sleeping conditions were even worse than at the inn, as they either slept outside or in one of the carriages. She even had to deal with the male members snoring all night long. She also didn't like the looks that some of the adventurers were giving her. Luckily, she wasn't the only female in the group and they never went too far. Her new party consisted of her as a scout, 2 warriors, a girl that was an archer, and another scout that was already in his second Tier 1 class that was a tracker. This was a popular class to take along with the scout as it also had monster detection qualities along with basic pathfinding skills. Everyone besides her was a steel rank, so she was the newbie of the group. She had to do things like cooking or washing their dirty clothes. She knew that they didn't consider her a real party member just yet, but she had to catch up to everyone. Their ages were all comparable to her as she had a late start. The days continued to pass and she never returned to the inn. Her levels were slowly rising, but without any dungeon nearby her progress was meager. Her party didn't want to move to another city as they were okay with easy transport work. She on the other hand wanted more. She wanted to get stronger and earn some respect. One day Helki brought news of the expedition to Manster's grotto and how it was mostly about exterminating a monster infestation. To her surprise, the party refused this request, telling her that it sounded sketchy. There wasn't enough info about the monsters and the inside of the caves might not be correctly mapped out. They were the types that liked to play it safe, so they refused the request. She went away fuming. She didn't want to do the protection missions anymore. They had spent the past 4 months doing those and she was still only a level 10. She wanted to progress faster but was afraid to head out on her own. Luckily this expedition was accepting almost everyone, even bronze adventurers could join. To the protests of her party, she decided to go there as a solo act. They didn't want to budge even after she asked them again and again. This wasn't considered a betrayal of trust or anything. It wasn't rare for adventurers to change parties and to join larger expeditions like this on their own. They wished her good luck and to come back in one piece. She arrived early in the morning, almost before anyone had gathered. She took her time to examine her dagger and short bow that she was now using. She was wearing light armor and the same leather vest was still on her as she didn't have enough coin to make a drastic change to her gear. She also looked at her status screen while wondering how she compared to others at her level. Name: Helki Scout L10. HP: 240. MP: 176. SP: 335. Strength: 15. Agility: 30. Dexterity: 25. Vitality: 18. Endurance: 20. Intelligence: 12. Willpower: 14. Charisma: 15. Luck: 9. Scout class: increases stamina regeneration by 20%, improves vision by 25%. When she asked the person that had the same class as her about his stats, he just laughed. He explained to her that she shouldn't ask or reveal her status screen to anyone. It was actually considered rude to do this unless you had some kind of strong bond with the person you were asking. The people that were going to go on this expedition started gathering together. There were a variety of classes here, but most of them looked to be warriors with some archers and scouts sprinkled in. There were 2 people sticking out like a sore thumb. One was a youth with golden hair. He was wearing a long white robe and had a large symbol of a sun embroidered on his back. He was holding a large book in his right hand and was praying while looking in the direction of the rising sun. He was obviously either an acolyte or a priest. The second person was also wearing a robe, it was only pitch black. He had a heavy rapier strapped to his side and was above 160 centimeters in height. She recognized that gloomy robe and the lanky youth that was standing there. It was the same brat that had saved her from the mountain goblins that one day. Their eyes met and the two started looking at each other. Roland was surprised to see the waitress from the inn even more than she was surprised to see him here. She was still the only person that he knew around here, so he just nodded with his head as a sort of greeting. Helki was slightly taken aback after Roland had nodded at her. She wasn't as annoyed with him anymore and she felt a bit bad about how she acted after he had saved her. Still, she just nodded back at him and then turned around as she didn't really have anything to talk about with him. There were exactly 20 adventurers here plus the person in command. This person raised his hand and gave a shout to make himself noticeable. He looked to be a man of about 180 centimeters in height. He had a robust stature and was of the human race. His hair was brown and he had a short beard. The thing that made him stand out was that he was wearing blue brigandine armor. It was made from either heavy cloth or leather and lined with small oblong steel plates riveted to the fabric. The rivets were sticking out as little round metal circles outside this heavy cloth. The advantage of this armor was that it wasn't a single piece of metal and allowed better movement. Roland had done some research as he was soon to reach the blacksmith class and knew that this type of armor was also easier to manufacture or repair than plate mail. He was also wearing some heavy cloth under it which was probably the ever-popular gambeson. The man looked to be in his later 20s or in his early 30s, which prompted Roland to believe that he was at least a Tier 2 class. Besides the armor, he also had a longsword strapped to his side that was probably enchanted. "You can call me Wells, I'll be taking the lead in this expedition. We have 20 members, from which 15 already have their own parties, the rest will form the fourth." The man started listing down some basic info. He didn't add much, the exact kind of insectoid monster was unknown and the mine had been barricaded from the outside so that the monsters wouldn't wander out. Now they were waiting for the adventurers to move inside and clear them out. They would be the first organized party to go in. Roland was more interested in the party he was getting. He was going solo, so he would be joining the fourth party that was forced together. Wells was the one that brought them together and he started calling the solo adventurers out while also listing their main classes. Dalrak, Dwarf Shield Warrior, Steel Rank. Roland saw a robust-looking dwarf move out from the crowd and move towards where the leader was. His beard wasn't all that long and he looked young. He was also wearing heavier plate armor with a chain shirt underneath. Selena, Sun Elf, Tracker and Archer, Steel Rank. This time it was a tall lanky elf. He was wearing light green leather armor and carrying around a longbow over his shoulder. He had all the usual fine elven features that all sun elves had, long golden hair, and a pretty face. Orson, human, two-handed sword warrior, Steel Rank. All of his party members were of the Steel Rank apparently. This one was also a youth that didn't look older than 18. He was above 180 centimeters in height and was wearing a metal cuirass over his chest. His arm and leg protection was lighter, probably due to him having a large sword to swing around. He looked like your usual damage dealer by game standards. Roland, human, mage, Steel Rank. He was finally called to action, so he walked over towards his new group. The others gave him some looks that soon subsided. The last is Helki, half-gnome, scout, bronze rank. The leader narrowed his eyes while reading the last member's name. She was the lowest-ranked party member and caused everyone to look. The girl noticed the scornful looks, but she was already used to them. She knew that she was still green. Still, It was quite annoying to be looked down upon by people that were of similar age as her. While Roland's and Helki's group gathered up, the leader continued talking. The priest-looking person that was seen by Helki was brought to the forefront. This is Priest Elric. He will be joining our expedition, and as a special guest he won't be joining any of the parties. The leader explained that the priest was getting a special status in the group. It was their responsibility to protect him from harm as he was able to heal the people from the expedition. Roland thought that mags were seen as assets, but maybe being a healer was even more important. Praise the sun, my children, let the sun goddess watch over you and warm your souls with her eternal sunshine. The moment he got to the forefront he started preaching. The adventurers looked at each other while trying not to show their disdain. It was understandable that the priest classes were important assets and they needed to be protected. This didn't change the fact that most of them were considered to be religious zealots. If you asked them about Celeria, they could talk you to sleep while conversing about her greatness from dusk till dawn. From what Roland could tell, the expedition consisted mostly of steel-grade adventurers. There were a few Tier 2 classes on board, one was the expedition leader and the other was the priest. He also believed that the party the leader was in was probably mostly composed of Tier 2s as well. Roland had a suspicion that besides that main group of adventurers, all of the rest were considered expendable meat shields. His group would be getting one carriage to travel in, so there would have enough time to strategize and get to know each other. Though there was a problem already, mainly one of the members wasn't happy that they had a bronze adventurer with them. What is this? I didn't sign up to babysit shitty little bronze brats. Who are you calling a brat? You're not even much older than me. The ones fighting were Orson and Helki, the half-gnome. Apparently, the man didn't like that they had a bronze rank with them. The small girl was staring daggers at him and stomping her foot on the ground. Huh? What? You want to go, shrimp? The man grinned while looking down at the small girl and started egging her on. Roland saw this and knew that in a party it would be better if the team worked with each other. He decided to move closer in the hopes of diffusing the situation, even though he didn't like talking to people all that much. I don't think we should be fighting before we even arrive at the grotto, save it for the monsters. The elf and dwarf didn't seem to care that much as they moved toward the carriage that they were going to use. Another shrimp appeared. We having a bargain sale or something? The only shrimp I see is between your ears. Roland replied hastily, his emotions getting to him. Before he could backtrack on his insult, he heard the dwarf bursting out in laughter. He git ye there good, laddie. Orson's face turned a bit red, and the half-gnome girl also got out a chuckle from Roland's remark. Selena the sun elf remained quiet while just sighing. He was one of the more silent types. Stop your nonsense. The dwarf could see that this human here was on the angrier side. He had enough sense as the main tank to not let things escalate. Luckily Orson was more bark than bite and they all managed to get inside the carriage without a fight breaking out. He did curse up a storm before getting into it. It was quite the quiet trip. The most talkative one was Dalrak, that kept complaining about the bumpy road and how much his posterior hurt. Roland had worked in a more tight-knit group of adventurers and knew that good cooperation was key. He decided to at least try to talk with them to figure out what he was working with. Dalrak was it. How good are you with that shield, and is that a polearm? Aye, this air. Did ye think I'd be using an axe or something? The dwarf asked while chuckling. Dwarfs were considered strong for their height, but they lacked reach. This is why most of them favored weapons that had long reach like spears and polearms. They also used longswords or even bastard swords. The one Dalrak was using was a slightly shorter halberd, fit for his height. You would very rarely see a dwarf using an axe. This mostly happened when they were wearing full plate armor and were sure that they could just charge into their enemy without worry. I, Lee teach frontline tie me, not tin is AFF tie git by me. Roland couldn't understand the heavy accent too well, but he figured the dwarf was just reassuring him about his defensive capabilities. And Mr. Selena. Nothing will escape my elven eyes, leave the tracking to me. Before he could even ask, the elf answered. He probably realized what Roland's intention was and just answered so that he wouldn't have to beat around the bush. I'm also good at scouting and trap finding. Helki chimed in while everyone was talking. The group started to slowly converse with each other during the carriage ride. Even Orson finally gave in and listed his two-handed sword abilities. Roland also informed them about the array of spells that he was able to cast. He had made a lot of regular mana bolt and mana arrow spell scrolls that fit on smaller paper. He could use them to level up and only dip into the better ones if they run into trouble. If they asked, he could just say that he knew a high-level runesmith that liked scribing. The close to 2-day ride continued. Soon Roland would get another taste of adventuring after having had taken a long break. Ember. Roland held out his hand in front of a bundle of sticks that were gathered in one place. He was a mage without elemental affinities, but he could still learn this spell. It used friction instead of fire to ignite. The sticks went up in flames and Roland's new half-gnome companion tossed a few more in. The expedition had stopped for the night and they decided to camp out in the wilderness. They would make it to their destination in half a day's time tomorrow. The leader had decided that it was too dangerous to wander during the night. Making a camp and having people take turns watching would be the best option. Roland and Helki were voted to be the first ones with guard duty. The girl was selected because she was a scout and also a newbie. Roland was also forced here due to his young age. He was now sitting opposite to the short girl with orange hair. "Did you cut your hair?" Roland asked while tossing some more wood into the pile. It was quite chilly here and even while wearing this long robe he was feeling cold. "Ah, yes." The girl nodded. She did have longer hair when Roland had saved her that fateful day. After she gained some experience, she decided to cut it short as it was a liability during fights. Good. Roland felt like the two got off on the wrong foot the first time they met. He also felt like that as the adult here he should offer her the olive branch. The problem was that he didn't really know how to talk to 16-year-old girls, even fewer ones that were from this world and a gnome. "Thank you." "Heh. You know, for saving me." The girl finally managed to gather up her courage to apologize. She had her head turned the other side while twiddling her thumbs. Her voice faint and quiet as Roland barely heard it. After going through the adventurer's lifestyle, the half-gnome did have a lot of time to think about her past actions. "Sure, no problem. Also sorry for shouting at you back then." "No, it's fine. You were right, I was unprepared." The two somehow managed to bury the hatchet, so Roland moved on from this uncomfortable topic and shifted it to another. The two started talking about the adventurer life. Hilkai also wanted to know how Roland was able to get his adventurer rank at such a young age. He just lied and told her that he was lucky enough to get a mage class, which let him join adventurer parties at a dungeon. The night went by slowly. There wasn't much to do but talk, so they slowly got to know each other. Hilkai told him about what she was up to after she got rescued, and Roland gave her a recap of his adventurer life back in Carwen. "Come to think of it, it would probably be better for you to go to a city with a dungeon than to stay here if you want to level up. I also had trouble working by myself back then. I was lucky enough to find a good party." He gave her his opinion. If she really wanted to level up, going to a city with a dungeon would probably be faster. Still, going on simple escort missions was probably safer, as you never knew what could appear in a dungeon. Sometimes some rare monster variants appeared on the top levels that could easily kill the low-level adventurers. In contrast, bandits and the surface-level monsters were a lot easier to handle. "You think so?" The small girl crossed her arms together and moved her head down. She started thinking about something and went quiet. Roland went on with more advice, hoping that it would be at least somewhat helpful. You could also try finding some bronze adventurers there and practice on the easier levels. You sound really knowledgeable for your age. Are you really a human kid or just a large halfling in disguise? The girl narrowed her eyes while looking at Roland that wasn't behaving for his age. She even expected him to act more bashful with such beauty as herself. But there he was talking normally and just acting like some kind of mentor figure. He never even tried to sneak a peek at her figure like all the other male adventurers. He looked to be 13, so he should have been at that age. This was a hit to her femininity. Halflings are only a meter tall. Then a giant halfling. You might be really old. Stop talking nonsense. How would a giant and halfling even copulate? There was an actual giant race in this world, but there were various types ranging from 3 to 4 meters all the way up to a staggering number. See that? That's not how a brat talks. Oh? Would brat act more like you then? Yes, more like hey. Roland laughed a bit while the half-gnome girl stared him down. She even threw one of the smaller sticks at him which he caught with his hand and just threw back at her. Before a stick fight could break out, another person walked over. This was someone from the other teams to switch them out. Roland didn't remain there for long and headed back to the tent that the rest of their party members were sleeping in. This was probably the worst part of this journey, sleeping in a small tent with 4 other people. That's why dwarfs are. Helki complained as even before they could enter the tent they could hear loud snoring. The dwarf, being a dwarf, had drunk himself to sleep. This also caused him to snore like a bear. The half-gnome girl never liked sleeping next to guys for this reason. At least in her old party, there was another girl and she sometimes got to sleep in a tent with her without the other companions. I'm surprised that those other 2 are managing. Roland commented as Orson and Selena were fast asleep. Though the elf had an awkward sitting up straight position and looked to be awake. The human on the other hand was similarly snoring as Dalrak the dwarf. They probably both drunk themselves to sleep while the elf might have used some sleeping aids. The 2 walked in. They only had some crude blankets and hard pillows provided by the people from the expedition. Helki curled up to the side far away from the other 3 males and tried to sleep, but the snoring was just too loud. She then noticed someone wiggling over towards her, which was Roland wrapped up in a blanket. Hey? What are you doing? Go back, you pervert. The half-gnome was surprised that the youth that didn't show interest in her looks had come over. Was he actually keeping it in, but was in reality a wolf in sheep's clothing? Pervert? The hell? Just be quiet. He started murmuring something to himself, and after a while a little flash of light occurred. Surprisingly, Helki couldn't hear the snoring of the 2 other men now. She glanced at Roland that had an unimpressed, judgy expression on his face. Hush spell. It places a small dome that keeps sounds outside, best used against snoring drunkards. Now go to sleep, it will only last 30 minutes. The youth then rolled over to the side so that Helki could only see the back of his head. She realized that he only came over here because the spell had a limited range. There were some lesser spells like this that Roland could practice even without an elemental affinity. The 30 minutes should be enough for the 2 to fall asleep. While already asleep, they should be okay with the snoring. The next morning, when Roland woke up, he felt that something was off. He felt something heavy on top of him. It was a person, and he or she was right on top of him. He opened his eyes, and to his dismay it was Dalrak. He even got a nice whiff of his breath as the dwarf opened up his mouth while yawning. Get off me! Roland began pushing and pushing, but the man on top of him was quite heavy. He was already level 45 and somehow managed to do it even with his meager strength stat. The others were awoken to Roland's grunts and could see him rolling the sleeping dwarf to the side while panting. Hey, what are you looking at? Orson and Selena looked at each other while slowly backing away. Helki was also looking at the strange display while mumbling to herself. Now it all makes sense. Roland raised his brow and just got up. He wanted to give Dalrak's rear end a good kick but decided otherwise. He just left the tent while the other party members continued looking at the sleeping dwarf that was about to wake up. After the rowdy night, everyone packed up their belongings and the tents and placed them back into the carriages as they continued with their journey. Roland somehow managed to explain himself while Dalrak just laughed about the whole misunderstanding. He even mentioned that Roland was far too skinny for his tastes and that he only liked the robust dwarven women. Then for the rest of the trip, he started explaining the beauty of wide women and how they were superior to what he called twigs. Aye, that's what a real whiffy is. This damn dwarf makes a lot of sense. Orson replied with a surprising contemplative look on his face as if he was deliberating on switching over. The elf remained silent just as Roland, the half-gnome girl, had her eyes narrowed throughout the whole conversation. The carriages soon arrived at the grotto and everything came to a stop. Dalrak's spirited discussion would have to wait until this was over. The leader's shouts soon could be heard as he barked out some orders. "Everyone, gather up!" It took a couple of minutes for everyone to reach the meeting place. The parties stood next to each other while looking over their weapons. There was a large wide river by which the grotto was located. The natural entrance to the grotto had its base part submerged in water. The opening was close to the river, which caused it to be in the water, behind it a large mountain. The people started out by using the natural opening at first, but afterward they had created a separate entrance for easier access that was located closer to land. They had also sealed off part of the old mine shaft that connected to the natural grotto as it kept flooding the pathways. The mine was dug into the mountain, going up and down in several spots. The miners made sure to dig in the opposite direction of the river. This did save them from flooding but didn't protect them from the monster invasion. "Listen up. There are several openings to the mine, we will split up here." Wells started explaining the battle plan. Due to the sheer amount of mineshafts that spread in the mountain like spider webs, they were going to split up. Everyone was given a map with the marked mineshaft opening that they would be going through. The miners escaped quickly, so the exact location of the breach wasn't marked down. Roland already saw a big problem with this strategy. They didn't have any sort of communication device with them. Things like that existed in this world, but they were items that cost a lot of money and used up a lot of mana. Even if they found the source of the monsters, they wouldn't be able to call for help. The plan was for the teams to locate this location and then retreat so that the main party that was composed of Tier 2 fighters could move in and do the heavy lifting. They could also try to do it on their own if they were confident. This would increase the monetary rewards that they would be getting. Roland wasn't sure about the level of these monsters, so he wasn't sure if he would be doing any deep diving. The important priest that had come along would also leave with the expedition leader's team, which made things even more dangerous. Everyone got their assignments, there is enough time, so move out. We will meet back here at nightfall. It was about 1 p.m. at the moment. They still have some time to do a sweep of the tunnels before nightfall. If the monsters were active during the day was unknown, so they had to expect resistance on the inside. They weren't the only people here. There was a whole enclosed camp with some guards and miners. They had some wooden buildings that consisted of the miners' dining quarters and storage areas. There was also a nearby village from which most of the workers came from. Each party was guided to the mineshaft opening by some of the workers. Once Roland's party got there, the miners started removing some of the rocks that they placed to block the mineshaft. Guards were placed in front of the entrance as protection. There were no signs of battle, so the monsters probably hadn't escaped the mine just yet. "So what do you think?" Roland asked. "About dwarf women?" Orson replied. "What?" "No, about this mission." The man just shrugged while taking out his long two-handed sword. It looked thick and heavy and hard to swing. Roland was slightly worried that this large weapon could be hard to use inside a tight mineshaft. "I don't care, just here to kill some monsters." Orson performed a practice swing and the sword gave out a nice swishing sound. Roland spotted a shorted sword strapped to the man's side. This made him slightly less worried as he had enough sense to have a sidearm. "Tease Jewist some bugs, you worry awfully much laddie, it's just some bugs, you worry too much, boy." Dalrak just laughed while getting his shield and halberd out. The Sun Elf wasn't looking too happy about having to get himself into a mine shaft. The half-gnome girl was just looking over her dagger and short bow. The fighting ability of those two might be hampered if the corridors got too narrow. They wouldn't really be able to use their ranged weapons, though if their aim was good they could probably shoot without hitting their own allies. Roland was a bit perplexed about his new party members. They were awfully lax and didn't seem to be taking this expedition seriously. He was wondering if he was being overly cautious about it or not. He decided to check his own gear over. To the side he had his makeshift spellbook. It wasn't the only one, as he had attached 4 of them to his belt with a stack of 10 spell scrolls in each. He had far more firepower than last time. Fire arrows weren't the only spell that he could cast anymore. He also had a larger stack of the lesser runic mana arrow and mana bolt spell scrolls with him. He would be using these most of the time to level his skill up. There were other various spells that he had hidden in his storage bag, as he couldn't just carry all of them on him. He hoped that his bad feelings about this mission would go away. Having a whole team of tier 2s to back them up was also a reassurance. While thinking, he heard a cracking sound followed by the noise of falling rocks. The miners had broken through the barricade and were now slowly moving the rocks away. The guards examined the entrance and deemed it safe for the workers to continue. Roland's party also moved closer, as a monster could pop out at any moment. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid, let's get this over with." He moved to the back of the party. Dalrak and Selena moved to the forefront. The dwarf was the main tank and the elf was responsible for spotting monsters. Even in a cave, he would probably be able to somehow feel out the enemies if they were close, thanks to his class and skills. Orson remained in the back with Helki to protect the party from sneak attacks from the rear, and Roland as the mage was right in the middle. After the miners broke through the opening, the party ventured forward. Instead of torches, Roland produced one of the easiest light spells, a mana sphere that lit the way. This was a lot better than having to hold on to torches that also brought smoke into the equation. Everyone steeled their resolve as they moved forward, going in slowly into the unknown. The real expedition had finally started. Roland's party had to squeeze through a small opening that the miners made. This opening was then covered up and only a small head-sized hole remained. When the party returned, they were supposed to communicate with the people on the other side through it. They were also told to knock on the wall in a sort of Morse code so that the workers knew it was them. On the other side, guards were stationed to keep the miners safe from harm. The adventurers were supposed to follow the map and slowly clear out the tunnels from any monsters. Along with the other adventurer teams, they would slowly get rid of the monster infestation. It was unsure on how long this would take, but they were given simple clocks so that they could tell the time spent there and go out within 5 hours of going in. A blue sphere of light illuminated the tunnel. This tunnel was wide enough for 3 people to fit in side by side. Small railroad tracks were lined up on the hard rocky floor. There was also an empty minecart standing there on those tracks. It was probably used by the miners to carry iron ore and minerals to and from the exit. Handy Taiha Majorund. Spoiler. Dalrak said while moving forward. The magic light hovered above his head. Roland could position it there as it had a targeting function. This spell didn't take much mana to sustain, and Roland's mana regeneration outperformed it. Thanks to this, the party could enjoy a well-lit tunnel while having their hands free of torches. They spotted some of those torches on the walls, but they were all unlit. They probably burned out after the tunnels were sealed. Selena was holding onto the map. He was a tracker, but his strengths lay in the wilderness and forests. He wasn't that good at distinguishing rocky mine walls and remembering the tunnel layouts. He stopped, and so did the others with him as he frowned. Can I take a look? I'm good with maps. Roland called out to the elf as he saw him narrowing his eyes while looking at the parchment. Selena didn't mind and just handed it over to Roland as he was more than willing to shift responsibility. The scribe class and his high intelligence helped him with maps. It was as if he had an internal GPS. He had also gained a map reading skill that probably made everything possible. Okay, we are here. He had looked through the map before but was still surprised that someone could dig in so many tunnels without modern drilling equipment. Supposedly a miner was also a class and their skills made tunneling and digging a breeze. If we follow this path we'll come to a fork. The right path will lead to more tunnels that are a dead end. Roland proposed to check out the tunnels that were a dead end first before moving on to the other ones. This way they could see if the monsters were tunneling any further and would also let them cut off the monsters' escape route. This would also help them cross out already searched sections from the map easier. The others didn't really care that much. The faster they got through this, the faster they could get their rewards. So they all nodded and followed the directions that Roland proposed. While going past the first fork in the road, Selena noted that no monsters had gone through here as he could only spot the miners' footprints going this way. Without making any shocking discoveries, they marched through these tunnels. Just as the elf said, there were no monsters found in these unfinished tunnels. Helki made sure to observe the beautiful-looking male elf as he examined the path. She was also someone that was aiming for a tracker role as him. Roland marked the dead ends on the map, a bit disgruntled that he didn't find any type of loot to take with him. He wanted to nab some metal or samples for himself as he was going to be working with metals in the future. They backtracked to the fork and went further each time, taking the path that placed them at a dead end. This trudge continued for an hour until they finally spotted their first enemy, revealing the true appearance of the insect monsters to them. It just had to be those. What stood before them was a troublesome foe. It wasn't troublesome due to its strength, it wasn't even a particular hard enemy to kill. The troubling part was that it rarely was seen alone. It was a giant ant monster and they were now looking at a worker type. This ant was the size of a large dog breed. When it spotted the party, its feelers started wiggling about and its mandibles started gnashing in their direction. Before it could act, an arrow buried itself into its eye. The monster was stunned and practically dead, which allowed Selena to finish the job with another well-aimed arrow to the head. Fucking Myrmikis! Orson called out after the Myrmiki worker drew its last breath. Everyone from the adventurers knew that this type of monster was tricky. They came in droves. There were always more giant ants around if you spotted one. They must have burrowed from their nest here, might be even in the process of making this mine their new lair. Roland said while looking at the dead monster. Depending on the level of the ant queen, this could be dangerous. Though if she wasn't above a certain level, then the ant monsters would be quite weak and they would be fine. The worker ants weren't that strong, but if they piled upon you, it was certain death. What's so scary about these ants? They don't look so tough. Helki called out. She didn't see a problem in this as the ant was easily dispatched by 2 arrows. The other adventurers gave her dumbfounded gazes as if they were looking at an idiot. What are you looking at me like that for? She stomped her foot on the ground as she noticed those spiteful gazes. That's why bronze newbies are. Orson snorted while the half-gnome girl glared back at him. Roland took this chance to educate her about the dangers of organized monsters that actually had a leader. The ant workers and soldiers would give their life for the queen and they could communicate with each other. The biggest danger lied in their organized hive mind-like behavior. I bet we'll be seeing more of them coming here now. Get ready. I think the miners might have lied about this, probably to save some coin. Everyone beside Helki nodded as they knew that a monster ant was considered a more dangerous enemy. The commission they would have to pay would increase accordingly. They could always lie if the first expedition turned out to be a failure, and if the job wasn't completed they wouldn't have to pay the entire sum. The one in charge was probably willing to endanger the adventurers' lives just to save a couple of silver coins. More are approaching. Selena called out to the party and everyone got ready, even Helki pulled out her short bow. "Git behind me." Dalrak moved to the front. The corridor was a bit wider so they had enough space to move around. Roland shifted his hand to his belt where one of his binder-like scroll grimoires was attached to. It was quite plump with a lot of the smaller versions of the scrolls. He held it forward and pretended to be muttering an incantation before firing off a deep blue-colored bolt of mana. An unlucky giant and monster that was first to appear got the brunt of the hit. The blue bolt of mana energy slammed into its head that promptly exploded into many chunks. Green blood leaked everywhere. Roland wouldn't let this chance slip by. He had a large quantity of these lesser mana bolts and mana arrows with him. He brought them just so he could level up his runic mastery skill. The only problem was that he wasn't alone. He still wanted to at least make the people think that he was a regular mage. The German shepherd-sized ants continued to pour through the corridor towards them. They all looked the same and they tried to swarm the party of 5 with their superior numbers. Luckily the party they were facing was prepared. Orson backed up Dalrak at the front while Helki and her elven companion used their bows as support. These smaller worker ants didn't seem to have a hard enough armor to protect themselves from the arrows. They were held off at the helm by a large halberd and shield along with a two-handed sword that the human warrior was wielding. Just as Roland expected, Orson was having trouble swinging his large sword around. He even found himself having to shove an ant away while using his thick sword blade as an impromptu shield. Fortunately, he had a robust dwarf by his side that could thrust his polearm weapon as well as swing it around thanks to his high strength and thick arms. The most shocking part of this encounter was the young mage in the party. He revealed himself to be quite the credit to his team. Each of his spells landed on an ant's head, killing in one shot each time. With his help, the surge of ants was safely dispatched and soon 20 or so corpses lay on the cold mine floor. "Damn, I didn't even git chance tie sure of, gid goin' laddie." Spoiler. Roland scratched his cheek a bit. He might have overdone it with the mana bolt spam. He moved himself all the way to the back so his party members probably didn't see him using the scrolls instead of casting himself. Luckily everyone was far too busy with focusing on the monsters than on the boycaster. They also probably didn't have enough experience with having mags in their party as those mostly appeared after finishing the magic academies and were at tier 2. No shit, was killing monsters always so easy with a mage in a party? No wonder everyone wants one around. Before his party could examine his battle style any further, he gave out a cough. "I think we should gather up the mana stones. I can feel that there are 5 of them here." Some of them recalled that mags were able to feel the monster cores in the slain monsters thanks to their mana sense. They quickly dissected the monster ants. Their feelers and mandibles could be sold for some coin to alchemists. Even the armor could fetch a penny and be made into some lesser armor. These adventurers were mostly driven by monetary gains, so they started gathering the loot. They had to give up on the ant armor as there were just too many of them and no one had a storage bag large enough to fit all of those carcasses in. Helki was the only one from the party without one of those bags, so she pouted while seeing her temporary companions packing up everything. "Don't worry, if you work long enough you'll be able to afford one of the cheaper ones." Roland gave the half-gnome a reassuring look as he noticed that she was feeling down. The bags cost a lot if you were a bronze rank but were somewhat affordable after getting through that hump. "Who is worrying?" She turned her head, embarrassed about her lack of adventurer gear and that she was considered poor. Her companions didn't really care as they all were in similar situations when they were starting out. Some of them even had to work as regular hired help when they were starting out as no one wanted them around without any combat experience. There weren't really that many people that could evade the simple labor missions like Roland did when he started out. The ones that tried too soon ended up as goblin food. "Teach ants weren't that tough, think we can continue." Spoiler. Dalrak proclaimed while getting some of the ant juices out of his halberd. It was a surprise to find out that this mine was overrun by ant monsters. This didn't mean that they should retreat just yet. The more of these buggers they slew, the more money they would get. They just needed to gather up their feelers and mandibles as proof. Yeah, we also have the mage kid with us, it should be a breeze. Orson was somehow invigorated after seeing the spell-slinging capabilities of his new party member. The elf also nodded, and Helki just shrugged, as she was here to gain some experience points. She could already see that it was increasing at a rapid pace while they defeated these weak monsters. She had already gained 1 level just after this quick battle. Don't see a reason not to. Roland also nodded. The path behind them was mapped out by them. They had a clear path to retreat, and the ants didn't seem to be digging up new tunnels that much. With the current strategy of the 2 warriors in the front and 3 range attackers in the back, they felt reassured. They still had enough time to backtrack, as the 5-hour time limit wasn't up. They continued on. Roland spotted a larger cavern on the map. This cavern was probably some kind of larger mining area that the people dug out. He expected to find some minecarts along with more paths opening for them to investigate. They followed the railroad tracks all the way to it. While heading forward, they encountered more of the worker ants. Roland was still quite greedy and was sure to always aim for the head. The other party members didn't really need to do much besides blocking the ants' path, while their backline fighters pelted them with arrows and spells. The archers of the group were sure to gather up the arrows, as they could be reused. The path ahead continued to be bathed in darkness. Roland even brought out a second orb of light. The ants kept appearing periodically, but in small numbers, as if guided by the smell of their fallen brethren. It was rumored that the ants communicated with each other by pheromones or some kind of chemical trails, which made a lot of sense. The party finally came to the end of one of the long corridors and was greeted by a large cavern. There was abandoned mining equipment scattered here, pickaxes on the ground, and minecarts filled with raw iron ore. The bright blue light illuminated the whole place, and they could hear the familiar sound of clicking mandibles of the ants. The smaller worker ant variants weren't the only ones there. There was a slightly bigger variant of those monsters, but luckily it wasn't a Tier 2 soldier variant. This was just an advanced version of the worker. Its larger body size brought an increase in the size of their mandibles and also another deadly aspect. Mana shield. Roland was quick to react. During his times in libraries, he had studied about the various monsters in the kingdom. He knew about some of the ant monster types having acid-like spit. This acid was now sizzling and dripping down from a shield that he placed on Orson. He was slow on the uptake as he was wrestling with 3 smaller ants. Watch out for their spit. It has limited uses, duck for some cover until it runs out. Roland shouted while using up one of his mana arrow scrolls on the other larger worker ant. This one didn't go down after 1 hit. The mana arrow only managed to leave a deep crack in its carapace. It already showed more resilience than the basic worker ant. Helki and Selena ducked behind the large minecarts, while Dalrak and Orson backed away, their gazes focusing on the acid-spitting ants. One of the acid shots connected with the cart Helki was hiding behind. Fortunately, it wasn't quite strong enough to eat through the thick iron. With a couple more mana bolts and mana arrows, the 2 long-range attackers drew their last breaths. The party members then jumped in to clear out the easier workers. Fuck. Orson leaned forward while panting. The battle was over, but the stuffy mine air was getting to him. The other party members were also tired. The time they spent here was already over 2 hours. A decision about retreating, for now, would probably be the best course of action. I think we should return, laddies. Spoiler. Everyone nodded and looked to Roland to point out the mana stones of the ant monsters. They would quickly gather up the loot and go back. They feared that more ant monsters would be coming. No one knew how the other parties were doing either. They needed to return and ask their expedition leader about a new plan of action. Things wouldn't be going their way, as the moment they were finished with taking their spoils, they heard a rumble. The whole mine began shaking around as if some kind of explosion occurred. They could even hear some kind of loud noise. Everyone started jumping around the wider cavern as the ceiling started falling apart. Large rocks were dropping all over the place and everyone was doing their best at evading. The rumbling and sudden earthquake didn't last for long, but when the smoke cleared they saw a large problem. By Solaria's tits, the passage collapsed. Orson was the first one to notice the corridor through which they came was now blocked off by large boulders. This was an amount that they couldn't clear out in a short amount of time. The miners outside wouldn't venture inside and help them either. They were trapped with the only choice of moving forward into the ant-infested tunnels that lay ahead. How does it look? Naked, laddie. Spoiler. Dalrak answered Roland while hitting the collapsed passageway with a pickaxe that he grabbed from the ground. He was a dwarf, so he knew a bit about living underground and in caves. It's gonna tak us at least a day to clear the city or more. Spoiler. The tunnel that they came from was in shambles. Dalrak also mentioned that he was unsure how deep it had collapsed in there. They could very well have to spend days digging themselves out. This wasn't the biggest issue though, as the real problem were the ant monsters that could come from any of the other tunnels that connected to this larger cavern. The area they were staying in had about 50 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. There were 4 tunnels connecting to it and they branched out into more. Some were dead ends and some led to places like this one. They had 2 options, either digging themselves out in hopes that the passage that they previously took didn't collapse in any other section. The other one was going through the tunnels that connected to another exit. I don't like this. They never mentioned that this place suffered from earthquakes. Roland voiced his opinion while the rest of the party gathered. Everyone was on high alert. The elf was standing closer to one of the corridors and was listening for any approaching monsters. You think it was something else? Orson asked while kicking a rock that tumbled down the rocky cavern. It produced a small echo that traveled through the large open space. Not sure. Could have been one of the other teams fighting the ant monsters under or above that corridor. He gave his opinion. Maybe the other teams were fighting strong foes and used some explosive magic to get away. Things like spell scrolls were common enough and the party with Tier 2 adventurers could have had some Tier 3 ones with them. Aren't ants good at digging? Maybe they just dug under that tunnel. The half-gnome girl chimed in. This was also a possibility. That didn't explain the loud sound before the tunnel collapsed though. Either way, we need to get out of this shithole. Orson proclaimed while removing some blood from his large sword. He was finally able to swing it around in this larger cave. No use staying here, as the mage said, we just need to follow the map to the exit. Hey? His name isn't Mage, it's Roland. Helki shouted out at Orson, who flinched a bit, but he quickly recovered while looking maddened. Roland was surprised by the girl's short outburst, but he just nodded at her as a thank you. The half-gnome was bashful about the gesture as she turned her head to the side while blushing slightly. Whatever. The ants aren't posing a problem yet, we could try moving forward. There is also the possibility of them swarming us from all those tunnels if we wait here, said Roland while the party continued to discuss the situation. Finally, they all agreed that waiting here and digging would probably not be the best option. The ants could endlessly continue swarming them from all directions if they stayed too long in one spot. They could also dig more tunnels and come from below or from above. Roland placed the map on the ground and looked at it along with Selena and Helki. The girl was eager to learn some map reading and she was also interested in the conversation the two were having. We are here, the collapsed tunnel that we came from is here. He had something akin to red crayon with him as well as a pencil to scribble on the map. The closest exit should be here. He marked their destination on the map. By the length of the tunnels he could tell that it would probably take some time to get there. We could probably take a break here at this junction that connects to more tunnels. It's about the same size as this cavern. The two warriors from the group didn't care much about what Roland and the two trackers were discussing. They stood to the side while keeping watch over them. Selena nodded while looking at the path they were going to take. Helki just scratched her head a bit as she wasn't really knowledgeable with reading maps or measuring the distance. This would be something she wanted to look up when she got back to the city. After witnessing these two, she was slowly realizing what a good scout should be able to do. There wasn't much to pack up beside the ant antenna and the larger mana stones that the evolved version of the worker ants had. A monster that had gone through at least one evolution in their life would always possess a monster core. The more evolutions, the larger and denser they got. The size wasn't always an indicator of quality, as the mana stones could be rated similar to the runes, from lesser all the way to legendary. The mana orbs of light floated forward right above Dalrak's head as he entered the new corridor. The whole party ventured forward, but now they had to account for attacks from the back. This made Orson move to the back line to protect his squishy party members. They journeyed forward, slowly into the unknown. They didn't know if the other parties were okay, but the basic worker ants didn't pose much of a threat to any of them. The problems started when the acid-spitting ones came into play. It took about another half an hour for them to encounter another group. This one was also mixed, having the advanced variants sprinkled into the mix. Dalrak received a couple of acid shots with his shield, while Roland cast a defensive barrier around the party with an actual incantation this time. He had given up on grinding his skill at this point. He needed to save the one-time use scrolls for later. It was unknown how many of the ants there would be, and even having one more scroll could turn the tide towards their favor. The biggest downside in this strategy was that his party members had to contribute a lot more now. He had blasted through the ants with runic spell scrolls, but now he was conserving them by casting regular incantation-based spells that needed time to prepare. Dalrak ducked to the side. "Aye laddie." Mana blast. A large concentrated orb of mana traveled past the dwarf and connected with two acid-spitting ants. There was a small explosion that caused the two monsters to lose parts of their thorax. This left them incapacitated but not dead. This was enough for the party's tank to plunge his halberd onto their heads. Mana Blast was the most powerful spell a newbie Tier 1 mage could muster up. It would be later replaced by the commonly used Fire Blast spell that packed quite a bit more punch while causing a massive explosion. If he was able to use that, he could probably have been able to kill those two in one shot. After clearing out about 10 of those ant-like monsters, they heard Orson's shouts from behind them. "There are some fuckers behind us." Everyone besides Dalrak turned around. The dwarf was still keeping the front protected. He couldn't let the party be overrun from both sides. Luckily it was only a couple of the normal ones, so even Orson was able to take them out with the help of his sidearm. He had placed his two-handed sword onto his back for the time being, as it wasn't optimal for fighting in these tight corridors. "Fuck, I'm never taking another mission in a blasted mine or caves. You know that most adventurer jobs are in dungeons, right?" Helki quickly replied while sighing. "Shut up." While Orson was complaining and spitting on the ant corpses, the sun elf from the party did something peculiar. He pulled out a bottle of some sort and started pouring its contents onto the dead ants that were behind them. The part looked with interest, but their silent party member didn't look like he felt to explain his actions. The most interested person was Helki, that in turn looked to Roland, wondering if he knew something. Before Roland answered, a peculiar smell invaded his nostrils. It was the smell of peppermint. It was severely times more intense than regular peppermint, which caused him to back away. He remembered something from his old life, which prompted him to voice himself out. "Think he is trying to cut off the monster ant's chemical trail. If it works, the ants that come here won't be able to follow after us." Roland looked to Selena, who nodded. He probably didn't have much of that oil and used it only now after ants were appearing from behind. They continued while stopping with the dissecting of the monster corpses. They did nab the mana stones that Roland was able to pick out though. This saved them some time while also allowing them to get something for their troubles. The elf continued to spill the strong-smelling oil here and there in the hopes of masking their smell from the monsters. It seemed to be working as no more ants appeared from the rear. They managed to get to a junction with more tunnels going in various directions. It looked to be clear on the inside, so they ventured forward while keeping vigilant of their surroundings. The time they had spent in this mine was reaching 5 hours. "Do you think they will send a rescue party?" Helki asked while looking at the magically lit cavern and the scattered minecarts. "Probably not, unless one of you is some kind of noble or rich merchant's son, that is," Roland commented while the guys laughed. To the half-gnome girl, this was new. She thought adventurers were a tight-knit group of excitement seekers. In reality, they were more or less mercenaries that wouldn't move unless a lot of money was on the line. Unless someone made a request to save them, no one would be coming. "If we hurry, we can reach the next exit in 2 or 3 hours. Helki was a bit saddened by the realization that no one gave a mole rat's ass about them. She could only steel her resolve and move forward. At least the guys that she was together with felt more genuine than her last party. Roland looked around. He could see that his team was getting tired. The tunnels were stuffy and they had been wandering through them while fighting monsters. Still, it would be better to continue towards the exit as soon as possible. Resting in this cavern could be a death sentence if more ants appeared. "We need to follow that corridor." Roland pointed at the next one that they needed to use. They continued forward while Selena used up his oil behind them. If the adventurers knew beforehand what they were going against ant monsters, they could have brought more of that oil that the elf was using now. They arrived at another larger cavern. This time around they were greeted to a gruesome scene. "What is this?" "Hey, isn't that one of ours?" Orson called out while looking around. Here they saw many large ant monster bodies dead on the ground. There were a lot more than what they encountered, and besides them, there were also other bodies, the dead remains of 2 adventurers. They quickly assessed the situation. The other team must have gotten into a big scuffle and suffered casualties. All teams had at least 5 people with them, so the rest must have escaped. "Shit." Roland looked at the map and then at where the corridor that led to the other exit was. It had collapsed and was blocked off. It was probably safe to assume that the other adventurers set off some kind of explosion while running away. Roland was beginning to think that he made a mistake in coming here. His skills were leveling up already, but things were also looking grim. The only thing good in this situation was the sheer amount of mana stones remaining in those insect corpses. There were even some of the larger-looking acid ants sprinkled into the mix. Maybe digging back that tunnel when they had the chance would have been the better option. "What are you doing?" Roland asked as he spotted Orson going through the dead adventurer's belongings. He even saw him nab his storage bag and attach it to his belt. "What?" "Not like a dead man needs this." The dead person looked like some kind of archer or scout by the light armor he was wearing. The other was a warrior. His long sword was to the side embedded in an ant's body. Strange that those ants didn't drag those bodies away. They must have killed them all before escaping back and setting off the detonation, which would mean, shit. Just as he expected, something showed up. The sound this creature was making was different from the other ants. Soon it appeared out of one of the corridors. Its large head barely fit through it. This ant was larger than a horse. Its head was something that stood out the most as it was quite gigantic. The mandibles were really big and they looked like they could split an adult human in half in one bite. Murmiki Soldier L53 HP 1108-1146. Roland could somehow use his identification skill to see the monster's name and HP counter. The moment he saw the numbers, he frowned even more. There was a threshold monsters reached just like the other races. A monster would evolve just like a person. The first evolution was past the 25th level and then the second past the 50th, which was similar to going through your first Tier 1 class. This monster was something that was on the level of a Tier 2. Its lower HP count indicated that it had suffered some damage before, but it looked that it regenerated most of it now. "Watch out!" Everyone took up a fighting position, 2 fighters in the front with the range attackers in the back. The elf was the first one to give of a shot, and his arrow traveled through the dimly lit cavern, hitting the monster on the head. To everyone's shock, the arrow just bounced away without leaving more than a scratch on the monster's hard exoskeleton. After the hit, the monster was alert to their position and it gave out a high-pitched scream before charging forward. It was surprisingly fast for its size, and Dalrak would probably have a tough time blocking its approach. The robust dwarf wasn't willing to dodge though. He lowered his center of gravity and grabbed his shield with both hands. He put himself between his party and the monster like a proper defender. "Come tie daddy, ye hackett bugger." Spoiler. The monster's large head slammed into Dalrak's heater shield. The shield buckled under the pressure and the muscular dwarf was pushed back. His feet made a streak in the rocky ground below. The monster started biting with those large mandibles. The thick shield was unable to stop the massive pressure as it started giving out. Orson didn't wait for his party member to just die there. No, he mustered up all of his strength and brought his large 2-handed sword down on the monster. It was a clean hit to one of its legs, which flew right off. He was sure to aim for the weak spot in the joints, and his aim was true. He tried swinging further, aiming at the more armored parts. The second swing was blocked by the exoskeleton that only showed a slight scratch. The monster abandoned the shield. Dalrak used this chance to back off. His hands and legs were shaking as he was barely able to take this evolved monster's charge head-on. The ant turned its head towards the other warrior, maddened after losing one of its legs. It was still able to keep its balance thanks to the remaining 5. Its mandibles opened up again as it tried to bisect the attacker. Orson was too slow to react. He thought that he could at least topple the monster after taking out its leg. Luckily, a red bolt of fire magic landed on the ant monster's head before it could go in for the kill. The monster screamed in agony after receiving Roland's fire bolt spell to the face. This was a common grade spell which was in the tier 2 ranking of spells. The monster's antenna along with its eyes started to melt. This was enough to cripple the monster's senses and making it more or less blind. It didn't stop there. Roland used another fire arrow spell and aimed for the head yet again. This finally made the monster drop down. Dalrak went back into action and used this chance to swing his halberd down on the twitching monster. Orson followed right after as he brought his 2-handed sword down in a similar fashion. The two continued, and Helki along with the elf also joined in. All of them finally stopped after the monster's legs finally stopped twitching. Everyone was sweating and panting after defeating the tier 2 monster. They looked to their mage that surprisingly could use an advanced spell type. "I brought some spell scrolls," he explained himself while the others nodded. Their conversation ended prematurely when they heard the ominous sound of insect feet coming their way. "I hope you brought marrow, were your AFF tiny time." Spoiler. A drop of sweat ran down Roland's forehead. He did indeed bring more of those scrolls with him, but if he had enough of them to last through this entire mine expedition wasn't something he was willing to bet his life on. For now, he gathered more mana into his hand while reciting an incantation. A blue sphere of mana formed in front of his right hand while in his left he was holding his binder-like magic book. This fight was only beginning. The party was in a large open cavern. After defeating the Myrmiki soldier, they got quickly swarmed by multiple monster ants. There were all the 3 variations of the Myrmiki monster ant that they already came across. The most dangerous were the soldiers that appeared. Luckily the party had someone with enough firepower to keep them busy. Multiple large balls of water splashed onto the approaching ant monsters. Following them were similar spheres. They radiated a slightly different kind of elemental energy. A ball of frost flew towards one of those large Myrmiki soldiers. The ant reacted by dodging to the side, but part of its large abdomen got hit. Instantly the ant's body started freezing. The frost traveled upwards and caused the large monster to stop in its tracks. These monsters were insects and were also cold-blooded. They couldn't regulate their internal heat and relied on the environment. Some species develop specialized organs to combat this, but this monster ant certainly didn't. The moment its temperature dropped below a certain point, it would start acting sluggish and finally, it would start to hibernate. Roland's party members watched as their mage used some kind of flimsy booklet. Each time a frost and water-related spell flew, a page would disintegrate into nothingness. After the initial frost appeared, Roland activated a wind elemental spell scroll, which caused the area in front of him to become even colder. He had successfully simulated a sort of blizzard spell, which was causing the monsters to become sluggish. Now, while they can't move, attack. They noticed that the active ants had become quite slow after the area was covered in frost and ice. They were also feeling cold, but the adrenaline and their clothes kept them awake enough for them to continue with the fight. Orson and Dalrak engaged the monster in close quarters melee. They found it surprisingly easy to finish off the lethargic ants. Even Helki moved in with her dagger. Her weapon was continuously stabbed into one of the monster ants' head, causing it to promptly bleed out and die. Roland concentrated on the most powerful monsters from the group, which were the two soldier variants. The other spell that he used in combination with the ice ball spell was the whirlwind spell. It kicked up a storm and together with the already chilly air caused the monsters to halt in their tracks. For the finishing touches, he used gale arrows as well as rock arrows and focused them on the Myrmiki soldiers' joints. Their exoskeleton was quite hard to crack even in their weakened state. When the monsters were damaged enough, the two warriors from the party could finish them off with their physical attacks. The battle continued and Roland started going through his spell scrolls. His rune mastery skill started leveling up at a rapid pace. The monsters they were fighting were also tier 2, which caused everyone to level up quickly. Helki had already gained 5 whole levels since coming to this mine, and this battle was still ongoing. The battle didn't end quickly. The ant monsters kept coming and coming. It was as if there wasn't anyone besides this party left for the Myrmikis to hunt. All of their focus was pulled here, but when they entered the freezing cavern, only death awaited them on the inside. While the party was continuing with their death bout, something else was happening outside the mine they were trapped in. 2 people were seen arguing with one a lot angrier than the other. "You gave us a false report, admit it." A man with a beard was holding a chubby man by the neck with one hand while shaking him about. "Nonsense, how could I have known that it was a Myrmiki infestation?" The man being held up was the supervisor of this mine. The person holding him up was Wells, the man responsible for this expedition. His party was lucky enough to not have any tunnels collapse on them. They had ventured inside just like Roland did. After a couple of fights with the ant monsters, they also came across a soldier variant, which they dispatched. After that point they had retreated. The probability of them dying multiplied and they weren't willing to test their luck. "We need to report this to the guild. This isn't a mission suited for steel-grade adventurers." He looked to the teams that had made it out. 3 from the 4 teams had returned, but one of them was missing 2 members, while the 4th didn't come back at all. This was Roland's party that was still the only one remaining trapped inside. "We need reinforcements from silver and gold ranks, maybe even a platinum. We have no idea if a queen is with them, those are tier 3 monsters. We have no chance against it and they become agitated if too many of her hatchlings die." Wells finally moved his hand away from the man's thick throat. The old man landed on his posterior before getting pulled away by some of his own bodyguards. Those couldn't really do anything as the person in front of them was a gold rank adventurer. "Wells, those low ranks haven't come back and it's already been several hours, we have to presume that they are dead." The party leader looked to the woman that came over. This was a silver-ranked adventurer that was his teammate. He gave a nod. The tunnels needed to be collapsed further as they couldn't let the ant monster infestation spread outside. "Fine, do it. We will wait for reinforcements before finishing this mission. The guild shouldn't fine us anything for this." The woman nodded and went away. After a while an explosion was heard. Wells just looked with a frown on his face as this was supposed to have been an easy mission. with maybe a few deaths from the more inexperienced adventurers. The explosions that just occurred were deliberate. The miners placed explosives further inside the mine shafts and blew them up. Everyone knew that the ants were able to burrow through hard rocks, but they still needed time to do it. After the reinforcements arrived, they could clear out the rubble and try again, this time with reinforcements. While this was happening, the team of 5 that was presumed dead was sitting down and resting. They had vanquished a large surge of monster ants. Now tired and depleted, they were resting and eating. The area around them was covered in frost, but thanks to some coal and magic, they had managed to make a fire. Morale was low, but everyone was still alive. To the side, multiple dead cadavers of large ants were scattered everywhere. I've gone through more than half of my scrolls. Most of the spells I have left are the fire ones. Roland thought while biting into some bread and jerky that he had pulled out from his storage bag. Everyone besides Helki that lacked a spatial bag had brought over some provisions with them. The half-gnome didn't go hungry. Food and water was shared with everyone. Will they leave us in here to die? The girl asked while slightly shivering. She was covered with scratches and dead ant blood. Like everyone here, she was tired and stressed. The others looked at her with a solemn expression on their faces. "Aye, lassie, very likely." The girl, just like the rest of the party, had trouble understanding this dwarf, but they got the gist of it. They were on their own here. Roland already looked at the map and knew where the closest exit was, but his thoughts were interrupted by another tremor. This one was a bit larger than the rest as the whole cavern shook for a moment. That came from... Roland looked at the map again. Those sounds were coming from the direction of where the exit should be. Before he could voice his concerns, the Sun Elf spoke up. "Cave in the tunnels, standard procedure, seal of the nest, wait for specialized adventurers." "Shitty fuckers, they couldn't have." Orson added while scrunching his forehead and kicking a dead ant body. "We can't know for sure before we check the exit first," Roland said while scratching the back of his neck, his eyes glued to the map as he looked for other exits. He quickly marked spots that couldn't be reached anymore. He also placed an X mark on the tunnels from where most of the ants were coming out. This gave him the idea where the original breach should be. "I think the ant's nest should be around this spot." He made sure to draw a big red circle around it. It would be better to avoid these parts of the cavern. The soldier ants could only be brought down by his spell scrolls, but if anything stronger showed up, they would be in deep trouble. "Hope all these explosions won't flood the tunnels," Helki murmured to herself while trying to eat. This halted Roland's thinking process as he recalled that this mine was close to a large river. He recalled that the mining company sealed off the original entrance to the grotto that this mine was named after. "Helki, you are a genius." "I am." The girl was surprised at Roland's outburst. Everyone was being quiet while they rested and recovered their stamina. "Yes, listen up." The other 3 male members moved their heads towards the young mage. They had already accepted that he wasn't your regular magic caster. If he wasn't here, they would have probably been killed by that giant soldier ant. They had even managed to get rid of multiple ones, thanks to all of his spell-slinging capabilities. "Remember how this mine is close by the river?" Everyone nodded, unsure where he was going with it. The mine originally had its entrance through the grotto, but they sealed it off as it kept flooding the tunnels inside. He continued, "The elf was the first one to realize what Roland had in mind. The other 3 were lagging a bit behind." "How does that help us?" Orson asked, his strengths laid in fighting and not really in making plans. "Ark Richter git it nu. Oh right, I get it now." Dalrak slapped his thigh as he finally realized what Roland meant. Helki and Orson strained their brain power, but none of them could figure it out by themselves. They looked at Roland to enlighten them. "We just need to go to where the old tunnels were and blow them up. Those tunnels were just sealed off to keep the water out, so the walls shouldn't be too thick." "Aye, they likely plastered it up a wee bit." Dalrak agreed with the youth. The old tunnels were probably just patched up, the water didn't even reach that far, so they didn't even need to fully fill it up. There was also another thing, and monsters were known to stay clear of the water. The probability of them tunneling there was also lower. That's fine and all, but they are still sealed off. We're going to use these mining tools to get through. The monsters might fin us through the vibrations in the soil. Dalrak nodded, bringing up that issue. If they started hitting the walls, the vibrations and loud noises could alert the monsters to their presence. Even though the tunnels were probably sealed lightly, they still would need a lot of time to get through them. We won't need to use them, leave that to me. We will blow the wall up. Roland smirked a bit while thinking of a certain scroll that he made. It wasn't really good as an attacking spell, but could be used as a bomb or explosive. You sure came prepared. Helki looked at the youth, feeling somewhat glad that he was here while also being dejected that she was so useless. If she ever got out of this place, she would probably take a safer approach to this adventure lifestyle and prepare more beforehand. Heh, thought all mags were only good at talking big, this shrimp isn't half bad. Orson nodded while giving Roland a smack on the shoulder that sent the youth stumbling forward. He had been more or less accepted as the temporary team leader. The others didn't really mind that he was the youngest from them, as ability overrode age. I've recovered some mana, we should go. If what Selena said was true, there won't be a rescue party appearing anytime soon. The travel time here was about 2 days from Edelgard. If they blew up the entrance area just now and considered the time of gathering adventurers, no help would be arriving sooner than 3 days, but a more realistic time frame was probably a week. Everyone here was already tired and Roland's spell scrolls were reaching depletion. If another large swarm of ant monsters appeared, they would be in danger of getting wiped out. Heading towards the water was the best option, as it cut off the ants' chemical trails that they used to communicate with each other. They planned out their route and finally departed. Everyone was on edge as they had spent quite a bit of time in these dark corridors. The only light came from Roland's spell, which sometimes flickered on and off. Everything was silent, they weren't coming across any other ants after having dealt with the large onslaught before. They didn't know if they'd just annihilated most of them and there wouldn't be any more coming, or if they were still getting chased. They increased their pace, going faster and faster as they tried to reach the sealed-off tunnels as fast as possible. They finally arrived. The area was another juncture with a wider open space. Abandoned minecarts and mining equipment was left everywhere, and even some ant tracks could be seen. Still, there were no monsters to be seen. They had somehow arrived here safely. Good, it should be around here. Roland looked to the elf and the dwarf. They would probably be better fitted to find the spot where the tunnels were sealed off. The two nodded, and it didn't take the duo long to find the unnaturally looking wall. Dalrak gave the rock a hit with his polearm and nodded. Aye, 'tis air. Orson looked at Helki, who also nodded. The two stood on guard while Roland prepared the explosives. The item that he pulled out didn't look anything like explosives though. It was a larger looking scroll with a lot of runic symbols on them. Don't worry, it packs a punch. Roland moved over to the wall and looked at it, not really sure where to place this scroll. He asked Dalrak for some help. They took a thick nail from the ground and attached the scroll to the wall by hammering it in tightly. We should bring some of those mine carts over. When I activate, it'll blow within 5 seconds. The others could hide behind something, but he had to activate the scroll and then bolt to safety. The party set up some minecarts closer to the explosion area so that Roland could activate it and then run. Okay, here goes nothing. If this works, I'm not going to leave the whorehouse for at least a week. Orson mumbled while going behind the minecart, his words bringing a frown on Helki's face. How about you give the dwarven girls a try? Dalrak laughed while thinking about the outside and the fresh air. Selena just ignored the others as always and just continued to look at the surroundings with his bow out. His arrows were mostly depleted, but he still had a couple of shots left. Roland placed his hand on the larger scroll and activated it. He pumped some more of his mana into it and then bolted for the minecarts. The spell scroll lit up and the others could see the runic symbols glowing blue. The color then shifted to red before the whole parchment shone in a bright red light. Just as Roland vaulted over a cart, it exploded. Luckily, he got pulled down by his rogue by Orson the moment the explosion occurred. The loud boom could be heard everywhere, even by the people outside. The party remained behind their hastily set up barrier and waited for the dust to settle before going out. To their dismay, the wall didn't fully go down and the path was still blocked. "Is that water?" Helki commented while Dalrak grabbed one of the pickaxes from the ground and quickly ran up to the blasted wall. He smacked it with the axe a couple of times and moved his head over. "I can cop a breeze, we are almost through." Roland pulled out another one of those scrolls and everyone was excited. Judging by this spell scroll's previous display of power, it should be able to blast through this already loose wall. They set it up again and quickly got back into position, the thought of safety on their minds. They all watched as Roland moved back to the scroll and activated it again. They smiled a bit as they saw the kid hastily run back behind cover while his spell scroll activated. This time around he managed to get behind the carts in time before the explosion occurred. Another loud thump made the whole mine shake. We did it. Good work. Let's get the fuck out of here. MMH. Everyone rejoiced as the opening now looked large enough for them to fit through. Some water started pouring in, but it was at most up to their waist. They should be able to get through this. Before they could get up, another tremor made the whole mine quake. They all looked behind them and spotted a strange occurrence. The ground started rising upwards and a huge head emerged from underneath. A monster that was several times bigger than a Myrmiki soldier started crawling out from the hard rocky ground. It was still an ant, but its abdomen was a lot longer than what you'd see on a normal ant. The monster filled out quite a bit of the cavern and its head even hit the ceiling. It gave out a screeching scream the moment it spotted Roland's party that was still behind the mine carts. Myrmiki Queen L 163 HP, / Fucking hell. Quickly, run! They all bolted for the exit. There was no way that they were going to defeat that thing here. Roland brought out his binder with the rest of his spells and started pelting the monster with fire arrows. To no surprise, the fire spells didn't even leave a dent. He couldn't even burn off its antennae as he did with the soldier variant before. It's a tier 3 monster. He fired off a smoke arrow that caused some confusion before quickly turning around. He headed towards the created exit, the huge monster close in pursuit. He dived in while everyone else was already a bit further. His team members frantically pulled him inside. Everyone started running without looking back. The monster dived right in after them by slamming its giant head inside the tight corridor. It started gnashing with its huge mandibles at the adventurers while slowly forcing its large body inside. The whole corridor shook while they backed off with haste. The water inside slowed them down while the beast continued with its chase. Fuck, it's coming! Roland dove his hand into his spatial bag and pulled out something. It didn't look like a scroll. It seemed to be a hairless pelt with a lot of runes drawn on it. The monster was moving towards them faster than they were escaping. He decided to use his last lifeline even though he knew the consequences. "What are you doing?" Helki shouted while looking back. She saw her mage team member hold a large pelt with one hand while placing his other in the middle. The moment he did, the center part started lighting up. She could see mana traveling in 6 directions from the middle part and traveling in symmetrical directions upwards. It connected with some other runes and then it traveled through even more glistering pathways. A bright flash of red light was created and a massive amount of fire arrows shot out from the other end of the large piece of monster skin. Roland had scribed multiple fire arrow spells onto a monster pelt that was used as the main resource for scrolls. The multiple fire arrows combined mid-air and connected with the monster queen's large opened mouth. The huge ant received a mouthful of fire energy and quickly backed off while giving off an incomprehensible wail of pain. Roland flew backward into the arms of his dwarven party member. The hand that he used to power his spell was all mangled and charred. All of his fingers were broken and the burn marks reached past his forearm. His vision was hazy and he passed out soon afterward. The shouts of his party members weren't reaching his ears as everything faded to black. Heh! A man about the age of 25 opened up his eyes. He had fallen down from what seemed to be a gaming chair. He was in a small apartment that only had one room that connected to a tiny bathroom. The whole place looked messy and unkempt. What was I doing? He stood up, his eyes felt heavy. He felt as if he had been sleeping for days. Dazed and confused, he glanced around. The room around him seemed familiar yet distant at the same time. He looked around. The apartment was badly kept and dirty clothes that were rolled up into a ball were thrown in the corner. A half-eaten microwaved pizza was to the side along with some soda. This drink had long lost its carbonated properties and now would taste like sugar water. The man rubbed his head as he sat back in his chair. He felt like he was forgetting something important. He remembered returning from a hard day's work while almost getting run over by a truck. Then he started playing some games. I must have fallen asleep while playing, he thought to himself while looking at his PC screen. Instead of seeing a game on it, he saw a pitch-black monitor. He leaned forward to his mouse. Maybe his computer had gone into sleeping mode after he dozed off. The moment he jolted his mouse, the screen flickered and something appeared, something that didn't look like a game. What the? He saw an image of an ant. It looked awfully realistic and somehow more monstrous than a regular insect. The image on the screen looked at him as it moved. He moved his head to the left and the large ant's head moved to face him. His first thought was that it was some kind of new gaming feature. Things like eye tracking weren't new. The strange part was that he wasn't wearing anything for the program to track his head movement. He didn't even have a webcam on his computer and he wasn't wearing his VR headset either. While he was thinking, an odd occurrence took place. He saw that the ant's head started pushing through the large flat computer screen as if it was trying to tear through it. He instantly jumped back in panic, falling down from his chair yet again. After some pushing, the monster ant's head finally burst through the 32-inch screen. The thing gave out a massive loud wail that caused all the windows in his apartment to shatter. He moved up his right hand to protect himself, but he spotted something wrong. He couldn't move it at all. The man looked to where his arm was and saw it mangled up. It looked as if he put it in a garbage disposal. His fingers were all bent out of shape and the pain was unbearable. Before he could register this, the monster ant's head moved closer. Its giant mandibles opened up in front of his face and they chomped down on his head. No! A youth in a black robe shot forward, his loud scream alerting the people next to him. Hey, calm down. Roland's eyes went wide. He wasn't sure what was happening. His first instinct was to look to his right arm. He remembered activating the barely tested scroll that he made. It was a yet unreliable product that he supersized after making a smaller version. He used the whole pelt from a monster sheep that was used for regular spell scrolls along with some better magic ink. He created the runic spell by jerry-rigging as many fire arrow runes onto the pelt as possible. He managed to connect them all together with the magical pathways and fixed it all up with his debugging skill. What was created was a haphazard runic spell scroll that overloaded when you tried casting it. The backlash from activating it was the reason his arm almost exploded. At least that was what he thought had happened, but for some reason, his arm looked mostly fine now. His fingers weren't disfigured or gone and the burn scars were faint. He looked to the side and finally realized that he was in a moving carriage. His party members were sitting there and looking at him. Quite teach, girly scream ye git there laddie. Dalrak the dwarf laughed out loud while Orson sniggered on the side. Helki looked at the two men with narrowed eyes and even gave Orson a shove. The young man just sniggered further. Hey! Stop making fun of him, he almost died. Roland's face showed lines forming between the eyebrows while he tilted his head to the side. Helgi looked to him with a slight smile on her face as she explained what happened after he had used that spell scroll of his. After you passed out the Myrmidon Queen. Apparently the spell worked and the queen backed away into the mine. Due to its size, the tunnel collapsed right after the monster retreated. Roland had passed out. Orson carried him to safety over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The adventurers outside were already waiting for them. The two explosions that they caused to blow up the wall alerted them to their presence. Wells, the expedition leader, was really surprised to see them there all alive with only Roland being injured. He was then healed by the Tier 2 priest that had tagged along on this expedition. The priest had advanced healing miracles which allowed Roland's fingers to be patched up. The reason that they were in a carriage now was that they were heading back to Edelgard. So the expedition leader ordered a retreat after realizing that there was a Tier 3 Myrmidon Queen in the mine. In short, yes. Helgi nodded while relying on the information. This made sense as the Tier 2 team would probably have a hard time against a Tier 3 monster. To bring down a monster at that level, they would probably need a full party of equally strong Tier 3 classes. Monsters tended to be stronger than their human counterparts and the gap widened on the higher tiers. Well done back there, laddie, Courtney have made it back without ye. Dalrak said while giving Roland a manly smack to the back. This caused the youth to almost face plant into the wooden carriage floor. He was slowly getting fed up with these people smacking his back all the time. Yeah, great job, kid. What was up with that spell anyway? Orson asked while everyone stared. Roland had made quite an impression on the adventurers here. Some of them were even thinking that he was a Tier 2 in disguise. It was just a spell scroll I bought. It's not like I can cast those myself. From the standpoint of these adventurers, this had to mean that Roland was someone rich. There was no way a normal person would have so many common grade spell scrolls on him of various elemental affinities. He had to either have some kind of connections or be the son of a rich merchant, maybe even a noble in disguise. They would of course not pry into his business, but it was something they would remember. Hey, if you need advice on some of the shops in the Flower District, come find me in the guild. I can introduce you to all the best girls, they'll take care of YA, just say that Big Brother Orson sent you. Roland had a blank look on his face while he was listening to Orson talking about the Flower District. This was how the city's red light district was called. The warrior was probably thinking that he was giving the youth some sound big brotherly advice. The young boy that was actually a person over 30 wasn't as appreciative. He could only shake his head while Orson talked about his passion. The dwarf even started butting in. He tried to sell Roland on the dwarf girls yet again. These two were quite the pervy duo apparently, and they seemed to be hitting it off together. That's why men are. Helgi had a big frown on her face as she listened to these idiots talking about the red light district. They were even giving the youth some insider knowledge with her right next to them. She did find it odd that Roland wasn't interested at all. He wasn't even blushing as a normal kid his age should be. Roland just ignored that horny duo and thought back to what transpired today. He had gotten himself trapped in a closed mine, and even the people in his expedition were working against him. If they didn't blow up the exits, he might have been able to get out of there without a mangled hand. He believed that the Queen wouldn't have noticed them if they weren't blowing up the wall to the closed-off mine shafts. He wasn't the only one from the party that had gained a lot from this expedition. Everyone had multiple mana stones in their possessions, and they killed a lot of monsters, which allowed them to get a lot of experience. Helgi had the biggest jump in levels, from a measly tier 1 level 10 all the way up to level 23. She would be soon allowed to get another tier 1 class and join the Steel Adventurer ranks. Roland had gained 2 levels throughout the whole encounter. He might have even maxed out his class if it wasn't a crafting profession. The rune mastery skill it had was unconventional for the type of class it was. He was banking on it unlocking better job options in the future, them not necessarily being other Tier 1 classes. "Thanks for pulling me out." Roland spoke out towards his party members who were arguing about women's busts again. He at least had to thank them for getting him out of there, he wouldn't have been able to survive otherwise. The guys laughed a bit, the elf remained in his spot as he just kept looking outside the carriage. Helgi blushed slightly, unused to getting thanked by others. They returned to Edelgard in one piece. The journey back always seemed faster and he also was out cold for half of it. They wouldn't be needing to make any kind of reports to the guild as Wells was responsible for that. They had to pull back due to the misreport that the mine manager gave them so they wouldn't suffer any fees for an incomplete job. If they would be getting all of the rewards from the mine owner was unknown, they might have to walk away without getting paid anything. This wasn't something Roland cared that much for though. His main profession was a crafter, he had gained some mana stones that he could sell. He also gained a lot of experience and could now evaluate where his strengths and weaknesses lay. For one, this large pelt scroll that he came up with needed some protective measures. Maybe if he attached a barrier spell to cover his body during its activation it could mitigate the damage he would potentially receive to his hand. He also realized how limited this style of combat was. If they didn't find an exit and had to wait there, his scrolls would run out eventually. He would have to rely on his regular spells that were much weaker or his own close-range fighting capabilities. He might have to train his combat skills up, most of them were stagnant after he got used to his backline support position. This and a few other things needed adjusting. He hopped out from the carriage and stretched out his sore body. He was still surprised about the power of healing, his arm felt brand new and he could vaguely tell where the burn marks started. A healer could cast this spell which would normally cost you quite the penny if you bought a common grade recovery potion. "Well, I will be seeing ye around." Dalrak packed up all of his gear and said his goodbyes. "Been interesting, why bastards." "Hey, wait up dwarf." He and Orson had apparently bonded over booze and women on the trip here. Maybe they would be forming a party of their own soon. "Farewell. If destiny wills it, our paths will cross again." Selena said his one-liner and then walked away, his long golden hair dancing in the wind as he strutted away without looking back, his bow over his shoulder. The only ones remaining now were Roland and Helgi. They were quite the odd bunch. Roland muttered out while Helgi nodded. "And you're not odd at all." "Me? What's odd about me?" The girl just rolled her eyes and moved forward. She wanted to go to the guild and sell the mana stones she gathered. After Orson took that dead adventurer's spatial bag, everyone agreed on giving it to Helgi as she lacked her own. She was now richer and could probably afford better armor and better weapons for her next adventure. "What?" Roland raised his eyebrow as the girl didn't answer and just started walking away. After a while she just turned around and started waving, a smile plastered all over her face. "See you later, Mage Roland. If you're ever in need of a scout you can come find me at the guild." "Yeah, see you around." Roland just nodded, he wasn't sure if he would ever meet the girl in the future. After working as an adventurer she seemed to not be as bipolar as before. She still sometimes had some angry outbursts, but it was mostly focused on Orson that liked to butt heads with her. He himself went back to his lodgings. He had ditched the old room and found himself something bigger. His bed and mattress were now half decent and he left most of his work-related stuff back at the store. He laid out the contents of his spatial bag on the table. There were various sizes of mana stones there. Ones the size of fingernails and larger at the size of a marble. The larger ones belonged to the Tier 2 soldier type while the lower ones to the workers. He wasn't sure if he wanted to sell these yet. Supposedly things like magic ink that he used for the scrolls was somehow also manufactured with these as a resource. Some weapons even used these stones as a power source that could be later recharged. He was going to be fashioning weapons like that in the future, so not selling these would probably save him some money in the long run. Roland glanced at his status screen. He only needed to get a couple of levels and he would be able to switch to his third Tier 1 class. There was another path he could take, getting a Tier 2 class instead, which would give him the 1.5x multiplier to his stats and would make him a lot stronger than before. He wondered how fast other people got to those Tier 2 classes and if it was worth not to gain more levels with the Tier 1 classes instead. His future progress might be stunted if he didn't unlock more skills. 3 levels shouldn't take more than a couple of months of scroll crafting. He nodded to himself. He already spent a lot of time crafting scrolls. This would put him at a year into his contract. There was a bit of a problem he was afraid of. When he switched to a blacksmith class, he would need to drop one of his class bonuses. He might have to give up the bonuses his scribe class provided. It gave him bonuses to mana regeneration and it lowered his mana consumption while crafting scrolls. He had a large pool of mana as it was, but he burned through it quite fast when crafting. His mage class also gave him more mana as well as mana regeneration, which was best for crafting he would have to see. This was something that he would tackle on a later occasion. He had gone through quite the adventure and he was really tired. The carriage wasn't a place that he could sleep and he mostly remained awake for the rest of the journey home. He still had some days off and he would use them to sleep it off. After he recovered he would grind till the next class change and finally get his blacksmith class. Edelgard was a large city. It was considered prosperous in the kingdom and was renowned for its crafting professions. A lot of the country's magical equipment was manufactured right here. An item with the quality seal coming from here was most of the time guaranteed to sell and bring in coins. These coins were being regulated by the Merchant Council as well as by the noble house that was here. The nobles mostly kept their noses out of the merchant business and only required them to pay taxes. This was natural as most of the aristocrats were busy with other things, like attending parties, acquiring merits, and gaining favor with people in a higher position like the duke houses or the royal family. In a well-lit room, there were 6 people sitting around a round table. 2 chairs were empty, but this didn't stop them from speaking. This was a gathering of the rich merchants that were the largest business owners in the city. Some had others deal with things like this by sending proxies. One of those people was the gnome manager that Roland was affiliated with. Blasted mine cost me a fortune. How did a murmucky infestation spread there? This makes any sense. A large dwarf with a bit of a tummy to him was slamming his large hand on the table. This hand had various golden rings on it just as his beard did. Just some bad luck, Tilda, replied an elven woman whose skin color was dark. She was a moon elf. She had a cigarette holder in her right hand and some pink smoke was coming out of the end of the bud. She was squeezed into a black dress that showed quite a lot of cleavage. She looked to be a young beauty, but her age was several times above this dwarf. Clam up, Lilata. Shut up, Lilata. The angry dwarf replied while spitting out saliva in rage. You should watch that temper, Mr. Tharder. Maybe I should reserve a night with one of my girls for you. I'll be sure to give you a good price, Tilda. The woman smirked while leaning over to show off some more of that cleavage. The dwarf clicked with his tongue and leaned back in his chair as he started to calm down. This doesn't make any sense. You know that those monsters don't wander near places close to water. Emma mines has a large river next to it. Someone missed her lord time there. The dwarf voiced his concerns. The mine was far too close to a large body of water. The ants should have reacted to the moisture in the ground and evaded the area like the plague. Yes, this does feel fishy. The one answering was the gnome manager that Roland was working for. Haven't strange things been happening lately? The people quieted down and started mumbling. The mine disaster that caused the big headache for this dwarf wasn't the only thing that was out of place. Yes, my convoys have been getting attacked lately. More than usually. I even had to pay out of hand for more bodyguards. Another member of the council answered. Someone put poison in one of the dishes in my restaurant when one of the nobles was visiting. They almost tore down the whole place. Another person that owned a lot of food-related businesses voiced his concerns. There had been a lot of irregularities happening in this city since half a year ago. The mine incident was the most high-profile one as it left a big body count and the Adventurer Guild even had to get involved. Someone trying Thai muscle in iron or turf? Possibly, but who would be so shameless? We have the backing of the noble families, could it be? The gnome stopped talking as he looked at the council members. It was possible that one of them was doing this. Even if one of their businesses was hit, it could easily have been a distraction. If they started bleeding money, someone could very easily just move in and buy them out for close to nothing. Even in his stores that he had spread through the city were getting hit, mostly by people complaining about the items failing and asking for returns. This in turn tarnished the store's good name and brought fewer customers that went to others to do their purchases. It wasn't that bad at the moment, but could become a problem if it continued. The council discussed some more rumors, but they didn't come to any consensus. Everyone soon dispersed and they just agreed to keep an eye out for potential spies and sabotage. They could easily have the authorities work for them if they found out who was messing with their businesses. The gnome manager was now sitting in a carriage with his elf attendant Ziliana. The gnome continued speculating about the real mastermind behind this. After some time, Roland's involvement in the mine expedition was mentioned and the conversation switched to him. The boy's work has been selling well, it was a good thing that he signed up with us. It's going to take a while till he develops further, the scrolls he makes are a hot commodity. The elf woman that worked at the store was here as well. She praised Roland's work, mentioning the great sales. The only problem was that the scrolls were still only a common grade item and the stock was very limited. The number he could make in a month's time brought in some money, but it wasn't really that much in the grand scheme of things. The gnome nodded as the elf spoke. Since the youth returned from the mine expedition about 5 months ago, he had been working tirelessly. He unloaded quite the sizable number of spell scrolls onto him. He was clearly some kind of prodigy as he was able to craft the highest quality common spell scrolls. He had thought that he would be a one-trick pony and continue making runic fire arrows, but he was wrong. He could scribe all of the elemental arrow types. He even gave him scrolls to sell as a bundle and explained how they work together. One of them was the combination of wind, water, and ice that could simulate a tier 3 blizzard spell quite well and freeze opponents in a wide area. The profits from the runic scrolls were sizable, but at most, he outworked 5 regular mana scribes. He wasn't a runesmith quite yet, and the real money was in creating reusable gear for adventurers or the country's soldiers. If you managed to fetch a good commission from the noble lords to outfit their army, you could make more than by selling 2 sparse adventurers. The brat is working hard, he even requested smithing books from me. The gnome said while the elf woman smiled. He's going to change classes again already. The two were baffled by Roland's progress. They figured that he couldn't be an ordinary person just by the fact that he already had his 2nd class when he was 11. There were certain ways to increase your experience besides killing monsters and crafting. You think he used blood crystals, manager? He doesn't seem like the type. Didn't have the telltale signs of using them, probably not. The gnome replied while lighting up his pipe. The elven woman cringed a bit as she saw her boss do this, not being a fan of smokers to say the least. We have him for another 2 years, so we can watch him closely. Don't think he is a security risk. Ziliana said with a resounding nod. Should I do some digging? The people that complained at our shop were a dead end. They didn't seem to know much even when I asked them nicely, Tilda. The elf woman smirked a bit as she recounted how she investigated the people that were trying to return their items back to the store. They were unusually loud while doing it, as if they were told to make a scene. They haven't been hit that hard like the rest. Nothing as a poisoning incident or a monster attack at the mine happened just yet. Tighten the security, whoever this is, they are being careful. Might be one of the council members or even the nobles, could also be an unknown third party that is trying to move in. Have our people report any major buyouts happening? The two continued talking while riding the carriage back towards their residence. Edelgard was considered a large city of 500,000 people. The meeting place was on the other side of the city, so they would need half an hour to get back. Well then, I'll be off first. Another little mouse appeared again. Ziliana said while grinning. Her body started turning dark and it soon turned into black smoke. She vanished from within the carriage that she occupied with the gnome. He just continued to smoke. There was no reaction on his face to the strange occurrence, as if it was something that he saw many times before. The faint screams that were heard afterward didn't garner a reaction either. Wished she didn't always leave such a mess behind, tired of paying off the guards all the time. The manager blew out some smoke through his nose while the moon shone brightly in the night. In another place, a different scene was playing out. A certain human youth was reading a large book. A large pile of them was to the side. He was going through the pages quite fast and his eyes were moving through the letters at a rapid pace. He finally placed it down on the table where the stack of the others was. Think that's all? Roland rubbed his eyes that were slightly tired and glanced at his status screen. Name: Roland Arden L50. Classes: T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25, Main. HP: 413. MP: 2144. SP: 96. Strength: 29. Agility: 33. Dexterity: 72. Vitality: 32. Endurance: 31. Intelligence: 105. Willpower: 80. Charisma: 14. Luck: 7. He went through his stats and skills. He had gathered quite a lot of them through these years. He wasn't able to rise all of them to level 9, there was just not enough time for all of that. He had to focus on his main skills like the ones for mana manipulation and crafting. He had managed to get his runic mastery up to the limit as well as both his mana scribing and runic scribing skill. He was now ready for the next step. He was only worried that there could be something more. When he wanted to change into the Mana Scribe, a variation of the class appeared. This was his current runic Mana Scribe class. He had read up in the blacksmith class. There wasn't much to get past the class change trial. Normally you just needed to craft something. It would be something easy at first like a horseshoe or some of the basic blacksmithing tools like an S-hook. It was a simple tool for hanging your other tools and for various other things around the smithy. Making those basic things wouldn't be much of a problem for Roland. His stats were already above what a beginner level 1 blacksmith should have. This class required a lot of strength though. This was one of the attributes that he lacked the most. In contrast, if he went for a more artisan-like class that made smaller parts, his high dexterity would be quite useful. He wasn't planning to be a goldsmith to make gold rings and necklaces though. The only slight fear that he had was that there would be a different class option like the last time. This would be good news, but he still could fail his class change quest and waste 2 small gold coins while at it. He gave out a sigh and looked at the crystal that activated the strange dimension that had his old apartment in it. Well, if I fail I'll just do it again. He nodded to himself. He had read all the smithing-related books that he could find. There were also some basic rune smithing books there, but they didn't go into much detail about how runecrafting or runic inscriptions. Roland grasped the class-changing stone and stared at it before activating it as he did before. He arrived in the usual spot at the bottom of the apartment building. The outside looked dead as always. He just turned around and walked slowly upstairs. His room was the same and he went straight to the computer. He heard the fans turning on and the system asking him for his password the same as before. There are a lot of them this time. After going straight to the program that showed him the possible classes, he started looking through them. There were the usual Tier 1 classes like Archer, Warrior, Scout there, but just as he expected, there were some Tier 2 classes available now. Advanced Mana Scribe, Advanced Runic Mana Scribe are there. He leveled up both of his scribing skills to the max and along with the skills that he had from his mage class. He reasoned that this was enough to allow him to change to these classes. He felt like going with the Tier 2 Advanced Runic Mana Scribe class wouldn't be such a bad idea. He looked through the side of the window that should have the more magical classes and frowned. There really weren't any Tier 2 mage classes available. He was hoping that something like a Rune Mage class would appear, but apparently, that wasn't the case. He turned his gaze to the other side where the Blacksmith class was the last time he went through a class change. To no surprise, it was still there. It showed an icon of a pixelated version of him. The pixel art was wearing the usual blacksmith apparel along with a large hammer. Instead of the walking animation, it was showing him sitting down and hammering a large anvil. He started looking to the sides just as he suspected it was there. Roland's mouth curled up slightly. The name of the class that he was hoping to get was similar to the one he currently had. Runic Blacksmith. He gave out a sigh. He wasn't sure what he would be able to craft with this class in his position, but he should at least be able to inscribe some runes on metal. Wait, does that mean there is a Runic Runesmith class after this? He paused a bit before thinking, would a Runic Runesmith add something to a class that was already working with runes? He might have been overthinking this. Maybe he wouldn't even need to take that class to forge runes. What if there are runic variations of all the smithing classes and I can skip the Tier 2 one altogether? He thought to himself. He had a theory that if he would be getting certain rune-related skills now that the runesmith class only had, then he might be able to skip it. There could also be a better version of this class waiting for him. He continued thinking before finally snapping out of it. He needed to first finish this class change quest before he could think about the Tier 2 classes. He scanned the other. The place looked like a regular blacksmith's workshop like he saw in the city. It wasn't all that large, but he could see it had all the things required for one. The forge, water barrel, and quench tank were close to each other. The tool rack with the basic smithing tools like tongs and hammers was all there. The anvil was right in the middle, and a bit further away was the workbench with a book on it. He walked up to it while remembering his first class change mission that was similar to this setup. Just as before, he needed to read through it to get the temporary skills and then craft the required item. He spotted a large hourglass in the corner that was already counting down the time. He moved forward and grabbed the large book. He hoped to get an easy item for crafting like some nails. He received an unexpected thing instead. This even prompted him to raise an eyebrow. How to forge a ladle of lesser fire resistance. Basic forging, temporary. Basic smithing mastery, temporary. Basic runecraft, temporary, gained. Roland put the crafting instructions to the side. He had gained the knowledge about how to craft a blacksmith's ladle that was used in forging. He didn't think that something like this would be his first piece of work. He also needed to inscribe a rune on the metal tool before he could consider it finished. He looked at the tool rack and started picking out the tools and resources that he would need for this task. He didn't come unprepared. He had gone through many crafting textbooks. He even examined how the other smiths were doing their work while out in the city. He even tried paying a few to give him some lessons, but they weren't willing to show him their trade secrets. They mistakenly thought that he was someone spying from another smithy. Roland didn't want to ask the manager for help, so he settled for only watching from afar. That didn't last for long, as he was removed after being spotted after a couple of days. He nodded to himself while he started placing the items and tools that he would require to forge this ladle. First came the blacksmith's hammers, which were the staple of the craft. Next came a pair of shears meant for cutting thinner pieces of metal. a punch to make the holes that he could then attach the round ladle end with, rivets and some other things. He managed to find everything in this small smithy. He gazed at the tools on the table one more time. It was time to get to work. First, he needed a thinner piece of sheet metal. He grabbed the resource from the side and started cutting. He realized why strength was such an important stat for a blacksmith. Even cutting this was quite strenuous as the metal sheet wasn't all that thin. He managed to make an almost perfect circle, but it wasn't quite there. He placed it into a vise, then he took out a large file to smooth it out. After he was finished, he placed it to the side. Next, he grabbed a swage block. This tool was mostly a heavy block made from iron or steel. It had various holes in different shapes and sizes. The one that he grabbed was already prepared beforehand, as it was a cupping swage design used for spoons and ladles. He also grasped tongs as the forge would finally be going to be used. The previously cut-out circle needed to be heated up. He had to concentrate now as fire was involved. Keeping it controlled was a must. Too little heat in the metal would be too hard to forge and more prone to cracking. Too much heat and he would burn or melt the metal, making it useless in the process. The amount of oxygen in the fire was also important, as too much air lead to increase oxide, which was also known as scale. This he needed to avoid. The fire temperature and oxygen control played a huge role in how easily a blacksmith could forge. The type of fire a blacksmith got also relied on the type of fuel he was using. Charcoal, wood, and even magic fire, which was considered the best as it burned at a more stable rate. Luckily, the fire he was working with here was magical and he didn't need to light it up himself. He opened up the forge and made sure to hold the metal piece with the tongs snugly. If the tongs didn't hold the metal tightly, the metal could become a very hot, very dangerous projectile when hammering it. He placed the heated metal on the cupping swage that was on the anvil and got to work. Roland held the round piece of metal with his tongs. His other hand was now holding a rounding hammer and he began dishing out hammer blows. He started from the center of the circle and continued working his way out in a spiral pattern. He worked with overlapping hammer blows as he smoothed the base of the ladle into a rounder shape. This took him some time. This was the first time he was crafting as a smith. Luckily, his dexterity also played a moderate role in this, so he was able to land the blows in all the correct places. The blacksmithing skills were also helping him out with what he was supposed to be doing. He managed to finish up with this part and moved on to the next one. For the next step, he needed an iron rod. This would be the handle and would probably require the most hammering work. He heated it up once again in the furnace and began tapering one of the ends on the far side of the anvil with full-face hammer blows until the taper was at the length that he wanted it. One of the basics of blacksmithing were the types of hammer blows. They varied based on how a blacksmith was hammering the metal in relation to the anvil: full-faced, half-faced, and shearing. All of these blows could be done on any part or edge of the anvil as well as at any angle to isolate and fuller the metal. With a full-faced blow, the metal is fully pinched between the hammer and anvil. Such a blow was used to taper, draw, and smooth the steel. With a half-faced blow, the metal was forged only partially on the anvil to either create a shoulder in the metal or to protect another area from being forged. A half-faced blow could also be used to filler and isolate metal more efficiently. With a shearing blow, the hammer does not hit the anvil at all. It is used to bend steel and could be done over the edge of the anvil, the horn, or on some other tool. He started curling the end of the handle's taper over the rounded far edge of the anvil. Then he began shaping it, which was also called scrolling. He did it by holding the rod flat on the anvil and continued hammering back towards himself. This would give the handle a nice curved shape and was apparently a requirement for this type of ladle. His hand started to get tired and his stamina points were going down. He continued bending the handle until it managed to turn into a proper scroll. He then continued by bending the end further approximately 45 degrees to one side over the far side of the anvil to create a ring at the end. He placed the little loop in the anvil's spike and finished up the handle shape with some more hammer strikes before quenching it. With the handle now finished, he moved on to the other end to which the oval ladle would be attached to. The sounds of a hammer hitting on metal continued while Roland sweated. After some time he managed to finally get the other end into a somewhat good shape. Now he needed to punch some holes through it. He assembled the ladle and handle together as they were now ready for the rivets. This was the most common way to fasten two parts together as a regular blacksmith. Welding was possible with some runic equipment, but it drained a lot of mana, so it was limited to high-level people. He was lucky enough that this virtual smithing workshop came with pre-made rivets, so he wouldn't have to make them himself. He placed the ladle head on the outside of the anvil with the handle resting over it. The rivets were heated up before the hammering process. He looked at his creation and frowned a bit. It did look somewhat like a ladle, but it wasn't finished quite yet. If this was the regular blacksmith class, that would be it, but he still needed to place the lesser fire resistance rune on it. Roland turned to the hourglass and could tell that it was already more than half empty. Smithing took a lot longer than scribing, and this was something that he realized. Now came the runecraft. This process was not that similar to the scribing one. Magic ink wouldn't be required, but he still needed to use the hammer he was provided with. What he needed for it was his full attention and a lot of mana. Runecrafting or inscribing just consisted of forcing your mana into the desired object. The process was a lot rougher than scribing though, as you needed to transfer your mana via hammer strikes to the metal. The metal needed to be softened by heating it up. You could try forcing your mana directly without a hammer, but this was a lot harder. It also demanded a massive amount of mana and concentration. The runecrafting skill changed the properties of your mana slightly and allowed it to seep into the metal by force. It was finally time. There would be no second chance to do this, and he knew it. Even if he was able to inscribe the rune fast, he wouldn't be able to reforge this ladle in time again. Here goes nothing. He even considered praying to Solaria for a moment before placing his hand on the handle. The whole item was heated up once more. The color shifted from dark to red quite fast. He wouldn't be hitting the tool hard enough to make it bend. He just needed to transfer his energies into it and forge the rune structure. The hammer he was holding started glowing as he moved it above his head and slammed it down. The ladle shook slightly and mana seeped into it while creating some of the magical runic pathways and components in the process. Just by the first hit, he noticed that this would be really hard. His mana points dropped by a staggering number and he barely started. He repeated the process several times. Each time he struck the iron object, blue sparks of magical energy flew. The runic symbols started appearing on the handle bit by bit as he continued. He finally stopped after one of the runes was practically finished, half of his mana pool already gone at this point. He finally understood why, unless you were a tier 2 class, you had practically no chance of doing a thing like this. Even with his oversized mana pool, he was already running low. Luckily, the process of runecrafting could be broken up as the mana pathways weren't created by magic ink. He looked to the hourglass and waited. He needed to recover his mana before continuing. If his mana dropped too far, he would have trouble concentrating and he could even pass out. When more than 3/4 of the sand was gone, he resumed his work. The first part of the rune was done, which was responsible for the fire portion. He still needed to inscribe the one that was meant for resistance and also cover the whole ladle with thin magical pathways. Unless he placed the traces over the whole length, the item would not function correctly. The sand continued to run out and he started feeling dizzy. Even while waiting and having recharged some of his lost mana, he was slowly reaching his limit. He needed to dip into his reserves even more. His face became pale and he felt like someone was inserting nails into both his ears, but he continued hammering. Ladle of lesser fire resistance, lesser, lowest, I. He managed to last till the end without passing out and received a strange rating for his item. It had both the lowest and high grade. The lesser part was probably the rank of the item, which was low due to it just being a plain iron ladle. There was probably one reason for this type of rating: the rune he forged was of high quality, but the ladle as an item was barely passable. He was brought back to his room after managing to pass his second Tier 1 class change. He was now a runic blacksmith. Before he could celebrate though, he had to grab his waste bin. He placed his entire head into it before puking his supper out into it. His mana had dropped all the way to 1%. He quickly wobbled over to his spatial bag and pulled out a mana potion, which he promptly drank. It tasted terrible, but it was just the thing he needed. In a matter of minutes, he managed to recover over 200 points of mana, which took care of his migraine. He crawled over to his bed that had improved within the year as he had switched to a more expensive residence. Will all of these special class changes be like this? He barely passed the scribe class change, and it was the same with this one. This was the punishment for crossing over tiers. His stats weren't quite up to par. He already was fearing what a Tier 2 class change would have in store for him, as he was barely making it through Tier 1s. Basic forging, passive skill. Unlocks the basics of forging to the blacksmith class. Aids in managing the forge, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. Basic smithing mastery, passive skill. Increases the proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers. Basic runecraft, skill. Unlocks basic runecraft, which allows inscription of magical runes on various items. Runic blacksmith, class. Increases stamina by 15% and mana by 10%. Lowers mana consumption while inscribing runes. He checked out his skills and what the bonus for the runic variant of the blacksmith class would be. The usual blacksmith bonus was only to increase the stamina. He was even getting a boost to his mana. The bonus related to inscribing runes was similar to the scribe class, but it probably didn't work on the spell scrolls anymore. He also lost the mana regeneration bonus that class was giving him. Roland would have to test out which class was better for crafting later, as he could switch his secondary class once a day. He was tired. He barely made it through this class change. If he didn't have both of his classes and his large mana pool, he would never have made it through. The only thing he wanted to do now was sleep. In the morning he would go talk to his boss and ask for a place to train his craft. He was a bit dejected about how bad he was barely able to make a crude spoon. What, already? Yeah, don't worry, I'll keep making scrolls just like the contract stated. It was the next day and Roland was looking at a surprised gnome. Not a day after he talked with his elven worker about this youth's quick progress, he had already managed to change classes. He wanted to examine him with his skill, but the trinket that he lent him even worked on someone of his caliber. Give me a few days. I'll see what I can do. The manager didn't have any reason to deny Roland. He was still a promising worker, and if he could craft more things then it would be good for his business. Still, it was a shame that he was going to take time off scribing to create crude blacksmith tools. He was still unaware of Roland's special class. Think there was an unused small warehouse, could give it to the kid. The manager thought to himself. He had promised in the contract to provide Roland a place to work, but it didn't say how well equipped it had to be. The kid could just spend his own money to get the more expensive stuff or just buy the materials from his store. He would just provide the bare minimum iron tools. While the new place was being prepared, Roland headed out. He knew how this gnome operated, as he wouldn't even give him a good deal on the materials. The thing he was mostly interested in now was runic equipment. He needed to get some rune diagrams designed for wearable gear instead of the runic spells this time around. Finally, his life as a smith had begun. He just needed to stick with it and work hard. With time he would probably be able to match the newbie runesmiths. If he could earn money making flame-resistant spoons was still out for debate. Roland gave out a yawn and moved his head to the side. His dome was sticking out from under a blanket and he could feel a cold breeze coming in through the window. He rose up and stretched while yawning, his eyes still a bit sluggish. He had gained some form of freedom through the years, but he still was somehow used to getting up early in the morning. This day was going to be slightly different than the rest. The new workshop that he was promised was going to be open today. He was going to work there now instead of going to Exia's Magic Emporium. As he was now a runic blacksmith, he needed more space to practice his smithing-related skills. The manager had delivered on his promise and he would move to the new workshop today. He was going to live there as well, he wouldn't need this inn's room anymore. The place he was going to work in had a smaller space for a bedroom where he could spend the night in. He wouldn't get it for free though, he would pay rent and still need to produce the minimum number of 10 spell scrolls a week. He wasn't happy about the workload increase as he wanted to get his smithing skills into higher levels. His scribing skills couldn't be leveled up further, the higher tier skill was only unlocked after getting a tier 2 advanced runic mana scribe class. Still, making runic scrolls was his only way of making a living at least for now. If he managed to create some runic weapons, he figured that the gnome manager would exchange them for the scrolls as they brought in more money. This was also why they were a lot harder to make. He realized this when he was changing classes and inscribing his first rune. The sheer amount of mana used for even a lesser rune was astronomical. The mana he spent on that one fire-resistant ladle was enough for him to create 5 common fire arrow spells. He couldn't even finish it in one go and needed to wait for his mana to regenerate. If he tried it in one go he would have probably passed out from the splitting headache. He got up from bed and got dressed. He wore his usual robe with some casual clothes underneath. He didn't wear the gambeson armor this time as it was too thick. It was fine to wear outdoors as it was cold there. Inside on the other hand it just made him sweat a lot. He had also exchanged his spatial bag for a larger model. He could fit 3 times as much into this one. Carrying all of his baggage and resources was now finally possible. After clearing out the room he returned the key to the innkeeper. The man didn't react much as having old tenants leave was a common occurrence. He was over 12 years of age now and he would be getting a place of his own already. His plans of starting his own business were looking bright, but he wasn't sure if the council that ruled this place would allow him to open up his own store just yet. Even now he would only work at the building he was given, but it would be closed and function only as a place for crafting. He pushed the inn door open and walked out without looking behind. He decided to take a stroll through the city instead of paying for a carriage. It wasn't that cold outside as it was summer season now. There were many other people walking back and forth. Even though it wasn't that cold he still saw smoke coming out of many chimneys. The familiar clinging of metal on metal was heard by him as he continued towards his destination. His plan was to find a regular job at a smithy when he came to this city. A person to guide his progress would probably speed up everything. Luckily in a world where you gained skills, repetition could replace a good master. There were enough smithing manuals to refer to. The hard part was the inscribing of runic symbols. After the trial, he had thought about something that would lessen the strain. He continued walking through the city. The further he went the less glamorous looking the city became. He already realized that the gnome wouldn't be handing out anything for free and the new workshop was located in the lower parts of the city. This was where most of the poor people lived. He knew that the place he would be getting wouldn't be anything special. Yeah, expected this much. He thought to himself while looking at the address, just as in his past world the houses did have numbers and street names. What he was looking at was an old stone building with a wooden gable roof. There seemed to be an attic with a single round window there. It didn't have any glass in it and was nailed shut by some wooden planks. There was someone standing in front of the building and he quickly walked over to Roland. It was a large individual that looked like some kind of worker. "You Roland?" Roland nodded and also showed a scrap of paper that the gnome manager gave him to the man. "Everything seems to be in order, the place is yours." The man was fast to leave after seeing the introduction letter. He was just here to give the youth the keys and make sure that no one ransacked it before the new owner moved in. Roland looked at the person disappearing into the distance before turning around. He looked at the shabby building and went in. It was a lot larger than he expected, and when he walked in he knew the reason why. This wasn't a regular house, no, this was probably a small warehouse. It had a 2 stories tall storage area and a small office. This office was also what was going to be his living quarters. There was a loading platform in front of the warehouse to help load and unload the goods from carts and wagons. For heavier goods, there should be a simple hoist above the warehouse door, but there was none. There might have been a crane that you operated on the catwalk, but it wasn't there anymore either. Most of the space of this building was kept for storage. This gave ample room for the various smithing utensils. Right in the middle was the large anvil. It looked quite old and heavy to lift. By the wall, there was the heart of the smithy, the forge with a bellows connected to it that would allow him to infuse more air into it. This one used coal as fuel and looked quite banged up. There were some iron tools thrown into the corner. After going through them he noticed that some were even rusty. He firstly sorted them out, bringing all the hammers in one spot while the various tongs were placed by the forge in an orderly fashion. A vise and a workbench was there, even a grindstone for sharpening. The gnome was true to his word and had procured all the basics for him to start. He moved his gaze to the rest of his new workshop. The whole place was dusty and cobwebs were hanging from the ceiling. No one had lived in here for quite some time. The reason why this warehouse building wasn't being used was unknown to him. He could only surmise that it was either too old or in a bad location. I need to clean this place up. In these kinds of situations, he wished he was a real elemental mage. He could produce water via magic. If he wanted to do that now, he would need to use a costly magic scroll. He needed water and some rags. There were wells spread through the city for these reasons. He started thinking that maybe he should hire someone to fetch things like this for him at a later occasion. The manager had said something about an assistant, but after getting the smithy, he didn't want to ask for more, at least not yet. It took him 15 minutes to come back with 2 buckets of water and then the cleaning started. It took him quite a bit of time to get his sleeping quarters cleaned first. Scrubbing old uneven wood that wasn't painted was quite a hassle. Mold was everywhere, the shabby windows were letting the cold air in, and going up onto that catwalk seemed like an accident waiting to happen. Roland dropped dead on his new bed after cleaning the whole place and somehow getting everything in order. He was already rethinking his approach of starting a solo career. Maybe working in someone else's workshop would be less of a hassle. Then the memories of his old life where he was forced by his old boss to work overtime each day resurfaced. This brought back his stubborn side and he quickly decided to power through this small setback. Luckily it was a warmer part of the year and the night went past without much of a problem. A new bed that he wasn't used had caused him not to be well rested. This was still a marked building under the umbrella of Exia, so he didn't fear that he would be ransacked in the future. The thieves and bandits in this city mostly evaded the businesses run by the council members. On the next day, he was finally ready to work. He had bought some bronze ingots for this occasion along with some iron ones. Besides those he also had other materials. There was an old smelter here, he just needed to make some molds for it. He would mostly use bronze and iron for the time being. Even though iron was still a bit hard to inscribe runes on, it was good to train his smithing skills on. The bronze would be used for the next phase, which was runecraft. Bronze had a lower melting point than iron. He believed that it would also be easier to inscribe runes onto it. He finally started up the forge. He wasn't planning on doing anything out of the ordinary, just some nails. He had read from the books and just making those would count as experience and towards his tool-related skills. He would be making these nails from iron this time around. He had a 1 centimeter wide iron stock for this, which was just a plain long iron rod. He also had a slightly rusty nail header. This tool had a small hook on one side and a rounder flat end on the other with a hole going through it. It was also used for riveting. The last tool was a hardy hot cut tool with which he would use to cut the heated rod. First, he used his ember spell to start a fire and waited for the coals to reach a high enough temperature. The rod he was using was long enough for him to hold it with his hands, but he still used some gloves for added safety. When the metal turned red, he brought it over to the anvil and started hammering it. Only the tip of the rod was on the anvil, as he only needed to taper a small length that would be the nail. After getting the tip into the correct nail shape, he firstly put it through the nail header to see if it fit. After this, he placed the hardy tool on the anvil and the hot part of the rod against it. He started hammering it over and over again while twisting it around. He left a small part intact and didn't fully cut through it, as the nail header would be used to twist it off. He placed the rounded part of the nail header onto the anvil where a special circular hole was. With the almost complete nail now in the nail header and on the anvil, he started hammering the top. Soon the nail took its final shape and he dropped it to the side. Created iron nail, lesser, low, gained 1 XP. He raised an eyebrow at the amount of experience that he got from this. This was the minimum you could get for any kind of action. With this being his third tier 1 class, this probably wasn't the best way to level up. Glad that I haven't really made that many schematics of the item-related runes. He gave out a sigh after seeing the meager experience that he received. He was happy that he managed to make something that wasn't graded as lowest, at least. He continued making those nails until there was no more stock to work with. He didn't manage to level up any of his blacksmith skills just yet. If he did after making some crude nails, then it would have been far too easy. He continued practicing making nails while taking some downtime and creating some spell scrolls. He still needed to keep the minimum up or even more. He now had a workshop and he would need to spend money on new materials. The nails that he was making were too small for rune inscribing, at least for the time being. He would either smelt them down into something else or use them to hang out more tools on the walls. After a full day of making tools, his basic smithing mastery reached level 2. He even received a bonus point in strength for it. His basic forging didn't go up quite yet. He would probably need to start smelting and working the forge more for that. Before the day ended, he decided to perform one more test. He had gotten himself a slightly thicker metal plate that was made from bronze and one also made from iron. He brought them over to the workbench. He placed his hand on the bronze plate first and activated his runecrafting skill. He wanted to test if he could do this without heating the metal up and without a hammer. His fingers glowed blue and his mana seeped into the bronze. He could instantly tell that this wouldn't be going his way. He continued for a whole minute but then stopped and glanced at the piece of metal with a frown on his face. Even on something like bronze, this would take forever. His mana points were halved and maybe 1/10 of the first lesser rune was there. He could regenerate this lost mana, but the less of it he had, the slower the regeneration process became. If he dipped into his reserves and burned through 90% of his mana, it would take him about 2 hours to regenerate it. At 50% the time would be halved, and above 70% it was even faster. This was also why most mags didn't cast many spells if they didn't have to and tried keeping their mana high at all times. He stopped himself from dumping more than 50% of his mana into this bronze plate. He sat down and meditated a bit to get his mana regeneration churning. After getting back to 100%, he resumed, but this time with a hammer. His hammer blows struck the heated-up bronze plate and seeped inside its structure. He felt that this was already a lot easier than working with iron. The mana usage was lowered as there was less resistance in the material for him to work with. Bronze plate of the fire orb, lesser, lowest, high. He looked at his creation. He wasn't able to create the highest rating for the rune quite yet. As a scribe, making this lesser spell would have been a cakewalk. Here on the other hand, he was barely able to make one at the high grade while using most of his mana. This wasn't the purpose of this test though. He grabbed the bronze plate with the long name and poured some of his remaining mana into it. The moment he activated the runic spell structure, an orb of red light appeared above it. It continued to glow while he powered it with his mana. He placed it back on the anvil after deactivating the spell and started to examine it. The spell structure is still in place, nothing out of the ordinary. He picked it up again and made the orb appear again with a slight grin on his face. He had managed to make a reusable spell, he was now able to do it. This opened up new possibilities, he wouldn't be limited to one-use spell scrolls anymore. I need to perform more tests. He needed to know how thin he could make the metal plate before the runic spell became unstable. He needed to test how fast the spell deteriorated, as he knew that these items had a shelf life. His mind was already thinking ahead, he wanted to deck himself out with full runic armor. This would have to wait though, as he had trouble even making iron nails. Roland wasn't in a rush, he had enough time for everything. The day turned into night and people could hear the sound of metal hitting other metal. An orange light was seen through the cracks in the warehouse along with a cone of smoke gushing out of the chimney. A new part of life had started for Roland, and it was a lot sooner than he had expected. What he could achieve with this class was still unknown, but he would slowly figure it out. A group of grey goblins was just standing around the remains of some kind of deer-looking creature. This creature was at least twice the size of what a regular deer would be, and it had razor-sharp antlers to go with it. It seemed to not have gone down without a fight, as 4 dead goblins were right next to its corpse. One of the humanoid monsters was a head taller than the rest and was holding on to a rusty longsword. It was apparent that it was the leader of this group with one glance. He shouted something in the goblin language at the other members of its tribe. It looked quite angry, and the other started backing away from the monster's remains. He obviously wanted first dibs on the juicy meat. His mouth was already salivating and the drool was running down the monster's chin. Before it could sink its yellowy teeth into the moist meat, it noticed something. It quickly turned around and swung its longsword upwards. This was just in time to smack a blue bolt of magic energy to the side. The evolved goblin's muscular hand trembled a bit and the longsword shook violently as it successfully defended itself. The other goblins started shouting while swinging their own rusty weapons around. This wasn't the end of the magical attacks. Soon another bolt of energy flew towards the monsters, now hitting one of the regular goblins. Its head exploded into chunks of meat as it fell down to the ground. The assault continued and bolts of blue energy rained from above while the monsters panicked. The evolved variant was smart enough to take cover behind some trees. It peeked out while looking for one of the magical attacks. Soon he saw it going through one of its tribe members. Through one of its abilities, it was able to pinpoint the position that this attack came from by its flight path. It gave out a war cry and charged forward. The rest of the scared goblins quickly recovered and followed after. With the enemy position getting closer and closer, it gave chase. It had fought many ranged opponents before. It knew that it needed to close the distance before it could gain victory. It used the trees and the other goblins as shields and pushed towards from where these blue orbs of light were shooting from. Soon enough it finally spotted its prey. It was a single person in a black robe standing up on a ledge that was looking down into the forest. The being looked human and it had 2 strange items in its hand. The goblin leader saw the human point one of the things he was holding towards him. The moment he did, it gave off blue light and one of those energy missiles flew out. He quickly dodged to the side to evade it, but it grazed past his shoulder and produced a wound. The goblin monster's eyes turned red after it felt pain and it gave out a massive war cry. The human moved his other hand forward and shot off another spell. The magic bolt connected with the rusty sword yet again, causing it to finally snap, but it couldn't stop the goblin's rage-filled charge. It bolted forward, activating some kind of skill that increased its speed and turned its skin blood red. The human in the robe above the ledge flinched slightly before firing off another magic spell that connected with the enraged monster. It didn't manage to slow it down at all as it bounced off its now red skin. The goblin bolted forward with large strides. The steep ledge didn't seem like it would be able to stop its approach. The moment it started climbing, the human started moving back into the forest. The goblin wouldn't let this enemy flee. It felt like it had it cornered and just needed to get closer for the kill. It arrived on the top of the ledge in a matter of seconds. The skill it used had boosted its stats by a staggering amount. When it got to the top, it could see the human backing away against a tree. It had him cornered. There was no escape for its prey. The human brought out some other item and while the goblin was charging created some kind of barrier. The monster didn't care. It would rip a flimsy magic shield like that with its bare hands. At least that's what was supposed to happen. Instead, while charging forward, it stepped onto something. It felt like recently dug up ground with something soft underneath it. Soon after, an explosion occurred. The blast shot upwards while concentrating mostly on the creature's foot. It was blown clean off while the monster tumbled. The shield that the human put up was enough to protect him from the blast. The monster was missing a foot along with the part of its leg. It couldn't move and its skin returned to the usual grey color. The human, without approaching, took out some kind of parchment and pointed it at the monster. It couldn't react or move with the missing leg as a sizzling hot arrow of fire energy connected with its body. The mage continued using the scrolls on the evolved monster till it drew its last breath. Grey Hobgoblin Berserker L59 slain, gained 950 XP. Roland looked at the dead monster in front of him while panting. He came to this goblin-infested forest yet again to test out his new weapons. He didn't expect to find a Tier 2 monster here though. After killing the hobgoblin, his goblin killing title evolved into Goblin Slaughterer. Goblin Slaughterer title. A person with this title causes lesser goblins to run away in fear. A person with this title does 10% more damage to any goblin-type monster. This forest was still dangerous and left alone by the city lord and his army. There weren't any farms in these mountains, so people didn't bother with clearing up the goblin infestation unless someone complained. This mostly came from traveling merchants that sometimes got attacked while traveling towards the city. Most of the time the monsters didn't leave the forest and just hunted other monsters or animals for food. He was quite far on the ledge before he fired off his spell. He thought that it might have been just an evolved Tier 1 variant of the goblin from way over here. Instead, it turned out to be a hobgoblin. Luckily it was still low-leveled for a Tier 2, so he managed to somehow defeat it. He did this by preparing traps around his casting area as he was afraid that some other monsters might try sneaking upon him. He placed spell scrolls on the ground and covered them with a small amount of dirt. This special scroll, when activated, laid dormant until pressure was applied to it. This was an improved version of his explosion rune that he used to detonate the mine wall back when he was stuck in it. There were peculiar spells that could be triggered like this. He just needed to isolate the components responsible and then edit to other runes. He couldn't actually pre-program them yet. This wasn't the item he was here to test though. The hobgoblin saw those items as he was using them from afar. This weapon looked a bit peculiar. It had a regular-looking handle with a flat, almost rectangular shaft above it. It looked similar to a hand paddle. Yes, this was a sort of wand that Roland had created. It more or less looked like a paddle meant for spanking with intricate rune designs on the shaft part. He had inscribed the Mana Bolt spell on 2 of these weapons to test how much they would last. They were made from bronze as it was easier to work with. He had fired tens of mana bolts towards the goblins and he was now down to about 30% of his mana. The makeshift bronze magic wands worked, but at a price. This was the easiest attacking spell that was out there, but it needed a massive amount of mana to be cast. He needed 75 mana points to perform this spell through this wand he made. The spell couldn't be spammed too fast, but if he had 2 wands he could use them interchangeably. He had fired off about 10 mana bolts with each wand and killed over 10 of the normal goblins along with this hobgoblin. For the leader, he needed some of his runic scrolls. This new weapon already saved him a lot of money. He would need to use up 20 scrolls to get a similar effect. Thanks to this he saved a lot of money and resources. Bronze was also quite cheap compared to magic ink and special scroll paper. The remaining goblins had run away after their leader had been slain, and none of them even tried climbing up to where Roland was standing now. He used this time to examine one of his mana bolt weapons. He could see some deterioration to the runic inscriptions already, and he knew that after 10 more the wand would stop working. This was normal for runic equipment made from regular metal. If he made them from iron he would only slightly increase the uses up to a 30. A weapon like this could be repaired and the rune crafting process would use up less mana. I need to lower the mana usage on these. Roland rubbed his chin and then attached both of the paddle wands to his belt. He was still in the forest, so he needed to be vigilant. He went through the hobgoblin and took the broken longsword hilt from its remains. He could smelt it down for parts. He also removed quite a large marble-sized mana stone. It would fetch a nice price if he sold it. There was also another use for it. He held the shiny gem between his thumb and pointing finger. He could see the mana crystals slowly absorbing the ambient mana in the surroundings even now. He knew that there was some kind of way of embedding these mana stones into runic or enchanted weapons. An item with a mana crystal in it would be far stronger than one without it. It would also act as a battery, allowing people with low mana to activate any inscribed spells more and at a lower cost. The problem was that he had no idea how to do this. He would need to either find an instruction manual or get a weapon with a monster core in it and examine it. Before going back to his workshop he went towards the Adventurer Guild. The gambeson that he was wearing under his robe kept his body warm. He had grown close to 170 centimeters in height now, and due to working out in the smithy, his muscles were growing as well. He felt like he was on the taller side compared to kids his age. When his growth spurt would stop he didn't know. His larger body size allowed him to appear older than he actually was, so that was a bonus. He arrived at the Adventurer Guild and made his way to one of the receptionists. "I'd like to have a monster's remains processed." "What kind of monster?" the lady receptionist asked while looking at Roland. "It's a hobgoblin berserker." The receptionist lady raised an eyebrow while glancing at the youth that was covering his face. By the card that he gave her he seemed like a steel-grade adventurer and not a silver one. She speculated that he must have just found the body somewhere. The guild wouldn't go into too many details when it came to that. Other adventurers sometimes left untouched bodies behind and others were free to pick up the scraps. "One hobgoblin berserker, are you familiar with our rates? After the body is processed by our employee you will receive your coin. It shouldn't take more than 3 days." "Yes, that's fine. I'll come back later." Roland nodded and the receptionist told him to go into one of the back rooms. She also gave him a small metal plaque with a number along with a tag with the same number on it. On the inside, there was a corridor that led to a certain door. When he entered he felt the temperature drop by several degrees. He could see some frozen cut-up bodies of monsters hanging off hooks. "Got a body? Just drop it there." He heard a man's voice. It belonged to a bearded man that seemed to be human. He was working on some kind of spider-looking monster. He was just in time to see him pull out its fangs with some large dentist-looking pliers. He didn't remain here for long. He just dropped the hobgoblin on the ground. The man just gave it a side glance while continuing his work. "Here is the tag number." Roland dropped the item that the receptionist gave him on the body while the man just nodded. The man would attach the tag to this monster, and when Roland came back he just needed to show the plaque to receive his money. This was a common thing around here. You could process the monster remains on your own to save some money or give it to a professional. He would cut up the body and the guild would sell the parts for profit. Roland would get 70% from this transaction, which was fine as he didn't really want to play around with the monster bodies himself. Even though the man looked disinterested, Roland knew that the guild wouldn't try to play him. He left the cold room soon after and went back to his workshop. He wanted to repair his paddle wands as he did get experience from it. The more destroyed the item was, the more he got. While the sun was starting to go down, another scene was playing out in a different location. A group of people was standing in a dimly lit room while talking. They looked like your average riffraff. They seemed quite shady, all of them were wearing hoods and some even had masks to cover their mouths. "Listen up, we have a new job," one of the men said while the others listened in. "New job? Hope the pay is good." Another man chimed in while the others nodded. "Don't worry, the client has deep pockets." The man grinned while tossing a full sack of coins on the table. The other men in the room looked at it with greed in their eyes. They started grinning and laughing while at the same having a hard time keeping their hands from the silver coins. "This is just a down payment, we will get more after the job is done." "Just a down payment? Are we robbing or killing someone?" one of the ruffians asked, as this was far too much money for a simple job of thievery. "That's the thing, we don't really need to do much. There is an old warehouse that reopened in Southtown, we just need to trash the place." "What of the people working there?" The man looked up to one of the thugs that asked and pulled out a knife. There was a map on a table with the position of this warehouse. He plunged this bent dagger into the location of their target before replying. "What do you think?" All of them nodded as they started to prepare for the night. When the moon reached the zenith, they would strike. Roland closed the door behind him after he entered his workshop. On the inside, there were many tools hung up on the walls. Using his new class, he had cleaned up the place and even set up some shelves. He started segregating every resource he had, like iron, bronze, and copper. Even during his work, he was sure to even pick up the metal shavings. He had a working smelter which he could use to melt these leftover metals into ingots. He also was thinking about making clay molds. With them, he was planning to make his first sword from bronze. This would hasten the process by quite a bit, as he wouldn't need to hammer it into shape that much. He already had spent some time practicing his craft, but he had only reached the second level of his blacksmith class. This was already showing him that he would be spending a lot more time with this third one. Only after this, he would finally be getting into the Tier 2 smith territory. He wasn't sure if there would be a prestige class waiting for him then. He had to level up his runecrafting and all the smithing-related skills to the maximum before the job class quest, to be sure. All of those smithing skills that he received, runecraft included, were at level 2 now. He could already feel that he was getting better at his new craft. The strain that runecrafting put on him was slightly lower now. He still needed to go through all of his mana to finish a lesser rune within a day though. This was when working with a soft material like bronze. Iron would double or triple the time spent, and one of the rare metals would make it impossible. The basic runecrafting skill had its limit, and the larger the size of the metal, the longer it took. Inscribing the traces wasn't that easy, and they had to be placed through most of the weapon. He placed the 2 paddle-like wands on his workbench and glanced at them. There was a reason he made them like this. Due to his runecraft skill being so low, he couldn't compress the runes as much. His creations had to be large just for the entire rune to fit in. He had decided on the mana bolt spell as it was the smallest one from his repertoire. With his high mana pool and his runic mastery that was lowering the casting costs, this weapon was very usable. He wanted to move on to the next step and inscribe a common rune, but there was a problem. First, a common rune was many times harder to make. He would probably need from 4 days to a week for it. The second problem was the size. He barely got the lesser mana bolt on this large paddle-shaped mass of bronze. He calculated that if he wanted to create a similar weapon while keeping the shape, he would end up with something like a tennis racket instead. It would be made from bronze or iron, and the balance would be a real problem. He could try to make the handle from wood, but then another problem arose. Mixing two different materials with each other and connecting runic pathways through those. It was somewhat easy to scribe a rune on one large piece of metal. The traces flowed into each other without a hitch. But even adding a wooden handle or cloth on top would make things difficult. There just needed to be direct contact. The mana a person injected into the item dissipated really fast unless you had the runic pathways close by. The only way he had to go around this was somehow riveting the parts together while not using the wood as part of the rune. Wood was also a lot worse for runecrafting, as it just didn't cope with the mana pathways well. You needed certain magical wood for something like that, which made runic bows a lot more costly and harder to make. Roland thought that there had to be some kind of way to connect armor and weapon parts with each other. Even some swords had a hilt, pommel, and guard that were inserted separately. There had to be some kind of way to connect these parts without them having to be one solid piece of metal. There might have been a skill that a Tier 2 runesmith achieved, or one that could be learned from a skill book. He would need to go ask around or buy some information later. For now, he had to repair his magical paddles. He started up the forge with the help of his ember spell and some coal. This coal had a high enough temperature to work with bronze and iron. If he wanted to move over to the better magical metals, he would need a better fuel source. This also meant that he could work with regular steel in the future with this basic forging equipment. There was a version of iron ore that had absorbed mana called deep iron. It was found deep inside the earth closer to its core and gave runic equipment more spell usage. You could make black steel from it that improved upon its qualities even more. This was one of the better metals that wasn't all that pricey. It was cheaper than merthil. That material was mostly used by people of Tier 3 and above. They were mostly the only ones rich enough to afford something like that. There was also a limit on the materials. Common bronze wouldn't be able to contain a grand rune structure. The mana required to craft it would burn through the metal, making the pathways unusable. Even if a runesmith inscribed them, a weapon like that would probably only last once before melting. This was also a reason why he decided to go with lesser runes for now. He used tongs to slowly heat up the metal before placing it back onto the anvil. He grasped one of the hammers and infused his mana into it. He then started slowly hammering the magical weapon. With each hit, parts of the runic inscriptions were reconstructed back into their previous shape. Before going to the other paddle, he looked at the blacksmith's hammer that he was using. There was a frown on his face, as this item was also wearing down really fast. Runesmithing worked by forcing mana into the smith's hammer. This would slowly damage the integrity of the tool, and with time the metal would start crumbling. The hammer he was using was a new one that he created himself. Making your own smithing tools was good training, but the products that he was making were barely passable. This was a lot harder than scribing that mostly only required good mana control. His high dexterity aided him slightly with the creation process, but his low strength was holding him back. He ran out of stamina fast, and his hands began shaking if he hammered for too long. Just like now, his stamina was drained, but he managed to repair his magical weapon. Luckily, stamina recovered a lot faster than mana did, so after 5 or 10 minutes he was ready to go. The clinging sounds continued into the night, and Roland had to speed this up as his neighbors would come complaining again if he continued for much longer. While the youth was working on his weapons and items, the rest of the city was silent. After dark, most of the people were either drinking in a tavern or back home resting. There was another type of person out now though, the type that a regular citizen feared to cross paths with. They were all wearing cloth armor along with some hardened leather here and there. Their faces were covered by hoods and they had masks hiding their mouths. Everyone here had the class of thief and could move silently in the night. They moved quietly while evading the guards that weren't really paying that much attention to their tasks. The city was large and there weren't that many soldiers. The city lord mostly used his men to protect the richer districts. This left places like Southtown unprotected. This district was where the lower-income commoners lived and also where the city slums were. Most city guards didn't wander here much unless they got ordered by the higher-ups. These 4 men were slowly making their way there. They were members of the Thieves' Guild. This was a hidden organization that most of the larger cities had. The people that were members of it took on jobs that the Adventurers Guild deemed unethical or just too dangerous. Some members were even adventurers themselves, working in both guilds at the same time. There were various requirements for getting into this guild, but one of the main ones was having a thievery-related class. This was either a thief or a bandit class, which showed the guild masters that you were one of them. They arrived just in time to hear Roland hammering on some metal. It was about 9 p.m. at night. The 4 spread out to examine the warehouse while keeping themselves hidden. They had to see all the entrance and escape points that this old building had before deciding on the course of action. After they were finished, they moved back into the shadows to discuss further actions. Large door at the front, locked from the inside. Probably won't just go down easy. Windows behind are closed, but just wooden flimsy locks. One door leading probably into the office or bedroom of whoever is living here. The thieves started formulating a plan. They could either burst through the front door and destroy the whole place or sneak in. They decided on the latter. The windows that were at the back of this warehouse looked the easiest. They could just climb through them and then slit the throat of whoever lived here. We will wait for the target to go to sleep. Remember what the job said. The thieves nodded while slowly moving to their own hiding places. The request stated that they should take whatever the person on the inside was working on. They would receive a bonus if they brought something worthwhile. After ransacking the warehouse, they were planning on burning the place with the owner's body inside. They just needed to wait until he went to bed. With time, the hitting of metal against metal stopped and the chimney that was connected to the furnace went out. They could see movement on the inside, and after a few hours of waiting, the person on the inside finally went to bed at 12 a.m. The thieves were slightly angry that it took him so long. This was quite late for this world's standards. They waited another 30 or so minutes before deciding to strike. 2 people stayed outside to keep watch and would alert their companions if something happened. The other 2 sneaked around to the back of the warehouse. Each one of them decided to use a different window to sneak in. They would not use any of the windows that placed them directly in Roland's living quarters. The possibility of him waking up was too high if they tried that. The windows were wooden and thick and the glass was matte. The locks were simple hooked latches that could be easily opened by these thieves from the outside. They just needed to insert something thin between them to lift the lock up before climbing inside. This appeared to be quite the easy job for the burglars. The owner was supposedly just a 13-year-old brat. Such a young person couldn't be high-leveled either, so even if he woke up they would easily overpower him. The man slowly opened up the windows and climbed into the building. He found himself on a narrow catwalk that was above the main storage area. The wood was old, but thanks to his advanced sneaking skill he wasn't making a sound. The other thief managed to make it on the inside as well, and the 2 met up. They could see iron tools and items everywhere, but they were all crude and unusable to them. They thought that maybe there would be something worth stealing, but the craftsman on the inside was apparently a newbie. They nodded to themselves and moved towards the smaller living space together. The man in charge of this small band of thieves was here. He gave his party member a sign indicating that he should go in first. The man just nodded and went towards the room that their target was staying at. The door wasn't locked, so he just grabbed the handle and gently opened it up. The thieving skills that they had somehow made things like doors and windows produce less sound while their sneaking was activated. On the inside, they spotted a bed and what looked like to be a sleeping person. The thief that was in the front took out a dagger that had a slight curve to it. The leader just waited by the door in case somehow his companion didn't land a killing blow and the target tried fleeing. He didn't feel like that would be the case as the person was already in striking distance. The burglar didn't hesitate at all. His dagger moved down and embedded itself in the target's body. The moment it did, the thief felt that something was off. He quickly pulled the bedsheets to the side to discover a bunch of pillows tied together in the form of a human body. There was another thing out of place, a strange-looking piece of paper that was glowing red. Before the hired thug could react to it though, an explosion occurred. He was hit by a wave of heated energy and tossed like a rag doll against the wall. The thief leader that was watching everything play out quickly ducked back inside the warehouse to evade the rest of the blast. He didn't know what was happening. How could an explosion have occurred? Before he could think about the reason, he felt something. His body jerked to the side, but he wasn't fast enough as he felt something going through his shoulder. He heard someone clicking their tongue behind him. He wanted to turn around and retaliate, but before he could do that, his whole shoulder exploded. The man grasped the gushing wound. His body had suffered a crippling blow and he was going into shock. From the shadows he saw someone walk out. It was a young man with a heavy rapier in his hand. His blood was running down the tip that was slightly glowing red. The man didn't want to believe this. How could a Tier 2 rogue not have noticed someone behind him? This didn't make any sense. He was losing a lot of blood and he decided to make a run for it. The room in which the explosion happened also had a window, so with much pain he stood up and took off. He covered his head with his good arm as he charged. The window was closed, but he knew that he could force his way through it while not suffering too much damage. He needed to get outside to where his two other companions were. With their help, he could probably make a getaway or even kill this brat. Things wouldn't be going his way though, as the moment he jumped he felt something moving behind him. He was already jumping through the window at this moment, so evading the attack from behind was difficult. It was even more difficult as it was a very fast-traveling gale arrow that could reach astonishing speeds. It went through his chest while he was jumping out and bending his body to the side in hopes of evading. With the added momentum, the rogue's body traveled even further than he expected. His body smacked into the hard pavement. One of the thieves that was waiting outside arrived to watch the spectacle. He was shocked. Their team leader was a Tier 2 class holder. He was even over level 60 and now he was a mangled mess on the ground. Even without checking, he knew that he was dead. There was a decision to be made. He did what any thief in this situation would do and abandoned this mission. The second lookout had the same idea after seeing their dead leader. On the inside of the warehouse was Roland. He was sweating and his heart was pounding furiously. The person that had received the blast from his rune was still in his workshop. He wasn't dead quite yet, so Roland decided to incapacitate him. Not killing him would probably be the better option, as he might get some answers. He also saw some movement outside. The other thieves luckily decided to flee and the explosion was loud enough so the guards would be coming. He sat down on one of the wooden chairs while calming down. He had made some preparations for a thing like this. He knew that this was a dangerous neighborhood he was living in. He didn't expect to be part of a home invasion so soon though. Roland had other spells besides the attacking ones. After noticing that he was really bad at detecting danger, he asked the manager to help him find an item with such a spell. He had acquired a Detect Life spell. It allowed him to see life signatures outside his house and he used it every day before going to bed. He always went to bed late, which allowed him to notice the burglars that were staking out this warehouse. The other spell that he used was a Shadow Veil spell. This was a common grade spell that allowed him to fade into the shadows. As long as he stayed in them, he was practically invisible. Only a person with high perception could see him, which would have to be at least a Tier 2 advanced scout. After the explosion, he plunged his enchanted rapier into the man's shoulder. He was aiming for the head, but the Tier 2 rogue was fast to react. He was lucky enough that his weapon had this function. He activated it instantly to produce the internal explosion. The rest was history. Was this just a normal robbery or something else? He thought to himself, this felt a bit excessive for a simple thief attack. Did they really have to kill him? They managed to sneak into the building and they didn't even search it. He watched them move towards his room almost instantly. They were clearly trying to kill him first before doing anything else. Soon enough more people arrived. The explosion caused quite the commotion, so word of this event would be spreading through the city. The Thieves' Guild would also look into this as they lost one of their rogues in what seemed to be an easy mission. The seemingly peaceful city wasn't looking that safe anymore. There was quite a commotion in Southtown. In the middle of the night, a loud explosion was heard from one of the warehouses. It was loud enough to wake up the people living there. The guards arrived at the scene quite late as always. They were expecting to find some kind of unregistered alchemist lab accident, but instead, they were greeted by a dead burglar's body. Next to this body was a youth dressed in a dark robe. There was also a tied-up person on the ground in front of the warehouse. One of the windows was missing and smoke was coming out of it. It looked like someone tried jumping through it outside. The guards could see that the two people on the ground had the usual rogue aesthetic. The one that was alive was tied up really well and had a rag shoved into his burned mouth. He was also not looking too good. One of his arms was mangled up. The clothes he was wearing were also ripped apart and also burnt as if he was getting roasted on a fire. Took you long enough, these two tried robbing me. The youth moved his hood down from his head and spoke out. He had dark hair and somewhat gloomy expressions. The two guards that got here first looked at each other and then at the supposed thieves. We'll need you to come with us and explain everything. It was about 2 a.m. at night and some other people had also gathered here. This world didn't have something like a police station. Instead, it was the city guards that were responsible for the order. Even though Roland was the person that was almost killed, there was no evidence for it yet. They needed to take him back to the guard post and question him along with the witnesses. Roland gave out a sigh. He was already tired and now he needed to go with these two idiots. He didn't want to get in trouble, so he just nodded. Going against the city guards was considered a felony. It was better to get this over with. From the looks of things, he would be spending the night in the brig as he didn't think they would really question him at this late hour. The whole questioning process was carried out by higher officials, but these two were just common guards. While Roland was mumbling profanities under his nose, someone else arrived at the scene of the crime. This person remained unnoticed while keeping to the shadows. The guards couldn't even see as the person sneaked into the building. The intruder blended into the shadows as if they were a part of it. There was no one else inside. The figure of the person emerged from the shadows. It looked like a cloud of pitch-black smoke. The smoke took shape into the figure of a woman. The woman was wearing black cloth armor that covered all of her body that was quite curvaceous. She was standing in the room where everything happened. The blood was still fresh. She could tell that someone used a similar skill that she performed just now. She could feel the darkness element in the air which piqued her interest. Did the boy use one of his scrolls? Her face was covered by a mask. She had a similar roguish look as the attackers had. The only thing that could be seen under her hood were her bright silver eyes. She started quickly going through the warehouse. With her enhanced skills, she could tell through where the thieves came inside. She could also tell more or less that the thieves were caught off guard. The woman faded back into the shadows and left soon afterward. While traveling through the night, her stats were enhanced, which let her reach her destination fast. The place she was going towards was the richest district in this town called Hightown. From the outside, this building looked very elegant. It was built with grey stones and had yellow pine wood decorations. Tall, large windows allowed enough light to enter the home and had been added to the house in a very symmetric way. The building had a rounded shape and a small garden outside of it. The roof was high, triangular, and was covered with brown roof tiles. One small chimney sat at the side of the house and some smoke was coming out from it. One of the windows was slightly opened and a dim light was coming out from it. The woman with the use of her shadow traveling ability made her way inside. The moment she entered, she could see a shadow bouncing off from that light. It was a figure of a person. This person was sitting at a desk and looking through some parchments. "Ziliana, is that you? Told you not to sneak up on me like that. You can use the door like a normal person." The voice of the gnome that Roland worked sounded in the residence. The woman's form emerged from the shadows as she made herself noticeable. She looked slightly different from what she normally did. Her golden hair was now pure white and her skin color was dark brown. This was the usual appearance that a moon elf possessed. "But it's more fun this way, Tilda." She giggled while the manager stopped writing. He fixed his glasses and pushed the stack of papers to the side before asking, "Did you find anything?" He was curious as his assistant rarely returned in the middle of the night without a good reason. Something must have happened. "Perhaps, it's a bit complicated." The gnome's eyebrow rose, but he remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "There was a small incident in Southtown." "In Southtown? We don't really have many assets there." The manager interrupted Ziliana. His store mostly operated in the better parts of the city. He had some real estate bought out in the slums, but only because it was cheap. Its cheapness stemmed from how bad the living conditions there were. "Stop interrupting and let me finish. It's about the kid, you know, your favorite scribe. Roland? Did something happen? Is he dead?" The gnome rubbed his chin. When this woman was involved, death wasn't far away. It wasn't really far-fetched if the boy got involved with her. "No, not him. Though someone did die by his hand." Ziliana started describing the situation. That Roland had slain a Tier 2 thief and captured another one that was close to a high-level steel adventurer. She also gave the info about him using some spells similar to her skills. This part wasn't much of a surprise to the gnome, as Roland had even asked him to supply him with all sorts of spell scrolls. The surprising part was that the child that wasn't even 13 years of age could take out a Tier 2 rogue. "Damn bastards." The gnome smacked the table with his hand. A vein pulsating over his eyebrow was clearly visible. "First someone tries to undermine my business and now this." He paused for a moment before turning to his moon elf assistant. "Do you know who is responsible? You said that one of the thieves survived. Do you know who they are?" Ziliana smirked a bit before answering. They were clearly a party from the guild. That rogue was probably the leader. "Haven't been there in a while, should I pay them a visit?" The woman smiled even wider. This smile made the manager shiver slightly as he knew what she was asking him about. He thought for a moment and nodded. He needed to show that he and his employees couldn't be trifled with. The people from the Thieves Guild were strong, but he had his own connections and he wasn't afraid of the consequences. "Take Zirin with you. If they don't give you the information, you know what to do." "What about the kid?" the woman asked while turning around and ready to leave. "Send someone to pick him up in the morning. That brat will probably chew me out in the morning. No respect for his elders." The woman nodded and left. The manager sighed while thinking about what was going to happen. He knew how this woman operated, but they dared to attack one of his assets that he was cultivating. He knew that Roland had a bright future ahead of him. He was even making enchanted equipment already. He knew that if he managed to strike a deal with him, he would earn a lot of money. Promising runesmiths wasn't something that came across every day. The ones that weren't dwarfs were even rarer. He was progressing a lot faster than expected, which made him fear for what the kid would expect in the next contract. This would need to wait as there were more important matters to look into. Mainly the problem with someone trying to sabotage his stores. It started with some bogus claims about faulty products, then some thefts and shipments getting sacked. Now they even tried to kill one of his workers by using the Thieves Guild's assassins. This had to stop as soon as possible. the guild would need to give up the names of the person responsible or suffer the consequences. The gnome moved from his chair and moved to a different room. In it was a round decorative mirror with some crystals around it. The gnome couldn't see his reflection in this mirror, as this was a magic artifact meant for a different purpose. He reached out to one of the crystals and injected some of his mana into it. The moment he did, the crystals started glowing blue. After a few minutes, the glowing crystals changed the color from blue to green. The moment they did, a vague outline of a figure appeared in the mirror. The figure's appearance was blurry at first, but it slowly became sharper. Did something happen? You rarely call. The person that was on the other end of the magical device asked. The manager didn't stall, as this magic item burned through magic crystals like nothing. Yes, I need you to. It pained the gnome that he needed to make this call. He would need to spend some of that hard-earned cash, but it had to be done. The talk continued for a minute. The person on the other side vanished as the conversation ended. This should do it. The old gnome headed back to his room while the night continued. This wasn't yet over, as the main part of the evening had just begun. The elven woman that was in Hightown was already going towards a certain place, where a certain man would probably be. The area that he mostly stayed at was somewhere that she didn't like venturing to. This was the very cutely named Flower District. It didn't really have anything to do with them though. This was the Red Light District, and where all the whorehouses were, they were owned by one of the members from the council. Ziliana appeared at one of the brothels that her co-worker frequented and was lucky enough to find him. As always, he was naked, with two ladies from different races around his neck. She barged into the room while they were already doing the deed, to the brothel owner's dismay. The moon elf woman was well known in these parts, so they didn't stop her. The moment the man saw her enter, he greeted her with a smile. "Welcome, did you finally change your mind?" The man named Zirin asked while not doing much to cover his nether regions. He even sensually pointed his spear towards the dark-skinned elven woman that just furrowed her brows. "Get dressed, we have a job to do." "I'll wait outside, you have 1 minute." She wasn't in the mood to argue with this guy, as he would just tease her as always. She didn't like working with him, but she knew that his skill was comparable to her own. Back on the outside, Zirin finally showed up. His shirt was unbuttoned and you could see some lipstick marks over his toned body. The man had a similar appearance to Ziliana, as he was also a moon elf. Just like her, he had long silver hair and dark skin. Some people sometimes mistook them for siblings. "Lady, did I keep you waiting?" He did a courteous bow while sniggering to himself. The man was slightly above 180 centimeters in height and had a slimmer toned build. He was also a moon elf with silver hair and brownish skin, but it was slightly lighter than Ziliana's. His eyes were golden in contrast to the female's silver ones. "We have work, we are going to pay the guild a visit, so get dressed and take this seriously." She narrowed her eyes at the man who didn't have his battle gear on. Zirin nodded and his smile changed into a frown. There was time for pleasure, but now it was the time for work. Cold as always. Give me a minute." The two walked away from the brothel and moved towards one of the dark alleys. Just as the woman, the man's figure turned blacker as it faded into the shadows. Soon, the two were running next to each other. Zirin's face was now covered by a hood and a lower mask. His gear was similar to his female companions. His armor looked to be some kind of black leather. Some intricate inscriptions were visible and indicated that this was enchanted armor of the runic kind. His weapons of choice were two long curved short swords that he held in his hands. The two continued towards their destination at high speeds. The place they were going towards wasn't in any of the districts in the city. No, it was located beneath it, somewhere where normal residents wouldn't even want to venture to. "I hate going to the Rat Plaza, it always smells like shit there." The man complained while looking at the entrance to the so-called plaza. It was a large saw opening that would take them to the city source. The saws were composed of a large array of corridors filled with various waste products. They weren't going there for the rats and bad smell though. There was another place that you could only access through these passages. The two dove inside and could quickly make their way through the dark corridors thanks to their shadow walking skills. They followed the usual path and ended up at a certain wall. If someone didn't know any better, he would think that this was just your everyday piece of rock. The two, on the other hand, knew what they needed to do. "Will the beautiful lady do the honors?" Zirian smiled while grinning. The elven woman just rolled her eyes and squatted down. She moved her hand into the sewage water and after a moment managed to find the lever. The moment she shifted it, the wall started moving. The mechanism was slow and it made the whole wall go in a circle. "One day I'll kill the bastard that placed that damn lever in a spot like that." Ziliana pulled out a bottle of water from her storage bag and started rinsing her hand with it. The two then stepped through the now opened-up passage. The slow-moving wall didn't stop until it was sealed. On the other side, they were greeted by another corridor, this time with magical torches leading the way. They could already hear some people talking inside as they had arrived in the hidden part of the city of Edelgard. This was the place where all the thieves and bandits spent their time. Some of them even lived here while rarely coming outside. The Thieves' Guild that they were going after was also here. The two walked inside. Past the torchlit corridor was a large open space. There were various merchant stands here. The people here weren't selling food though. This was what most people would call a black market. Various stolen items were placed on display. People could even get body parts of humans and monsters that were forbidden for various reasons. It operated in a similar way to the Adventurers Guild and also had other branches in different cities. It was a group that wasn't very tightly knit like the Adventurers though. Fights for the guild master position broke out occasionally. The guilds from other cities wouldn't really get involved with each other unless the payment was good. This also meant that they wouldn't help other guilds retaliate if something happened. Unless someone made it worthwhile. This was also why these two elves were quite confident in the task that was given to them. They vanished from the large underground space into one of the many underground corridors. Their destination, the zone where the guild had their headquarters. It was time to get blood on their hands. Edelgard's Thieves' Guild. It was hidden underground along with all the other unconventional businesses. The only way of reaching it was having a thievery-related class. This was mostly considered to be either a thief class or a bandit class. The first one was your usual pickpocket and someone primed for stealthy operations. The second one was more of a thug, closer to a warrior in stat distribution. The only difference was mostly in some passives while fighting in a less honorable way. The way you achieved it was by stealing, robbing, or even killing other human beings. Just like the Adventurers Guild, it had a notice board where the guild members could take on tasks. They ranged from your typical fetch quests where someone petitioned a certain item from someone's house be taken, all the way to assassination missions and even brutal robberies with no witnesses. Some thief guilds outright forbade missions like those, leaving it up to other more dark organizations like the assassination guilds. This depended on the guild leader, and the one in Edelgard had no problem with getting his guild members' hands bloody. The man running the show here was called Reinald the Razor. This was mostly due to his fondness of cutting up his target's throat with his daggers. He was a high-leveled person that had taken over the job just a few years ago after the previous guild leader died during one of the job runs. He was the one that brought in some changes to the guild that refrained from the more bloody deeds. The guild now was considered weaker than it was while the old guild master was around. Mostly due to the fact that the previous one was a high-level tier 3 and an owner of a prestige class. His replacement was just a regular master blade rogue without any strong skills in particular. Still, he was the strongest person here and no one could go against his daggers. The night was slowly winding down and some of the guild members were returning after carrying out some missions. This brought in a small commotion as the party that had tried to ransack Roland's workshop had returned with 2 of their members missing. News soon started spreading about the encounter and that one of the more experienced members was killed. "Hey, did you hear? That old idiot Rawson got himself killed." "What? But he was a tier 2. Did he try to fuck the Count's wife or something?" One of the talking thieves laughed while the other took things a bit more seriously. "It's even worse, they even caught that idiot Brian. I bet old Reinald will skin the rest of their party alive." The thieves knew that getting caught was close to a death sentence. Either you got hung at the gallows by the city guards, or if you gave out any information implicating the guild you'd have to worry about them chasing you down. Anyone betraying the guild would be marked for death, depending on the guild master. The one that was here liked to put out hits on people like handing out cookies. Maybe he will be in a good mood today. "We have been getting a lot of work for the past few months. The guild had been busy lately, someone was spending big time and they were carrying out various tasks. A party of adventurers would mostly win against one composed of thieves and thugs. That was only in an outright brawl. The Thieves Guild members never played fair, always waiting for the right time to strike. They played dirty using poison and only attacked at night, some of them even used monster attacks as cover. There had been a couple of blunders through this period, but the people outside couldn't really distinguish between a guild member and a regular person. No one would talk about it out of fear of retaliation either. The event that happened today was quite a problem as an assassination attempt was considered a big deal. The 2 thieves that returned here after escaping out of fear were now getting questioned by the guild master. They were now kneeling down in a dim-lit room. The guild master was sitting behind his desk while playing around with a sharp crimson knife. The 2 men had their hoods down and their faces were clearly revealed. They both were regular humans as the party was very uniform in their race. They weren't alone in this room with only the guild master, there were 4 other people here. 2 were beastmen from an undisclosed feline tribe. Another one was a halfling that was leaning up against a wall and skillfully playing around with some throwing knives. The 4th one was quite large and his skin was pale green. He didn't have the look of a rogue and clearly followed more of the bandit route with his class. He belonged to the half-orc race. "So you are trying to tell me that idiot got killed by some brat blacksmith?" The 2 nodded in panic as they didn't hide any details from the operation. They were sure to not leave out any details. The only problem was that they didn't really see what really happened as they were the lookouts. None of them expected their experienced leader to be killed by an underage blacksmith. They even knew that he was only a steel adventurer. How could he go against a tier 2 rogue at night? Did that idiot step into some magic trap? The guild master had a hard time believing this report. The man that died wasn't much, but he still was a tier 2 class holder. He smelled a conspiracy. Did someone snitch? These 2 escaped the moment their leader's dead body shot out from the window impaled on the gale arrow. Reinald didn't think that these 2 were lying. The spell that did their party leader in was apparently a green arrow. This he could clearly identify as something a higher mage could use, but a magic scroll could also have been used. He had no reason to not believe these 2, so they were allowed to leave. They didn't do anything wrong and the guild master thought that someone must have given out information. When they found the one responsible, they would pay dearly. Have someone go to the guardhouse, either buy out that idiot or silence him for good. This has to be done tonight. The one listening was the halfling that nodded and left right after the 2 other thieves. Some of the guards in the city were on their payroll so they could try paying for their guild members' freedom. This would be something that the man would have to pay off with interest. If they failed, they would need to get him removed before he could reveal the guild's hiding place. None of the thieves would actually speak out on their own volition, but there were certain skills that forced people to talk. There were special inquisitor classes that could force people to speak the truth. There were also special magic spells or even potions that could be used instead. This was a hit related to the Council of Merchants and Business Owners. They had enough money to order a specialized potion or even hire a mage. One more thing. The guild master spoke out while the halfling and one of the beastmen was ready to go and carry out the mission. That blacksmith brat that was involved, kill him, no loose ends. He needed to silence both sides. The person from his camp could live if he was set free, but this unknown person needed to die. They also already accepted the mission by the customer and needed to carry out the request. Otherwise, they would just have their good name tarnished. The two people nodded while smirking, but before they even left the room a certain thing happened. They too were already tier 2 and even close to level 100, but even they couldn't react in time. The magic candlelight flickered for just a moment and the guild master could slightly see the shadows expanding. He was the only one in the room that saw what was happening. A shadowy hand reached out as his two guild members were walking out. The hand looked like it wasn't part of this plane of existence. It looked like it was composed of black smoke as it flickered in the candlelight. The shade hand was holding a very real-looking dagger. It probably felt more real when it was pushed into the cat man's back. The halfling was a bit luckier as thanks to his small stature he was hard to hit. He rolled to the side after seeing a pointed tip going through one of his guild buddies. He quickly tried flinging his throwing knives at the shadowy hand, but before he could he felt something piercing him from behind. The two men were dead in a flash and no one could even react. The assailants soon revealed themselves, while all dressed up in black leather. Reinald the Razor. More like the idiot. Your greed will be your downfall. A woman's voice came out from under the hood. The person that had backstabbed the halfling sunk back into the shadows ready to strike. The other two guards that were in the room stepped forward. The half-orc was huge and had a giant mace in his hand, the other best man a regular longsword. Who are you? What do you want? Reinald's eyes went red as he took out his enchanted set of daggers and was ready for a fight. From the display of power he knew that this woman wasn't someone that he should take lightly. She also wasn't alone, he could feel someone else moving through the shadows. The dim candlelight was working against him. Ziliana and Zirian had snuck in thanks to their shadow-bending skills during the conversation and were just waiting to strike. The Thieves' Guild was something they had visited before and even taken some missions before this man was the guild leader. It was easy to evade detection thanks to their previous knowledge and advanced hiding skills that were rarely seen. What do we want? For starters, you could tell us who ordered you to attack that warehouse in Southtown tonight. The guildmaster and his goon remained in place while talking to the woman. Reinald caught on fast and realized why this person was here and also who they were working for. You really want to start a fight with the guild over something like this? Does that gnome have a death wish? Even though Reinald was considered a bloodthirsty brute, he was a lot more intelligent than people gave him credit. He knew what that team of 4 had done today and by who they were hired. He also knew who the warehouse belonged to. It was one of Exia's assets. Thus he came to the conclusion that the gnome had to be the one sending these people here. The other option would be a third party. Do you? You don't even know how big our company is. It wouldn't be hard to make your little guild disappear. The woman approached with her weapons drawn. Apparently, the threat didn't work. The woman didn't even try to keep her boss identity secret. It looked as if they were comfortable in starting a war with the Thieves' Guild over this matter. Reinald wasn't someone that used the diplomatic way to get things done. Still, he wasn't sure that he would get out of this alive if he fought now. His 2 bodyguards were weaker than him and this woman was close to him in levels. The problem was that she wasn't alone and he knew that they were the types that could kill him before any reinforcements came. Wait. He moved his hand out and the woman stopped. He didn't want to risk his life against this person. They were clearly seasoned killers. There was a small problem though. He had signed a magical contract similar to the one Roland signed when he was hired. The curse that the Thief Guild Master would receive was quite more deadly than a small mana penalty though. You know how it works. I can't say anything. I'd as well just kill myself right now, but The man's eyes trailed to a painting on the wall that was to the side. This gave the woman assassin enough info for the next step. She walked over and moved the painting to the side. Underneath was a medium-sized safe with a combination lock. 875-230-9567. He said the combination while still looking at the shadows. His two guards were surprised that their leader didn't give him the order to attack yet. Their buddies were dead, but the woman responsible was now going towards his personal safe. Before she put in the code, she turned to face the Catman. "You, enter the combination." She didn't trust the guild master. Some of these safes were magical. A wrong combination could very well make the thing explode or fire off some poison mist instead. They were the ones with the upper hand as the thieves were below their skills. Reinald just gave out a sigh and nodded to his henchman. "The right code is 875-230-9569. Hey, don't blame me for trying." He shrugged while glad that the woman didn't react in anger and just let this slide. The Beastman managed to open up the safe without it blowing up in his face or destroying any evidence. She also realized why he wouldn't really be willing to blow it up, as there were a lot of gold coins and costly documents inside. After going through them, she found a certain black book with the names of customers. With more digging, she found what she was looking for. The Thieves' Guild kept a record of everyone they were working with and for. They did it mostly to have evidence to blackmail anyone that had a change of mind and snitched. This isn't good. She looked at the name of the person that ordered the hit. The name was also visible on other missions, like the ones that used poison in the restaurants or the ones that targeted the caravans of other council members. Reinald couldn't disclose the information himself, but if someone found any evidence themselves, he wouldn't suffer any consequences. Luckily, he managed to have a backdoor in the contract, as he was working with people that weren't very familiar with how things worked in the shadows. "Now you know, not like you'll be able to do much with that knowledge. Now fuck off." Ziliana took a moment to digest the information that she received. It was true, the person responsible would be hard to go against if what the book said was true. "If you send any more of your men after our workers, you'll find yourself with a dagger in your back." Ziliana threw the book back at the guild master while giving him a warning. Soon, the two assassins faded into the shadows to make their escape. The Thief Guild leader roared out in rage and smashed his desk in half with his fist. The two intruders wouldn't witness his meltdown as they were busy with retreating. Zirian emerged from the shadows to have a small chat while they were running. "That was boring. Wouldn't it have been better to just finish them off?" Ziliana looked at her partner in crime like she was looking at an idiot. "There was a line that you shouldn't cross. If they assassinated the guild leader, the other guilds might get involved. It was unknown if they would, but they had some powerful individuals on their payroll. It was better to leave them alone unless it was absolutely necessary. This way the guilds would remain neutral for sure." "No, as long as we don't go overboard they won't either. We sent a message, they won't be sending any more hits out for a while. The guild master would probably cease any operations for a while, as the whole council of merchants will now know who was behind this." The problem was that the real mastermind wasn't someone that regular people could touch. "So, who is it?" "You got awfully quiet after reading those notes." Ziliana stopped in her tracks and looked at the Moon Elf companion. "We should split up here. I need to go do my report and then check up on the kid. I'll call you when I need you," the woman said before vanishing. Zirin just shrugged while also disappearing. He didn't really care who it was they were going against. He was only interested in money and pleasure. If it got too tiresome, he could always just ditch and find someone else to give him money. There were many rich people in this world happy to hire someone with his unique set of skills. The night was finally coming to an end. The ending wasn't as bloody as expected, as Ziliana handled it with only 2 people getting killed. She sped towards the manager's house to do her report. The person that was entangled in this whole mess was leaning up against a cold stone wall. He was cold and couldn't sleep, The guards had pushed him inside one of the prison cells like a common criminal. He was awaiting someone that would be here at 8 a.m. He hoped that he could explain himself and go back to his workshop. He needed to also contact his boss, as he had a sinking suspicion that the company that he was working for was the real target of this attack and not he. He would still need to wait a few hours as it was only 4 in the morning. There were a myriad of thoughts going through this head, mostly about how he could prepare his workshop against forced entry in the future. He felt like he could have done better, but it wasn't a total disaster. He managed to get away without an injury and slew a Tier 2 burglar. He had also gained a title that he would rather not have, namely the Manslayer. This was something you got after killing a human being. He took part in slaying the fencer that was after him that one time, but he wasn't the one that performed the last hit. He wasn't sure if it was because of him already having killed so many humanoid monsters like goblins that he wasn't feeling bad about it. Did he get used to killing already? After thinking about new contingencies and what went wrong, he finally managed to get tired enough to doze off. What transpired in the shadows would remain unknown to him for some time.